One punch, transform into king, instantly open the gate of death. Chapter 1 to 64, Novel Summary. Qin Shao transmigrated into the world of One Punch Man and became the strongest man on Earth, king. He had just opened his eyes when he had to face the vaccine man who was about to destroy the city. Just as it was about to reopen. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Death Gate Kai template. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the peak of the Death Gate Kai physique, and it will not consume your life force. This state is the normal state. The power of the 8 gates, which Death Gate Kai had to expend his life force to open, was nothing out of the ordinary for Qin Shao. Faced with the sudden attack by the vaccine recipient, he simply threw a punch. In an instant, space distorted, Chapter 1, the Death Gate opens in a second. Abandon your brain, just enjoy the fight. Boom! A deafening explosion rang in his ears. Qin Shao forced his eyes open, his mind a mess. What the hell happened? All around him lay the shattered skeleton of a city. Countless ruined houses were piled into hills, looking like the end of the world. What on earth is going on? The moment he spoke, Qin Shao realized something was off. When did my voice get this rough? The next second memories flooded in like a tide. He instantly understood the whole story, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I transmigrated into One Punch Man and became the so-called strongest man on the surface of the earth, king. Judging by the scene, don't tell me. A bad premonition struck him. Not only had he become king, he'd opened his eyes on a pile of rubble. There was only one scenario that matched. A crisp crunch of tiles sounded behind him. He stiffly turned his head, and his face turned green. It really is that one. Behind Qin Shao, a 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound purple humanoid stood on the ruins, its crimson pupils sweeping the desolation with satisfaction. 2 long antennae sprouted from its head. At a glance, it looked just like Demon King Piccolo. Dragon-level monster vaccine man. Cold sweat poured off Qin Shao. His heart pounded like a drum, the dull thuds echoing inside him like an engine roaring to life. This was King's unique physiology. His heartbeat was thunderous, audible from dozens of meters away when he got excited. Noticing the sound, Vaccine Man finally looked down and spotted the petrified Qin Shao, fists clenching. There are still humans alive. Before Qin Shao could react, Vaccine Man launched into a self-introduction, a torrent of words crashing down. Listen, human. I am Vaccine Man, incarnation of Earth's will. You are maggots who pollute this planet. I judge you in Earth's name. I will exterminate humanity and give the world a new life. As he ranted, he grew more agitated, and a radiant sphere of light began to condense in front of him, aimed straight at Qin Shao. Ripples of energy flowed across the sphere's surface, its brilliant glow illuminating the apocalyptic ruins as destructive power gathered. Qin Shao wasn't unwilling to run, simply couldn't move. The pressure of a dragon-level monster plus his own terror made his legs feel filled with lead. He couldn't take a single step. Sadama, where are you? Bald Cape, save me. On the verge of death, a cold system notification suddenly rang beside his ear. Ding. System loaded. Congratulations, host. You've received a newbie gift pack. The pack grants 1 random ability power, completely random. Draw now? Draw, draw, draw. Hurry up. Qin Shao screamed frantically in his mind, afraid a single second's delay would kill him. He had no idea what ability he'd get, but any port in a storm. Though panic-stricken, his face stayed calm, that majestic visage and composed expression stabbed at Vaccine Man's fragile psyche. You're not afraid? A mere human didn't get cocky. I'll grind your bones to dust and wipe every last germ of humanity from Earth. Vaccine Man poured in more energy. The spheres in front of him multiplied to dozens, each far larger than before. Those few seconds of delay were enough. The novice draw was complete. Ding. Newbie pack opened. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 8 gates, Death Gate, Physique. 8 gates, Death Gate, Physique. You gain Might Guy's power while the Death Gate is open, kept as your default state with no life force cost. Huh? Surprise flashed through him, then a torrent of scorching heat erupted inside, surging to every limb, rapidly remodeling this tall but weak body. Vaccine Man sensed the change. A trace of gravity flickered in his crimson eyes as an unprecedented pressure swept over him. This human seemed to have gotten stronger, so what? I'm the will of Earth. Why would I fear a mere human? Suppressing his unease, Vaccine Man flung his arm. Dozens of light spheres shot out at extreme speed. The instant they hit the ground, they detonated, the devastating energy swallowing hundreds of meters and turning everything into scorched earth. Looking at the blackened ground and the vanished human, Vaccine Man snorted disdainfully. Just a lowly human daring to challenge Earth's will. Right then his antennae twitched. Sensing something, his eyes snapped wide and he whirled around. Behind him, Qin Shao stood perfectly intact, staring at his own body in a daze. In the 0.1 second the spheres exploded, Qin Shao had instinctively dodged. The speed he produced shocked even himself. So this is Deathgate speed? Interesting, minimum 10 times the speed of sound, I'd say. Seeing the humans still alive, Vaccine Man felt rage like never before. Veins bulged across his purple skin. Without hesitation, he entered stage 2, his human form ballooning into a monster nearly 100 meters long. Crimson pupils glinted amid the smoke. Razor claws and fangs added to the horror. Earth's maggot just die. Facing the rampaging Vaccine Man, Qin Shao lowered his center of gravity and set a punching stance. Feeling the explosive power inside and the surging blood chi, he drew a deep breath. Since I've more or less tested my speed, let's check my strength. Rampaging Vaccine Man was at least high dragon level, perfect for calibrating his power. Vigorous blood chi surged like tides, every muscle was primed. Qin Shao sprang up like a cannon shell, the ground beneath him shattering into spiderweb cracks. Eyes sharp, he faced the stinking maw of the roaring Vaccine Man and threw a punch. No fancy effects, no cool move name, just a punch that tore the air with a sonic boom. Boom, boom, boom. An invisible shockwave erupted from the impact, blasting away smoke and rubble to carve out a clear circle. Vaccine Man's crimson pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at his shattered body. How is this possible? The punch had blown straight through his defenses. The fierce power tore flesh apart, leaving a gaping hole in his huge frame. Agony flooded his mind. Rage finally gave way to reason, and his pupils cleared. This is bad, he can't win. But the instant that thought surfaced, it was already too late. Qin Shao flashed in front of him. That fist, tiny compared with the monster's colossal body, swelled to fill Vaccine Man's vision. Chapter 2. Dude, we're not pals, right? Hero Association. Inside the control room, a sea of tense staffers sat at their stations, frantically working while crimson alarms flashed on the giant screen. Report. The dragon-level threat. Vaccine Man's energy reading is still climbing. His next strike will probably wipe out the entire M-City. No heroes en route yet? What about the nearby S-class heroes? Large numbers of A and B-class heroes rushed over minutes ago, but none could last a single round against Vaccine Man. The closest S-class are still on their way. The staff rattled off updates. Sitch, the manager with his somewhat comical big nose, was already drenched in sweat. If this monster kept rampaging, all of M-City might be obliterated and neighboring cities would suffer massive fallout. Worse, mishandling this disaster would send the Hero Association's credibility and influence plummeting in incalculable consequence. As Sitch panicked, a fresh report made the frantic staffers light up with joy. Sir, interference-blocked satellites finally relayed a blurry image. Mr. King has reached the battlefield and engaged Vaccine Man. Sir, interference-blocked satellites finally relayed a blurry image. Mr. King has reached the battlefield and engaged Vaccine Man. Hearing this, Sitch's expression sharpened and the boulder in his chest instantly lifted. The strongest man on the surface of the earth, King, was on the job. This was in the bag. No one had ever actually seen King fight, but the legends were endless. Sitch trusted the mysterious powerhouse almost blindly. If it's King, he might really save M-City. Crap. A jolt of lethal sense of crisis shot through Vaccine Man. He instantly mustered every ounce of energy inside him. A sphere of annihilating energy rapidly formed in his mouth and blasted toward the charging Qin Shao. It was a sphere condensed at the brink of death, its power peaking. If it detonated here, the entire district would be erased. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed. Even if he took the hit head-on, his body wouldn't suffer much, but everything around him would be obliterated. He spread his perception and was startled to find thousands of life signs still within several kilometers. Those survivors were only buried under rubble. If the sphere exploded here, they'd be reduced to ash. Fine. Then, abandoning his attack, Qin Zhao flashed beneath the energy sphere. Evening Elephant. His fists blurred, pounding the air so fast that the atmosphere itself was compressed into visible blasts, sending cannon-like shockwaves skyward. In seconds, he threw over 100 punches, carving a near vacuum as every wisp of air was packed into the assault. Propelled by the immense impact, the sphere rocketed high into the sky before it could erupt. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the heavens changed color. Golden light blazed across the horizon, and the shockwaves scattered clouds for dozens of kilometers. Drained, his body visibly shriveled, Vaccine Man stared in disbelief. Impossible. You're no human. Who are you? Humans can't possess such power. You're just pollution-spewing vermin. How could you threaten me, the embodiment of Earth's will? Qin Zhao didn't answer. He reappeared before Vaccine Man, blood-red aura seeping from his skin and wrapping his fist. A sound like a bursting balloon, and Vaccine Man's head exploded. His massive frame toppled, crashing to the ground. Green blood drizzled like rain. Feeling the terrifying power still coursing through him, Qin Zhao marveled at his luck. To have drawn such an insane reward right out of the gate, his battle power had skyrocketed to ridiculous levels. Judging by how easily he'd handled Vaccine Man, Qin Zhao estimated he was at least high dragon level. Whether top tier or merely strong was unclear. After all, he could warp space with a punch and obliterate Vaccine Man without any side effects. That kind of performance, even in the One Punch Man world, was dazzling, barring the obvious outliers. Ding! Congratulations on your first victory over a dragon-level monster. Random passive skill 1. Stat points plus 500. Ding! Acquired passive skill. Ultra Regeneration. Ultra Regeneration grants peerless recovery speed. Regrowing a limb is child's play. Unless your head is blown off and you lose consciousness, you can regenerate it at the cost of stamina. Not bad at all. Self-healing is a classic power boost, guaranteeing survivability and stamina, one of the most coveted passives. Wait, a wild idea suddenly struck Qin Zhao. Deathgate physique plus ultra-fast healing. Called he spam Nightgale infinitely? Nightgale's power was so immense that, even with his current body, the moment it landed, his own leg would snap. But with regeneration, he'd heal instantly and kick again. How dirty is that? Just then a voice echoed across the empty ruins. Huh? It's already over? That voice, could it be? Qin Zhao turned, and the first thing he saw was a gleaming bald head. Mustard yellow bodysuit, white cape, red gloves, and that trademark blank stare. The truly invincible existence of the One Punch Man world, the bald Demon King, Saitama. Looking at Vaccine Man's headless corpse, Saitama scratched his bald scalp in resignation. Meh, someone already finished it. Guess I'll head home. He muttered a couple of disappointed lines, crouched for his usual giant leap away. Qin Zhao, splattered with green blood, stepped up and clapped Saitama on the shoulder. Long time no see, Saitama. Have you been lately? Saitama? Dude, we're not pals, right? Chapter 3. High-grade beef. Looking at the fierce-faced Qin Zhao in front of him, Saitama thought hard and realized he really didn't remember this guy. Right now, Qin Zhao's face was smeared with green blood, and since Saitama had almost no memory of ever saving King, he couldn't recognize him at all. After confirming he truly didn't know this person, Saitama cautiously asked, who are you exactly? Saitama didn't want to waste any more time here. If he dallied, he might miss the supermarket flash sale. Qin Zhao planned to buddy up with the bald Demon King after all. The man was the strongest on Earth, so forging a friendly connection could only help. As for how to do it, he already had the fastest method in mind. Hearing the puzzlement in Saitama's tone, Qin Zhao put on a look of heartbroken dismay. I can't believe you don't remember me. We once fought a rampaging monster together. And now you've forgotten. You had a shame. I heard you became a hero for fun and even bought several boxes of high-grade beef so we could celebrate over hot pot. High-grade beef. The keyword snapped Saitama's eyes into sharp focus. After a second's thought, he warmly clasped Qinzhao's hand. Now I remember that. Think, brain, think. Or the high-grade beef will fly away. Staring at the face before him, Saitama suddenly recalled a visage he'd seen on TV. You're king, right? I've long admired you. When are we having hot pot at my place? It's been ages. At that moment, Saitama's IQ peaked. For the sake of high-grade beef, anyone called king had to be his friend. Seeing Saitama's sparkling eyes, Qin Shao found it rather amusing. A being who could blow up a planet barehanded and with a slight power-up, obliterate entire star systems was felled by nothing more than high-grade beef. With arms slung over each other's shoulders, Saitama told Qin Shao he lived in Z-City's ghost town, then waved. You absolutely must come. The supermarket rush ends soon. I am off to grab some cabbage. See you tonight. With that, Saitama vaulted away. The ground beneath him erupted as he shot into the sky like a streak of light. Both sides felt they'd scored big. Qin Shao figured he'd secured the bald Demon King's friendship in record time for just a few boxes of high-grade beef. Saitama was even happier. He'd merely stepped out to do justice, only to meet a generous soul who gifted him premium beef on sight. Watching Saitama disappear, Qin Shao broke into a cold sweat. His frantic heartbeat thundered across the area like an emperor engine. Others might not sense it, but Qin Shao perceived every beat with crystal clarity. Facing Saitama, he felt utterly insignificant like a speck of dust gazing up at a mountain that pierced the heavens. He was certain that even if he unleashed Night Gale, it wouldn't survive a single slap from the bald Demon King. Still, the road was long. Surpassing Saitama might be impossible, but with the system in hand, continual growth wasn't hard. Right besides the ultra-fast self-healing passive, hadn't he also earned some attribute points? Qin Shao murmured inwardly, and a pale blue data panel materialized before him. His mind swept across the interface and quickly opened the character stats page. Name, Qin Shao. Abilities, Emperor Engine, Ultra Regeneration. Strength, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Stamina, 10,000. Defense, 8,000. Spirit, 3,000. Note, minimum requirement for dragon level is 1,000 in every stat. Seeing his now off-the-charts attributes, Qin Shao swallowed hard. The threshold for dragon level was 1,000 points, yet outside of spirit, every one of his stats crushed an ordinary dragon level. His fight with Vaccine Man moments ago had been a pure numbers steamroll. Ding ding ding. A sudden ringtone yanked him back to reality. He fished out his phone. The caller's name glowed on the screen. Hero Association Sitch. The moment the call connected, Sitch's anxious voice burst through. Mr. King, our sensors show Vaccine Man's dragon-level energy signature has vanished. Did you defeat him? At Hero Association HQ, Sitch was on edge, staring at the big screen that no longer displayed Vaccine Man's energy blip. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If King had beaten Vaccine Man, all was well. If the monster had simply escaped and disappeared from detection, the problem would be catastrophic. It would mean a city-destroying monster had vanished from surveillance and could strike again at any time. Thump, thump, thump. After the question, the unmistakable Emperor engine pounded through the receiver, each heartbeat shaking the listener's soul. Qin Zhao's low voice followed, calm, as though he hadn't just fought a fierce battle. Vaccine Man is dealt with. Send a cleanup crew immediately. With that, he hung up. Hearing confirmation that King had beaten Vaccine Man, the heavy stone in Sitch's heart finally settled. His tense body went limp. He collapsed into his chair and exhaled a long, shaky breath. This disaster had been one of the worst since the Hero Association's founding. Mishandling it would have slashed the association's public influence. As expected of the strongest man on the surface of the earth, just as Sitch praised King's reliability, his face suddenly changed. He sprang from his chair and anxiously barked at the staff members. Quick, call Tatsumaki. Tell her the dragon-level threat vaccine man has been resolved by Mr. Ki and she doesn't need to go. After all, the association had originally assigned Tatsumaki to handle this crisis, and the famously short-tempered, prideful powerhouse was already halfway there only for King to snatch the kill. Sitch didn't dare imagine what kind of sparks would fly between Earth's strongest man and the association's top combatant. Chapter 4: Capturing the Bald Demon King. M City. After notifying the Hero Association, Qin Shao was ready to leave. He recalled his home address from memory and prepared to dash back at his unmatched speed. Just then, his perception of the strong made him stop. He frowned and looked skyward. He could sense that a powerhouse no weaker than himself had arrived. Sure enough, a petite figure wrapped in pale green light descended from the heavens. A lily-like frame, curly green hair, emerald eyes, and a fluttering black dress. These traits formed a being feared by all S-Class Rank 2 Tatsumaki. Oh, right. Qin Shao remembered. In the original story, Tatsumaki had been dispatched to handle the dragon-level disaster vaccine man, but Saitama's one-punch insta-kill was so fast that the battle ended before she arrived. This time, chatting with Saitama had delayed things, so Tatsumaki made it to the battlefield. A petulant, distinctly lowly voice rang out as Tatsumaki looked around, annoyed. Huh? Are the Hero Association good-for-nothings? They said there's a dragon-level disaster he wears it? Huh? Are the Hero Association good-for-nothings? They said there's a dragon-level disaster he wears it? Sweeping the ground with her psychokinesis, Tatsumaki instantly spotted Qin Shao amid the rubble and the dragon-level monster aura still wafting from Vaccine Man's corpse. King, why is that guy here? Seeing King suddenly appear and finding only the dragon-level corpse, Tatsumaki understood and burned with rage. A vein throbbed on her smooth forehead. She flew to the ground with psychokinesis, green curls writhing like snakes, and snapped. Hey! That dragon-level monster was mine to kill. Snatching it halfway, what's that about? Wanna fight, Scarface? Hey! That dragon-level monster was mine to kill. Snatching it halfway, what's that about? Wanna fight, Scarface? Unwilling to bicker, Qin Shao calmly waved a hand. No need to fight here. Rescuing the injured comes first. If you still want to battle, I'll oblige later. No need to fight here. Rescuing the injured comes first. If you still want to battle, I'll oblige later. Perfecti also wanted to test himself against Tatsumaki. Now armed with mighty power, he needed an equally strong opponent to gauge his true strength. Saitama was out. Though he wouldn't kill humans, the gap was so vast comparison was pointless. Tatsumaki, officially rated at Dragon Peak, was the ideal measuring stick. They would fight, but not now. He had other business and no time to spar with this legal loli. To Tatsumaki, King's advice sounded like a challenge. She laughed in fury as a tempest of psychokinesis whirled around her. Scarface, I don't care if you're the strongest man on the surface, remember this. When this is over, I'll beat you senseless. Scarface, I don't care if you're the strongest man on the surface, remember this. When this is over, I'll beat you senseless. Tatsumaki was livid. Never had she met someone so arrogant, daring to throw down the gauntlet as if she didn't exist. With a furious snort, she erupted in psychokinetic light and shot skyward as a green streak. Seeing the pint-sized brat off, Qin Shao stayed no longer and vanished in a flicker. Minutes later, hordes of official rescuers and Hero Association staff members arrived and began treating the wounded. Simultaneously, news that the strongest man on the surface, King, had single-handedly defeated Vaccine Man and saved countless lives spread through every major city. Media outlets scrambled to report it. Already revered, King's public image now soared even higher. Behind the scenes, the Hero Association fanned the flames, using every outlet to extol King's deeds and might. A hero with such public prestige greatly boosted the association's own social influence. As the hype grew, rumors about King turned ever wilder. Did you hear? When the dragon-level disaster struck, King just glared and the city-destroying monster dropped dead. Weak rumor: when King arrived, the monster knelt and begged, then was shattered by his Emperor engine. Huh? I heard King dragged the monster to the moon, killed it there, and stopped a meteor crisis too. The rumors snowballed into yet another legend of the strongest man on the surface. No one was particularly surprised by King's feat after all. His long list of jaw-dropping achievements had already numbed the public, instantly slaying any monster. The 3 scars on his face were left by a battle with God. The craters on the moon? All from using it as a punching bag. Countless such tales while their subject, Qin Shao, had already returned to the home he remembered. Looking at a room crammed with game discs and the latest consoles, he smiled in relief. Not bad. Though he wasn't into dating sims, he loved a good fighting or action game. The instant his fingers touched the controller, muscle memory etched into his soul kicked in. He realized the original owner's gaming genius was surfacing. After a few rounds, he set the pad aside and soaked in a relaxing bath. Bits of Vaccine Man's blood still clung to him, harmless, but annoyingly sticky. Lying in the tub, watching steam swirl above, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly transmigrating into this world still felt surreal. Fortunately, the system his golden finger had granted him enough power to dispel that unease and fear. Clean and refreshed, he set his next plan in motion. Target: Z-City Ghost Town. Capture the Bald Demon King. Chapter 5. What else is there to say? Faster. Faster. Even faster. Watching the checkout line stretch like a dragon, a bald man in a yellow bodysuit stared, eyes bulging, resigned to the very end of the queue. In his hands, he clutched a bundle of time-limited discount cabbage and enoki mushrooms. Saitama's heart was racing. If he got home too late, would King decide not to come? The thought of missing out on delicious high-grade beef just because the line was slow made life feel hardly worth living. Onlookers eyed the bald weirdo in yellow spandex. A child opened his mouth, but his mother yanked him away with a glare. Saitama had long since grown used to such stares, his face slipping back into its usual blankness. Whatever, no cutting. Just wait it out. Coins clattered onto the counter. Saitama clutched his cabbage and mushrooms and vanished from the supermarket in an instant. Pedestrians felt a blur, then a gust as a fleeting afterimage streaked down the street. In under 2 minutes, he burst free of the crowds, vaulted the barbed wire surrounding the uninhabited zone, and landed inside. Once inside, Saitama poured on several times more speed, running wild. The pavement cracked. A bullfrog-headed monster crawled from a hole, whipping its sticky tongue, veins bulging over bulging muscles. I'm Bullfrog Man. I loved frog legs and lifting so much I turned into a muscle-bound bullfrog. No, I want even bigger gains. Before the sentence finished, the monster's head exploded into a red mist. No scream escaped. Saitama flicked green slime from his red glove, as casually as swatting a fly. Reaching his door, he found a tall blonde figure already waiting, 3 glittering boxes in hand. Saitama squinted, pink marbling laced through snowy fat in perfect snowflake patterns, slices cut just right. High-grade beef. His face lit up, beaming. He ushered Qin Shao inside. Once indoors, Qin Shao instinctively surveyed the place. No dust, tidy enough. Furniture complete. Manga packed a shelf. A cushioned mat lay in front of the TV. Hard to believe the strongest man alive lived in such a cramped room. A few minutes passed. As the hot pot began to bubble, Saitama tossed in cabbage and mushrooms first for flavor. When the moment looked right, Qin Shao eyed the plated beef and an idea struck. In this world of One Punch Man, mental power exists. It can be shaped into psychokinesis to control objects. Though his other stats dwarfed his spirit, that stat still met dragon level should be enough to form solid psychokinesis. He focused, gathering mental energy and aiming it at the beef. A pale green glow flickered. Under his will the entire plate rose, drifted, and dropped its beef into the searing broth. Even Saitama blinked. Pretty cool power, so King, you're an esper too? Watching Saitama's envy, Qin Shao rubbed his nose. Sort of, but mostly I just use it to move stuff around. Whoa, so you can grab a drink without getting off the bed? Saitama's offhand remark almost made Qin Shao lose his composure. Chatting lightly, about 8 seconds passed. The crimson beef began to change color in the rolling soup. The instant it hit 80% cooked, both men snapped their eyes open and struck. In a blink, chopsticks blurred, every slice of high-grade beef yanked from the pot into their bowls. Qin Shao thought he'd moved at top speed, yet scored only 5 slices. The rest filled Saitama's bowl. As expected of the bald Demon King, even beef snatching speed is off the charts. Saitama, meanwhile, was impressed Qin Shao had nabbed 5. He hadn't been serious, but losing 5 slices meant Qin Shao was already remarkably fast. With bellies full, the two grew chatty. Qin Shao, picking his teeth, suddenly asked, "So, Saitama, ever thought of becoming a pro hero?" Saitama blinked, puzzled. "Huh? I am a hero, a hobby hero, remember." "No wonder you're broke," Qin Shao mused. Saitama wiped out monsters for fun but never took the official job. Without steady income, if not for rent-free utilities in deserted Z-City, he'd be homeless. Qin Shao outlined the Hero Association structure and its rank system. Saitama lifted a slice. "So, King, you're an S-class hero. What's the monthly pay up there?" Qin Shao recalled. "Base salary's about 5 million yen. "How much?" Beef shot from Saitama's mouth, eyes popping. He wolfed down his slices, then zipped into his yellow suit. "Then what are we waiting for? Today the Hero Association gains a new S-class hero. Chapter 6, let me test you." Several million yen a month, an astronomical sum the penniless Saitama wouldn't dare dream of. With that cash, he could gorge on high-grade beef and still sweep the supermarket on clearance day. "For high-grade beef, let's do this." Suited up, Saitama vaulted skyward and bounded straight for the Hero Association. Watching the impatient Saitama, Qin Shao shook his head and lifted off with psychokinesis. Just then his phone buzzed again. The call was from the Hero Association. "Another monster disaster?" "Strange dragon-level threats aside, they never paged me at this hour, and the original timeline had no dragon level now." Puzzled, Qin Shao answered. Instantly Sitch's frantic voice crackled through, crashes echoing behind him. "Mr. King, are you free? Please come to Hero Association H. Urgent." "Got it." Qin Shao hung up, already guessing what was up. Perfectly could settle Saitama's registration and Tornado's promise at once. He shot forward and overtook the still-bounding Saitama. "Saitama, wrong way. Top-tier heroes apply at A City H. Coupon, I'll ferry you." Saitama scratched his head, barely hearing King above the howling wind. "Aight." Watching Qin Shao soar freely while he kept hopping along, Saitama felt a pang of envy. "Damn it, I want to fly but humans can't." "Wait, idea." Saitama's simple face sharpened. Muscles erupted with star-like power. Serious air stepping. Mid-leap, he stomped the void at invisible speed, kicking up a violent cyclone below. Pure force compressed the air until it collapsed underfoot. Legs wreathed in friction flames, he sprinted on nothing, keeping pace with Qin Shao overhead. Qin Shao glanced down. "Dude, that's just cheating." Then again, this was the logic-defying bald Demon Kingi, let it go. Can't argue with a walking cheat code. Qin Shao could replicate it, but only for seconds before needing to land and recharge. Halfway there, a thought struck him. The Hero Association's rules were rigid. Even with the strongest man on the surface vouching, Saitama still had to test in. Physicals were a lock, but the written half? Saitama wouldn't scrape half marks. Qin Shao pulled the last exam from memory, basic questions any normal adult could ace for 40-50. Given Saitama's strength-simplified brain, lousy scores made sense. To soften the blow, Qin Shao decided on a warm-up quiz. "Saitama, the association makes you sit a written test. Let me toss you a few softballs." Saitama kept windmilling his legs and flashed an OK sign. Qin Shao pondered, then fired the first. Question 1. A monster appears before civilians are evacuated. What do you do? Saitama's eyes glazed. He answered without hesitation. "Punch it to bits." Qin Shao knew it. Power had whittled his thinking down to one lane. Why overcomplicate when one punch works? Still hoping, Qin Shao asked the second. Question 2. What's the single most important trait of a hero? Saitama, the strength to one-shot monsters. 3. Why did you become a hero, and what will you do after? Saitama, for fun and money. After? Beat monsters, I guess. Qin Shao. He'll be lucky to hit 25 points. He face-palmed. Saitama had devolved into a single-cell organism. Fastest solution equals best solution. Qin Shao tried a new angle. Pretend you're weak. If the monster's stronger, how would you answer? Switch perspectives. Saitama's mind flickered back to the weak, hairy self of old. Back then he'd get pummeled daily, yet burned to grow stronger. I'll look at it as the weakling I was. From that lens, the questions changed. His vacant eyes stirred. He murmured, "If those are the questions, I think I know what to write. No canned answer, just remember the original heart and sincerity. That's the best reply." Seeing the light bulb moment, Qin Shao exhaled in relief. With luck, no catastrophic answers. Hero Association. Objects swirled midair, wrapped in green light. The place was trashed. Staff members cowered while Sitch, drenched in sweat, forced himself to speak. "Tornado, King's on his way, please calm down and put the furniture back." Green curls whipping, Tornado hovered overhead, glaring down in annoyance. Chapter 7. Tornado in a bad mood. At this moment, Tornado was in a foul mood. Her mission had been snatched away midway, already irritating enough, and that detestable Scarface actually dared to throw down a challenge. For years she had stayed firmly in S-Class Rank 2. No one had ever dared provoke her so arrogantly. But none of that mattered. The worst part was that the hateful king hadn't prioritized dueling her, gone off to do something else. The more she brooded at home, the angrier she got, so she stormed straight to Hero Association HQ and demanded King come fight her at once. At first Sitch hesitated, feeling King must have other business and shouldn't be disturbed so casually. The remark only enraged Tornado further. She hurled several objects around with psychokinesis until Sitch, out of options, phoned King. "Please, Mr. King, hurry over. I really can't rein in this problem child." Just then the HQ's main doors opened and two figures walked in. Spotting the trademark blonde hair and 3 savage scars, the fuming Tornado locked onto her target at once. "So you actually showed up, King? Come on, let's take this outside." Sitch was instantly terrified. Were the Association's strongest combatant, Earth's mightiest Esper, to duel the strongest man on the surface of the Earth, King, the city would probably be destroyed. Unable to stop Tornado, Sitch turned to Qin Shao, leaned in and whispered, "Mr. King, why don't you two talk it out? If you fight, things could get ugly." Qin Shao glanced at him, waved dismissively, and replied evenly, "No problem if she wants a fight. I'm ready anytime." "Now even you're doing this." Sitch completely lost it. This lousy Hero Association. Every S-Class hero is more outrageous than the last, impossible to control. With King and Tornado's tension mounting, Sitch dared not intervene further and looked at the man who'd entered with Qin Shao. First thing he noticed was the gleaming bald head, the generic bystander's expression, and the banana yellow bodysuit. Clearly some throwaway hero. Though the man looked weak, since King had brought him, Sitch politely asked, "Mr. King, this is?" Qin Shao, still eyeballing Tornado, turned and introduced Saitama. "This powerhouse I brought is here for the hero recruitment exam. I guarantee his strength is no less than mine." That last line made everyone's eyes pop. Sitch nearly dropped his jaw. A fighter acknowledged by the strongest man on Earth? How formidable. If King spoke true, the Association would gain another terrifying trump card. Heart racing, Sitch eagerly ushered Saitama into the lounge and arranged a special exam. Although this month's recruitment hadn't started, enrolling someone so potentially mighty and earning King's favor warranted a personal test. Saitama was still bewildered until the Association served free drinks and fruit, then his eyes lit with sudden wisdom. Watching Saitama wolf down fruit on the free equals good principle, Qin Shao turned his gaze back to Tornado. Just as he opened his mouth, a system alert rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host choice triggered. Option 1. Show the style of the strongest man on Earth. Fight S-Class number 2 Tornado and prove the title's worth, crushing her pride so she learns there's always someone stronger. Option 1 Reward. Random high-grade ninjutsu 1. Automatic martial arts training card 2. Option 2. Temporarily avoid battle. Endure until you can utterly outclass S-Class number 2, then strike right at Dragon King. Script of patience and enjoy the cocky twist of fate. Option 2 reward. Attribute points 1000. I can get rewards by triggering options? Only now did Qin Xiao realize how little he understood this cheat. Or rather, it was so bare bones he had to explore everything himself. He skimmed both choices and, without hesitation, picked option 1. Come on, after all this build-up, if he kept hiding, he'd be no better than a green-haired turtle. Besides, the rewards were tempting. Option 1's loot was uncertain, but could be huge if he scored big. Option 2's attribute points were straightforward power, yet the choice itself didn't suit him. If it's not what I like, it's out. Ding! Host has chosen option 1. When Qin Xiao suddenly froze, Tornado felt ignored. Fists clenched. Her psychokinesis erupted like a tempest. Scarface, you're pretty cocky. Barely restraining herself, she jabbed a finger outside and snapped icily, "Get out there. We'll settle this in the suburbs, and I'll teach you the price of provocation." Facing the haughty Tornado, Qin Xiao folded his arms, his stern face unchanging. Bring it. I'd like to see the true strength of the top aspirant disappoint me. The thought of battling an equal like Tornado made Qin Xiao's heart pound faster. Boom, 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 boom. An engine-like heartbeat thundered through the hall, each thud a sledgehammer on everyone's souls, suffocating them. Tornado couldn't care less. Seconds later, 2 green streaks blasted out of HQ and streaked toward the deserted outskirts. Chapter 8. That's it? Amid the biting gale, Tatsumaki lowered her gaze at Qin Xiao, who was likewise soaring through the air on psychokinesis, and undisguised shock flashed in her eyes. This guy can actually use psychokinesis too. Is he also an Esper? The straight-talking Tatsumaki didn't bother hiding her thoughts and asked outright. Hey, King, how come you can use psychokinesis? Are you an Esper as well? Qin Xiao glanced at her, his tone flat. That steady voice still betrayed no emotion. Just comparatively strong mental power, that's all. Tatsumaki froze, not expecting that answer, and gave a cold snort. Mysterious show-off. No matter how much you're hiding, I'm still going to blow you to bits today. The two of them arrived in the wilderness, confirmed that there was no one within 100 kilometers, and landed. It's worth mentioning that in the One Punch Man world, all continents have merged into one colossal landmass. Humanity has built 26 cities, each the size of a country, named from City A to City Z. Beyond those 26 metropolises lie endless wastelands and harsh environments. No matter how wildly they fought, human society wouldn't be affected, giving Qin Xiao and Tatsumaki the perfect battlefield. On the desolate plain, the two faced each other. Neither chose to strike first. Qin Xiao, maintaining King's trademark cool, naturally waited for the opponent to move before countering. As for Tatsumaki, though her tone dripped disdain, inwardly she still felt some caution toward the legendary strongest man on the surface of the earth. Both waited for the other to act, and during the standoff the system's notification rang in Qin Xiao's ears again. Ding! Rewards issued in advance. Congratulations, host. Random high-level ninjutsu 1, automatic martial arts training card 2. Congratulations, host. Full set of 8 gates. Instantly, all the 8 gates essentials surfaced in Qin Xiao's mind, fully mastered as if etched into muscle memory, ready to deploy at any moment. Well, quite considerate handing out rewards early. Still, drawing the 8 gates surprised him. So you're telling me, with my body already permanently in the Death Gate state, I've now reacquired the 8 gates. Can I open gates 1 through 7 again, and even stack another Death Gate on top? The 8 gates boost scales with the user's physical condition. The stronger the body, the greater the amplification the 8 gates provide. Say Gate 7 grants a 3 multiplier. If the user's base physique is 3, that's 33 is equal to 9. But if the physique is 100, it's 1003 equals 300. The gap is obvious. One gains only 6 extra points, the other gains 200, no comparison at all. Since he'd obtained such overwhelming power, it was time to break the deadlock. Qin Xiao stepped forward on his own initiative. Tatsumaki's eyes sharpened, a cold smile tugging at her lips. Finally moving, Scarface? Get up. Fierce psychokinesis burst out, pierced the air and wrapped around Qin Shao, trying to lift him bodily. With a single thought, Qin Shao flooded his meridians with surging blood. White steam erupted from his body and his skin flushed slightly. 8 gates, 7th gate of wonder, open. His already formidable physique skyrocketed, and thanks to his exceptional base condition, the 7th gate hardly burdened him. Facing the encroaching psychokinesis, he simply punched. Terrifying force tore the air with sonic booms, shattering the surrounding psychokinesis outright. The sensation was odd, like smashing paper-thin glass with no visible shards. Sensing her psychokinesis fail to control the man, Tatsumaki was stunned. This was the first enemy she couldn't manipulate. Immediately, the proud Esper Queen grew more excited. Vast mental power erupted like an ocean. Not bad. Then try something bigger. Her mental force turned into an invisible tsunami, surging toward Qin Shao. The ground underfoot shattered in an instant. Several kilometers of earth were ripped up, turning into a storm of rubble that surrounded him. A sphere of stones encased Qin Shao, glowing green with psychokinesis, and Tatsumaki hurled it sky-high. 100 meters aloft, veins bulged on her forehead as she kept compressing the rock sphere. Several kilometers in diameter, the meteor-like ball shrank with cracking sounds. At its center, Qin Shao endured crushing gravity few could imagine. So he's got no resistance left. Those so-called achievements were just hype after all. Tatsumaki poured on more psychokinesis. The multi-kilometer rock sphere was crushed to a few dozen meters, its density reaching a terrifying level. Then, in the next instant, a voice cut clearly through the noise into her ear. Nice psychokinesis, still a bit weak, though. What? Tatsumaki's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Before she could amplify her output, an explosive roar came from above. The sphere she'd compressed burst into countless fragments, and Shinzai, wreathed in white steam, blinked to her at near-invisible speed. Not a scratch marred him, only that suffocating, fearsome aura rolled off him, accompanied by an engine-like rumble in her ears. Boom, 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 boom. Tatsumaki's face paled as she heard the engine thunder that seemed to make heaven and earth tremble together. So this is the Emperor engine. She knew. Not only had she gotten serious, King before her had entered battle mode as well. If external force can't crush you, forget external force, just control your body directly. With that thought, Tatsumaki locked vast psychokinesis onto Qin Shao, surrounding him in a faint green glow. Die! She twisted her wrist, her face reddening with effort, green curls whipping in the raging psychokinetic storm. The power acting on Qin Shao intensified. Even the hardest metal on Earth would twist into a pretzel the instant it touched that force. Any dragon-level monster short of top tier would be wrung into meat paste. Yet against that overwhelming psychokinetic strangle, Qin Shao didn't budge as if the attack didn't exist. He tilted his head, and the solemn, composed face finally showed a trace of puzzlement. That's it. Chapter 9. Strive to grow into the strongest. Those 2 words struck like a bolt from the blue, slamming into Tornado's psyche. Her eyes turned savage as she ground out through clenched teeth. Didn't expect you to be so tough today. I'll twist you into a pretzel. Veins bulged across her smooth forehead as Tornado poured every last ounce of psychokinesis onto Qin Shao without reservation. The ground beneath them cracked layer after layer. For dozens of kilometers, the surface quaked under her terrifying pressure, sinking several meters. The air grew sluggish, as if gravity had multiplied tenfold, turning thick and hard to breathe. Thick clouds rolled across the sky. Her psychokinesis was so immense it altered the very weather, a storm seeming ready to break. At last, thanks to Tornado's relentless effort, Qin Shao's body moved. He simply lifted a hand, scratched his nose, and put it back. If there was any difference from usual, it was that the motion was a fraction slower. Qin Shao all but ignored the restraints of her psychokinesis. The 7th gate of the 8 gates already granted fearsome physical boosts, let alone for someone whose base stats were at the peak of dragon level. Back when he'd read the original manga, Qin Shao had found Tornado's psychokinesis downright terrifying. She could rip half a continent into the air and crumple the mighty psychos into a ball, hurling her sky-high in undeniable show of power. Now, experiencing her strongest psychokinesis firsthand, he found it rather underwhelming. Qin Shao stepped forward, pushing against her full-force psychokinesis, advancing slowly yet unshakably. Step by step, each footfall rang like a war drum in Tornado's mind. She tried to halt him, but with monstrous physical strength he bulldozed through the psychic pressure, barely affected. His slow pace was owed not to her power, but simply because he felt like showing off. Stars now danced before Tornado's eyes. Black rims crept into her vision, her psychokinesis stretched to its absolute limit. She swore she had never unleashed stronger psychokinesis in her life, yet the man before her stood unmoved. Arrogant as she was, Tornado felt her entire worldview shatter. So this is the strongest man on the surface of the earth. The legends were true, incredible, but I'm S-Class rank 2. King is only S-Class rank 7. Why should I lose to him? Even at her limit, barely able to stand, Tornado clenched her teeth and endured. Pride and self-respect forbade her to fall. She raised a hand, splitting off part of her psychokinesis. It condensed midair into spears sharp enough to pierce a human psyche. With a sweep of her arm, hundreds of those spears shot at the stationary Qin Shao, intent on turning him into a pincushion. Against an assault that could one-shot most dragon-level threats, Qin Shao merely swatted the air as if shooing mosquito. Boom boom boom. One slap turned the space ahead into a vacuum. An air cannon obliterated every last psychic spear. Suddenly a single, faster spear tore through the void, racing for his face. As it closed in, a large hand caught it and crushed it to nothing. Seeing her vaunted psychokinesis fail to scratch him, Tornado's eyes flickered with doubt for the first time. Can I really win? Of course I can. Indignation flooded her. She forced her psyche, squeezing out an even greater surge of power. Immense psychokinesis warped the air. The earth quaked, spiderweb fissures racing out for 100 kilometers. A distant forest was caught in the blast, trees flattened to sawdust the instant the force touched them. The gap between them shrank. Hands in pockets, golden hair whipping in the psychic gale, Qin Yao's scarred, majestic face drew ever nearer. At last they stood barely a meter apart, separated only by her psychokinetic shield, staring at each other through the green barrier. Wisps of white steam rose from Qin Shao as his calm eyes met hers, the thunderous Emperor engine still roaring across the world. Tornado's face was scarlet, veins bulging on her forehead, her emerald eyes shot through with crimson threads. The contrast between them could not be starker. Qin Shao raised a fist, power enough to twist space erupted, smashing into her shield. A shockwave blasted outward for tens of kilometers, ripping the clouds apart and leaving the sky brilliantly clear. Tornado was hurled away like a cannonball, slamming into the earth. Hundreds of meters of ground shattered, forming a vast crater. She barely redirected her fall, carving a kilometer-long trench across the surface instead of plunging underground. Her supposedly unbreakable shield now webbed with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Qin Shao had used only 80% strength. He needed to ramp up gradually, both to adjust to his new power and to avoid killing her outright. Amid swirling dust, she staggered to her feet, blood at her lips, disbelief in her eyes. I'm really going to lose to this guy. In a daze, she felt herself shrinking, lying amid ruins. Before her loomed a broad-shouldered figure she couldn't quite see. He reached out and stroked her green curls. Keep at it, Tornado. Strive to become the strongest, grow until no one looks down on you again. Chapter 10. Want to give it a try? Feeling the touch on her head, Tornado froze. Something crystal clear slid down her cheek. Staring at the back etched deep in her memory, she instinctively reached out, trying to catch that fading silhouette. Yet the figure only let out a soft laugh, gave a thumbs up, turned and walked away, leaving a single sentence drifting in the air. Never let anyone look down on you. Believe you're the best. You can protect your little sister. Don't go. Clambering from the rubble, she sprinted after the retreating back, gasping, charging full tilt. He was the one she'd longed for, waited for, searched for 20 whole years. Rank 1 of the S-Class, blast. Don't go. Tornado whispered, Her staggering steps steadied, then she took flight with psychokinesis, rocketing at top speed. Even so, she still couldn't reach that back. "Don't go." A heart-tearing scream tore through the white void. Cracks webbed across the space, and like shattered glass it exploded into nothingness. In reality, Tornado's eyes snapped open, the white shot through with crimson veins. Her head felt skewered by countless needles. The agony dropped the second strongest S-class hero to her knees. "That's right. I promised Blast I'd become the strongest. So how could I lose to the Sky King?" With a piercing shriek, vast green energy erupted as Tornado pushed her load to the limit, her psychokinesis detonating at full force. Since she couldn't twist the man into a pretzel or force him to dodge with a barrage, she would condense every ounce of power into one point. The boundless psychokinesis strong enough to rip a city's surface clean off, compressed at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the oceanic mental force shrank into a 10-centimeter needle, horrific power pulsing within. The moment it formed, the surrounding space warped under the strain. Sensing the danger, Qin Zhao's expression finally turned serious. That needle could wound him badly. With a thought, Tornado launched it. In 0.01 seconds, the sliver flashed to Qin Zhao's face like teleportation. His pupils shrank. He blurred into afterimages, blue streaks zigzagging faster than eyes could track. Where he'd stood, space itself buckled. The needle had pierced reality, triggering a localized collapse. "Don't even think of escaping." Tornado roared, weaker by the second, yet still feeding the needle more power. The next instant a figure appeared behind her. A plain knife hand chop slipped through her crumbling shield and tapped the nape of her neck. The energy flow cut off, Tornado's eyes rolled back and she crumpled with a thud. Deprived of its source, the mighty needle dissolved into motes of jade light. The fight ended in Qin Zhao's effortless victory. He'd let her attack at will. 2 moves later she lay unconscious. Hoisting the petite Tornado, he yawned in boredom. He'd expected a fierce battle, but the little Esper was disappointingly frail. White steam fading, he exited the Gate of Wonder and flew toward the Hero Association with her in tow. Ding! Host has completed option 1. Hearing the system's notice, Qin Zhao shook his head wryly. He could now count himself among the top combatants in the One Punch Man world. Tornado, one of the strongest short of the outlier freaks, had been all but one shot. With the Deathgate physique stacked atop the 8 gates, he'd become a pure stat monster. No gimmicks, just overwhelming numbers, rather like a certain bald demon king. In the end, he hadn't even tested Nightingale. One punch had nearly killed her. A Nightingale kick would probably turn Tornado into red mist on the spot. High above, the cold wind brushed Qin Zhao's face while he carried the unconscious Tornado. He pondered a question that could decide life or death. Should he go find Saitama and test his new moves? Meanwhile, at the Hero Association. "Mr. Saitama, the exam area and props are ready. You may begin." Having polished off several fruit platters, Saitama flinched when the staff members called, cold sweat beading. Realizing it was only the exam, he exhaled in relief. He'd feared the fruit cost money, terrifying thought. Those pricey-looking fruits, several plates would be taken months of tight budgets to pay off. Coming. He stuffed one last Kyoho grape into his mouth and jogged out of the lounge. Chapter 11. He hasn't even entered combat mode yet? The exam venue. Saitama stood on the rubber track. The yellow hero suit had been stripped off, revealing muscles carved as if from marble. 2 staff members at the finish line shouted, "First event, 3,000 meter sprint, starting now." Before they could finish, a gale slapped their ears, followed by a thunderous roar of wind. They spun around in shock. Saitama was already at the finish line, lazily rolling his neck. Human-shaped footprints were stamped into the track. He had simply used raw recoil to rocket forward. What monstrous strength, the staff gulped. No wonder this bald guy got a solo exam. He was terrifyingly powerful. Moments later, the second event began. Shot put. Boom. A metallic clang rang out as the steel ceiling was blasted open with a several-meter crater. The shot, wrapped in blazing fire, was already heading for space. Until its momentum died, it would only rise toward the starry sky. 100-meter shuttle run. The staff's vision flickered. Saitama crossed the line hundreds of times in 0.1 second. Weightlifting. Without even flexing, he hoisted multi-ton dumbbells and idly toyed with them. Punching power. A casual punch sent the machine flying 10-odd meters to slam into the far wall. Whack-a-mole. 10 holes. A Moltoy's head had barely popped up when a red mallet smashed it to pieces. All tests done, Saitama slipped back into his yellow suit and returned to the lounge to demolish free snacks and drinks. Staring at the score sheet, the two recorders looked at each other, hands trembling. This guy's stats are monstrous. Are we about to get another S-Class hero? Hero Association Monitoring Room. A white-coated staffer burst in and handed the data to Sitch, excitement all over his face. These are Mr. Saitama's physical results, not human. He's superhuman. Seeing every stat off the charts, Sitch's eyes bulged. Qin Zhao's words replayed in his head. I guarantee this man is no weaker than I am. Sitch had doubted it though. Could a harmless-looking bald man rival the strongest man on the surface of the earth? But now, staring at numbers that suggested a god dwelt in Saitama's body, that doubt began to crumble. Even if King had exaggerated, Saitama clearly had S-Class caliber. Next came the written test. With such stellar physical scores, a decent mark on the paper could propel him straight to S-Class. The bell rang. Saitama's face changed, a primal fear flashing through him. Before becoming a hero for fun, he had spent over a decade in school. The bell was practically a trauma trigger. Seeing the questions matched what King had said, his simple features showed a rare smile of relief. So King was right. Glancing at the essays, Saitama almost wrote the same answer for everyone. One punch to blow it up. To him, every problem could be solved with a single punch. Just as he was about to write, Qin Zhao's advice echoed, try looking at it from a weakling's point of view. A weakling's point of view. Saitama closed his eyes and remembered who he used to be. Back then, though weak, every day felt full train, eat bananas, hunt monsters. He fought monsters stronger than himself, got battered, bled, yet still roared as he saved people. With that thought, he opened his eyes and let the pen scratch across the paper while he sat the exam. The monitoring room staff jumped to their feet. Even Sitch leaned in. Report. The ultra-high energy signal in suburb 302 has vanished. Miss Tatsumaki and Mr. King's fight is over. Sitch's heart clenched. The energy they had released rivaled a massive dragon-level disaster. Had it hit a city, the whole metropolis would have been obliterated. Yet, he was puzzled. Combatants of that caliber usually fought for ages. Why had it ended in under 5 minutes? Just then the control room door opened. Qin Zhao walked in carrying the unconscious Tatsumaki, barely a scratch on him, his calm voice filling the room. Please get her treated. I'll leave the calming of the public to you. Sitch sent out a call. Within 2 minutes a dozen medics rushed in and carried Tatsumaki away. Only when she vanished round the corner did Sitch realize his forehead was slick with sweat. That normally familiar, imposing face now inspired only deeper awe and dread. To defeat Tatsumaki, Hero Association's trump card in 5 minutes. Mr. King, just what are you? Suddenly Sitch's pupils shrank as realization struck. Since Qin Zhao had entered, he hadn't heard the Emperor engine signaling combat mode. Which meant King hadn't even entered combat mode while defeating the S-Class Rank 2 Tatsumaki. Chapter 12. Do you want to play a game? 20 minutes later. The lounge door was pushed open. Qin Zhao, who was frantically scarfing down snacks, free drinks, and complimentary fruit inside, jumped in fright and hurriedly hid the leftovers. King's reputation mustn't be ruined. He looked Yupan, a gleaming bald head filled his vision. Oh, it's Saitama. Never mind, then. He swallowed a potato chip and mumbled, how'd the test go? Saitama was brimming with confidence. Felt great, way smoother than my old civil service exam. This time it's in the bag. For some reason, hearing Saitama so sure of himself left Qin Zhao with an uneasy feeling. Flag raised? Sitch had said that since Saitama took the exam alone, the results would be out within 10 minutes. They could wait in the lounge. The door shut, and the two of them tore into the free snacks, drinks, and fruit like a whirlwind. As Saitama put it, The staff knew they were hungry and had kindly provided all this free food. Refusing would be trampling on their goodwill. To Qin Shao, the Hero Association felt like home. And if I'm at home, I can do whatever I want, right? About 10 minutes later, a polite knock sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Saotama and Qin Shao exchanged glances, their hands blurred into afterimages, sweeping the mountain of trash into a nearby bin in seconds. Only after permission was granted did the staff member step in, nervously hand Qin Shao a file, and say, "This is Mr. Saotama's exam result. Please review it carefully." With that, the staff member spun on his heel, dashed out, and shut the door behind him. The pressure exuded by the strongest man on the surface of the earth, Kianguas, simply overwhelming. One look at that face felt suffocating. Qin Shao passed the envelope to Saotama, letting the guy open it himself. Saotama stared at the file that would decide whether he became a super-rich million-yen-a-year dog or kept eating high-grade beef every day. The mightiest being who could one-shot a dragon-level monster without batting an eye now found his hands trembling with nerves. He drew a breath, his simple cartoon face sharpened into hard lines as he carefully tore open the envelope and pulled out the report card. Name, Saotama. Scores, physical exam perfect, written exam 48. Assessment, physical results far exceed human limits. Written exam reveals a sincere heroic heart, steadfast and noble character. With King, the strongest man on the surface of the earth, vouching for him, Mr. Saotama is hereby ranked S-Class, position 17. Damn, I really made S-Class. Saotama couldn't hold back a fleeting curse, joy blazing in his eyes. He could already picture every day of buying manga, premium beef, and sashimi without a second thought. Watching the ecstatic Saotama, Qin Shao smiled. At least this mended some regrets from the original story. The bald demon king, the strongest being, deserved to start as S-Class, not misunderstood and ranked dead last in C-Class. In the simple little room, the hot pot bubbled, slabs of bright red, beautifully marbled beef bobbing amid assorted ingredients. At Qin Shao's request, the Hero Association advanced Saotama 1 month's salary, turning the penniless bald demon king into a millionaire overnight. To celebrate his sudden windfall and high-paying job, Saotama splurged, filling the pot with every hot pot ingredient imaginable. Eyeing the premium beef rolling toward perfect doneness, Qin Shao and Saotama locked gazes, resolve flashing between them. 8 gates, 7th gate of wonder open. White steam drifted off Qin Shao's body as pale blue light cloaked him, his aura skyrocketing several-fold. Seeing Qin Shao get serious, Saotama's eyes sharpened, chopsticks tightening in his grip. He absolutely would not surrender this beef to Qin Shao. Serious chopstick strike. 7 seconds passed, neither seemed to move, yet they'd already exceeded normal eyesight. In mere tenths of a second, their chopsticks clashed hundreds of times in midair, each intercepting the other. The instant beef was seized. At last Saotama's chopsticks neared the biggest slice, delight sparkling in his eyes. The next instant Qin Shao seized the opening, knocked Saotama's chopsticks aside, and snatched the largest piece at lightning speed. Crack! A crisp snap. Qin Shao froze. His chopsticks cracked clean in half, the prized beef plummeting. Saotama was quicker, catching the falling slice and, in a flash, scooping 3/4 of the pot's beef into his bowl. Looking at his bowl piled high with premium beef, Saotama grinned smugly and raised an eyebrow at Qin Shao. "Eat up, king. I even left you a quarter. Gets tough if it stews too long." Qin Shao. Even with the gate of wonder open, the gap between him and the bald demon king in normal mode was still an unbridgeable chasm. From this beef grab alone, Qin Shao saw he was utterly outclassed in both speed and strength. But his gaze drifted to the box he'd brought from home, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Next up, time to beat the bald demon king. Watching Saotama happily devour premium beef, Qin Shao patted the box beside him, smiling. "Saotama, do you want to play a fighting game? I've got the latest controllers and game bundle right here." Chapter 13. This timeline feels off? The bowl of high-grade beef in his hand slowly lowered, Saotama's gaze landing on the box beside him. "A fighting game? King, you play fighting games too? Chen Xiao still wore his usual smile, looking anything but malicious. Sure, I play a little, but my skills are kind of trash. Maybe I can't beat you. The moment he heard that, Saitama's eyes lit up. He wolfed down the beef, shut off the hot pot, and clenched his fist, pumped. Perfect. I'm a fighting game god, let me show you what real technique looks like. In everyday battles, Saitama felt empty because he was too strong. He longed for an opponent who could push him to his limits. In fighting games, he wanted both to spar with strong players and to stomp weak ones for ego. Listening to Saitama's grand declaration, Chen Zhao's mouth twitched as he nearly burst out laughing. Can't laugh yet hold it. 5 minutes later. The two sat before the console, the screen showing a popular fighting game interface. Saitama picked the muscle giant towering frame and a spiked mace, clearly a brute. Chen Xiao chose a petite lowly, twin tails tipped with tiny bells, fists raised in a boxing stance. Seeing the size gap, Saitama gripped the controller, brimming with confidence. King, your character choice is weak. Mine's way fiercer, watch me KO you in seconds. The round began. Saitama mashed the attack button, clueless about combos, attack only on his mind. His colossus kept swinging the mace, yet the little girl parried and dodged every hit with precision. Cornered, Chen Zhao's eyes sharpened, 2 fingers blurred across the pad, nailing almost every input. In-game, the lowly leapt, chaining a perfect control combo that left the colossus motionless until death. Saitama. He was dumbstruck. How had he been perfect to death while still at full health? Chen Xiao turned with a smile. Again? Saitama, clearly unconvinced, slapped the floor and glared, dead serious. Of course. That was just luck, watch me crush you. Round 2. Round 2 3:35. Seeing the blood-red KO, a vein throbbed on Saitama's bald head. His skin-flushed wreath was tilting hard. Again. Saitama yelled, nearly breaking, panting as he glared at the screen. Still relaxed, Chen Xiao let go of one hand and rested a single finger on the pad. Tell you what, one finger. Beat me and I'll cover your beef for a month. Really? Suddenly re-energized, Saitama grabbed the controller, eyes sparkling. King, your cocky one finger? I'll smash you. Round 75, watching his muscleman kicked to death by the lowly, Saitama knelt and howled like a shonen hero. Chen Xiao yawned, grabbed the cola and swigged, then shook his right hand. Pressing with one finger so long actually made it sore. Round 108, I'm done. Saitama, ashen-faced, tossed the pad and collapsed to the floor in despair. Not a single win, hadn't taken even one round. One finger was enough for Chen Xiao to send him into autism. He never wanted to touch the game again. Chen Xiao could barely hold it in. In the source, he'd known Saitama was bad, but not this bad. Being weak was fine, but clinging to the punch button while forgetting kicks, blocks, and dodges? Saitama went full autism, ignoring even his beloved manga, and flopped on the sofa to switch on the TV. Recently, swarms of mosquitoes have appeared in Z City. Many suburban animals have been drained to husks. Citizens are advised to stay indoors. Mosquitoes? As he idly flicked channels, a faint buzz reached his ear. Within 2 seconds the buzz grew louder. He turned to see a mosquito already on his arm, probing for blood. Without hesitation he slapped, a gust of wind erupting with terrifying force. Thinking it dead, he heard the familiar buzz again as the mosquito leisurely slipped through his fingers. Under his stare it landed on his face, ready for another sip. Saitama. After 108 losses, now even a mosquito could dodge him. Veins bulged across his forehead, rage peaking. He smashed his own face, leaving a bright red palm print, eyes murderous. Next second the mosquito wobbled out between his fingers, its buzz sounding like mockery. Damn it. Saitama blurred into afterimages, speed so high he seemed to split into clones, wildly swatting the circling pest. Yet after the rampage the mosquito still hadn't been hit. It buzzed annoyingly toward the balcony. Get back here, bastard. Where's my bug spray? Watching Saitama's mask of agony, Chen Xiao calmly sipped his cola and smacked his lips. Looks like the plot has inched forward again. Only this timeline feels a bit off. Chapter 14. Financially Strapped Hero. Qin Shao couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. According to the original timeline, after Vaccine Man should have come giant younger Brotherso, how had the story skipped straight to the financially strapped hero, Genos, making his entrance? Whatever, probably my crossing over has nudged the timeline a bit. In the blink of an eye, Saitama had already grabbed a can of bug spray and charged out after the escaped mosquito. Qin Shao scratched his head, set his cola on the ground, and vanished in a flicker. He decided to meet the legendary budget-burning hero for himself and to take a look at that mosquito girl, the internet-crowned queen of seduction, Z-City streets. The loudspeaker kept blaring its grating alarm, repeating over and over. A demon-level disaster has erupted in Z-City with an extremely wide impact range. All citizens, please evacuate the district immediately. Repeat, a demon-level disaster has erupted in Z-City. The streets were almost empty. People hadn't even bothered to shutter their shops before joining the exodus. Beside the road, two thuggish youths dragged an oversized sack along the pavement. The one wearing a cap yanked the bag open, saw the trove of valuables inside, and beamed, "Big bro, we've hit it big. Nobody's watching the stores. Look at all this gold. We're set for life." The yellow-haired big bro flicked his sun-glinting blonde fringe, grinning ear to ear. "Haha, those runners are idiots. What disaster? We're making a fortune today. Move, before someone spots us." The pair had slipped back into the district during the evacuation for a little disaster sale 0 yuan shopping. Just then a mosquito landed on the blonde's cheek with an irritating buzz. He slapped it dead and clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Why so many mozzies today? I've swatted a dozen already, let's go." But the capped youth stood frozen, staring skyward. "Hey, you coming or what? Want the cops to catch us?" Ignoring him, the capped youth backed away trembling, voice cracking. "Be big bro, look at the sky. So many mosquitoes." The blonde scoffed, glanced up, and his voice died. What is that thing?" High above, millions of mosquitoes formed a black tide, roaring down with a deafening buzz. The two thugs dropped their loot and bolted. But how could they outrun that swarm? The black waves swallowed them whole. Needles pierced skin, greedily drinking blood, their bodies visibly withered. A few seconds later they were nothing but desiccated husks on the pavement. The cloud rose again, now tinged pink, leaving two shriveled corpses behind. At the swarm's center hovered a bizarre humanoid. She sported meter-long mosquito forelegs, fuzzy thorax, and an alluring human torso, a slender girl's figure with a pure, lovely face crowned by a sharp proboscis, seductive yet deadly. Mosquito Woman beckoned the blood-tinged swarm and drank their harvested blood in a single draught. Licking redder lips, she laughed wildly, "More drain, every drop. You're out of chances." A cold voice sounded behind her, pupils shrinking. She whirled around. All she saw was a black mechanical arm, its palm cannon already spinning. Boom, boom, boom. Searing orange energy blasted forth. Mosquito Woman flapped frantically aside, but the swarm behind her was vaporized, millions of ashes drifting on the heat. Hovering in the warped air, she snarled at the newcomer. "What are you?" Then she froze. She felt no blood in him at all. No pulse. Could he be? Having seen many freaks in the Evolution House, she guessed the answer. Demon-level disaster Mosquito Woman, ravaging Z-City eradicated today. The icy declaration cut her thoughts short. She studied the figure before her. A lean, blonde young man in a plain white shirt, yet beneath the fabric gleamed metal. The cyborg raised his right arm, energy gathering in his palm cannon, golden mechanical eyes blazing. The financially strapped hero, Genos, enters the stage. Chapter 15, Sliced into Pieces. Facing the imposing Genos, Mosquito Woman crossed her arms and let out a contemptuous snort. "A mere robot dares to spout such nonsense? Since I can't drain your blood, I'll reduce you to scrap. Children, attack." At her command, a tidal wave of mosquitoes surged forward, instantly surrounding Genos on every side. Watching him trapped, she beat her wings and prepared to leave. In her view, her countless minions were more than enough to tear this human-looking machine apart. Mechanical eyes with human pupil functions whirred, analyzing everything in sight. Mosquitoes, 655, 865 visible within current line of sight, unknown beyond. 38% kinetic burn cannon sufficient. Their sharp proboscises could pierce human skin, yet against steel they snapped without so much as a spark. Genos raised his arm. The charged burn cannon roared forth, fierce crimson light swallowing the black swarm. Sensing the sudden spike in energy, Mosquito Woman spun in surprise and leapt back dozens of meters. As flames bloomed, Genos stared coldly at the humanoid creature, his golden hair blazing brighter amid the fire. Without another word, twin thruster pipes extended behind his forearms and blasted fierce jets. Propelled like a blur, he appeared before Mosquito Woman. His mechanical eye left a frigid streak as the muzzle in his palm locked on target. The blue core in his chest pulsed, pushing output to 78%. Burn cannon. Mosquito Woman's face changed. She threw up a guard, her body engulfed in orange light. When the blast faded, her forelimbs were charred, and the air reeked of burnt flesh. Following the creed of striking a drowning dog, Genos surged after her. Thrusters roared, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Using the recoil, he flashed to her left, fist carving the air straight for her face. Her mosquito-sharp senses warned her. She slashed a blade-like forelimb at Genos's head. In the next instant, mechanical joints twisted with a roar, letting him twist in a way no human could, reappearing behind her. Machine gun combo. Arm joints shifted again, his fists blurred, layers of afterimages raining down. Unable to dodge, she took dozens of blows, fragments of chitin scattering. With a cry she shot skyward like a cannonball, vanishing into the black cloud above. Trying to hide in your swarm? Foolish. Genos snorted, clamped his palms together, and began charging both muzzles. His core's pulse skyrocketed. Superpowered burn cannon. A colossal beam, brighter than before, blasted out, searing the sky with violent heat and ripping through the mosquito horde. Instantly, countless buzzes turned to sizzles. Charred bodies rained like hail, carpeting the ground in black. Underfoot, they crackled and shattered. Genos scanned the Arano sign of life amid the scorched swarm, erased by the super-powered burn cannon. With no life signs detected, he relaxed and began to lower his still-charged arm. The next second, a metallic clang exploded beside his ear. His mechanical pupils shrank as a violent energy spike registered. What? Her energy levels jumped this high. Half a mechanical arm spun through the air and slammed to the ground. Genos stared at the severed limb, then at the figure before him. Or rather, something almost human. Still Mosquito Woman, yet now far removed from humanity. Once pale skin had turned deep crimson, mosquito limbs dominated, the human parts fading. Genos analyzed. Her power had more than doubled. Speed and strength had leapt. She severed my arm before I could finish scanning. This is bad. He knew at once he was outclassed. Escape was impossible. Her speed far outstripped his. Only one path remained. Fight to the death. Resolve hardened. He raised his remaining arm, the burn cannon charging. Mosquito Woman gazed at her crimson skin and the vast power coursing within, a smirk forming. Seeing the cyborg still resist, she laughed mockingly. Fool. You thought you destroyed my swarm, but they were mere bait. While you were blasting the city mosquitoes, I recalled those feeding in the suburbs, had them donate every drop they'd stolen, and achieved my perfect evolution. And you shall be the first to die beneath this flawless body. Her arrogant words chilled Genos. He maxed his core, readying another super-powered burn cannon. But a blur Mosquito Woman licked her bladed forelimbs was already behind him. His last arm fell in two. Knee thrusters flared as he drove a vicious kick at her face. Another lethal flash. Genos froze. The leg he'd attacked with was sliced into several pieces. Chapter 16. This Strong. What Genos never expected the monster in front of him to have grown so terrifyingly powerful in an instant. Watching the cyborg, who had just been shouting about hunting her now reduced to such a mangled state, Mosquito Woman's confidence soared. She covered her mouth and laughed, her scarlet pupils brimming with disdain and mockery. What? Weren't you hunting me a minute ago? How do you hunt while lying on the ground? Who said you could lie down? Mosquito Woman kicked Genos in the abdomen, sending him flying into the air. Genos tried to activate his thrusters midair to stabilize himself, but it was already too late. Mosquito Woman's wings flapped rapidly, and in the blink of an eye she appeared before the tumbling Genos, slashing down with her razor-sharp forelegs. Air tore apart. The sound of shattering metal followed. A huge gash split across Genos's waist, exposing the intricate mechanical parts inside. Ha 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 ha. Intoxicating power. Die. Crimson light streaked across the sky. Genos's body bobbed like a tiny boat in a storm, battered again and again. When he finally hit the ground, less than half of his body remained. His limbs were shredded, only his head still connected to the ruined torso. Even his mechanical eyes dimmed. Genos clearly realized he could no longer defeat the monster before him. Looks like there's only one move left. His gaze fell on the blue core in his chest, and he steeled his resolve. Mosquito Woman landed lightly, stepping on Genos's head, her tone playful. Relax. Dying at the hands of the evolved me is an honor of sorts. You won't be the last. Sorry, Doctor, I must eradicate evil at any cost. Genos roared in his mind and unhesitatingly triggered his core. Destructive energy rapidly gathered within his broken mechanical frame. An insect's danger sense made Mosquito Woman's pupils shrink. She instinctively tried to retreat. No good, this guy's going for a death blow. Just as Genos was about to explode, steady footsteps echoed from the distant road, accompanied by a shout. Hold it right there, damn mosquito. I'll spray you dead today. Genos hastily canceled the self-destruct, dumbfoundedly lifting his shattered face toward the voice. On the scorched asphalt, a bald man in pajamas furiously chased a wobbling mosquito, insecticide sprayer in hand. To the bald man's left, a tall, blonde, strikingly imposing man hovered silently in the air. Qin Xiao glanced at the downed Genos, then at the blood-red Mosquito Woman, and instantly knew how far things had progressed. Looks like Mosquito Woman has absorbed enough blood to evolve, turning the newly arrived financially strapped hero into a fee-less hero. Genos's mechanical eyes swept over the newcomers, data flashing through his mind. The bald guy, no record, weak aura, just an ordinary human. The blonde man looks familiar. Wait. He's S-Class rank 7, the strongest man on the Surface King. Hope flared in Genos. He didn't know exactly how strong an S-Class hero was, but King's legendary feats filled the internet. If he couldn't beat this monster, perhaps the strongest man on Earth could. Mosquito Woman, startled by the two newcomers, shifted into full alert, sensing their auras. The bald one's weak, but the blonde beside him terrifyingly strong. So what? I can endlessly evolve by drinking blood and become the supreme ruler of the world. Why would I retreat before mere humans? She prepared to strike, yet her limbs felt leaden and began to tremble. What's going on? What's happening to me? A quick self-check left her stunned. Her body was shaking from sheer terror of the blonde man, every cell screaming in fright. Enough! Mosquito Woman shrieked, forcibly crushing her fear. The ground exploded under her power as she shot forward in a blood-red streak. Seeing this, Qin Xiao quietly stepped behind Saitama. This Mosquito Woman is bad luck for whoever fights her. Smash her, and you automatically gain a stalker cyborg who refuses to leave until you accept him as your disciple. Qin Xiao wanted no part of that. Imagine someone jotting down your every word. Nightmare fuel. Better let Saitama handle it. After all, he's Genos's teacher in the original story, albeit involuntarily. Yet something odd happened. Mosquito Woman zipped right past the mosquito chasing Saitama and lunged straight at Qin Xiao. In her mind, the half-broken cyborg was scrap and the bald nobody beneath notice. The only threat left was the blonde man who filled her with dread. She had to eliminate him. Take him down and she could roam free, climbing toward world domination through endless bloodsucking. She poured every ounce of strength into the strike, burning every drop of stored blood to boost her attack power sky-high. A lingering crimson arc reeked of blood as she closed in on Qin Xiao, eyes blazing. Die, human. Smack. Qin Xiao casually swatted, the crimson light scattered like smoke. Mosquito Woman shot off like a cannonball, slammed into a nearby building, and splashed the entire floor with blood. Almost got blood on me, good thing I'm quick. Qin Shao acted as if he'd merely squashed a blood-filled mosquito, not wiped out a ghost-level monster. Genos. This strong. Chapter 17. Please take me as your disciple. At this moment, Genos's entire worldview was shaken to its core. He knew King was strong after all, the database updated with new legendary feats of his every so often. But only by facing the man in person could one truly feel the sheer terror he inspired. A monster that had effortlessly one-shot Genos despite his all-out assault was, before this man, nothing more than a fragile toy. Had King never even considered Mosquito Girl an opponent from the start? Take this. A vigorous shout rang out. Saitama locked onto the mosquito's flight path and slammed his palms together with all his might. The blow carried the fury of 108 rounds of brutal humiliation and the shame of being led around like a dog by a single mosquito for half a day. Boom! A violent shockwave burst from Saitama's palms. The air shrieked as the sonic boom detonated. At last, the mosquito was pulverized into a crimson mist by a force great enough to warp space itself. Watching the mosquito's lone remaining leg drift down, Saitama broke into an ecstatic grin. I finally got it. Still dazed by King's might, Genos suddenly sensed the titanic surge of energy and spun around in shock. Only then did it hit him. Anyone who traveled with the strongest man on the surface of the earth couldn't possibly be weak. Saitama had only just become an S-class hero today, so his profile hadn't been uploaded yet. Genos found nothing on him in the database. Realizing how pathetically weak he'd been underestimating the enemy and ending up a mangled wreck, Genos knew he would have self-destructed had someone not saved him. I'm too weak at this rate, I can't wipe out any more evil. Fleeting memories flickered through his mind, a tidal wave of broken images surging in at once. A city reduced to rubble, his parents lying among the shattered bricks, his own helpless sobs, roaring flames and the cyborg laughing amid the agony and explosions. All these years Genos had hunted the cyborg who destroyed his hometown, yearning every day to kill the monster. To that end he'd turned himself into a cyborg, crushing evil across the globe while gathering every scrap of intel on his nemesis. But now he understood how feeble he still was. If he stayed this pathetic, even if he found the rampaging cyborg, how could he ever exact revenge? The thought hardened his resolve. Dragging his wrecked frame, he shouted ahead, Mr. King. Please take me as your disciple. I want to grow stronger. Qin Shao. Crap, I'm screwed. He covered his face, inwardly cursing the mosquito woman who'd been swatted away. You idiot cold, you have gone after the bald demon king instead of attacking me. Great, you got off easy, but now some mechanical freak won't leave me alone. No way, can't let this guy keep bugging me about becoming his master. He organized his thoughts, then stood tall, voice calm and imposing. I cannot accept you as my disciple, Cyborg Genos. As stubborn as ever, Genos pressed for the reason the moment King refused. Why? Is it because I'm too weak? Or is there another reason? Neither. Qin Shao shook his head and began spinning a tale with all his might. You're still unready to learn what I teach. Hone yourself further and strive to become an S-class hero first. Only when you break into the top 10 of S-class will I consider accepting you. Understand? Become an S-class hero and reach the top 10? Genos blinked, then his gaze turned steely. The desire to apprentice blazed within him. So this is the trial Master King sets for me. No matter what, I'll pass it and become his true disciple. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Master King. I will fight toward the top 10 of S-class and become your worthy pupil as soon as possible. Qin Shao nodded, then called to the still elated Saitama and walked away, leaving a lofty silhouette. Then I await your future achievements. May your righteous, mechanically driven heart beat on forever. The next day at home. Looking at his several hundred square meter mansion lifted Qin Shao's mood briefly. But memories of yesterday soon turned his face green again. Damn, finally got that Genos off my back. Qin Shao scratched his head in frustration. Why had Saitama's most loyal disciple from the original story latched onto him, begging to be taught? Though he'd stalled the guy for now, it was only a stopgap. Still, it should buy time. Right now the financially strapped hero was pretty weak, nowhere near demon level peak, topping out at mid-demon at best. With strength that pathetic, breaking into S-Class's top 10 would be tough. Just then, a series of dull knocks echoed from the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor seemed polite. 3 identical knocks, then silence, as if waiting for the owner to answer. Thanks to his acute hearing, Chen Xiao could faintly make out mechanical clinks outside. Bad news. No way. He cautiously cracked the door and peeked through the gap. The moment it opened, he saw neat blonde hair, pitch-black mechanical arms, and 2 hands laden with gift boxes. Reporting in, Master King. I've come to visit you. Chapter 18, Dragon Level Power. At the sound of that vigorous shout, Chen Zhao's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Dimity's really latched onto me. With no other choice, Chen Xiao opened the door and waved to Genos, who was standing outside. Come in for a while. He didn't bother trying to drive Genos away. He knew this guy, whose head was full of screws, couldn't understand human speech and would stubbornly keep bothering him. Even if he chased him off once, there would be 5 more times, 10 more times, an endless stream of visits. Chen Xiao knew he'd been stuck by this mechanical version of a dogskin plaster and could only accept it helplessly. Yes, sensei. Genos shouted excitedly, lifted the huge pile of gifts outside, and stepped through the gate, trembling with emotion. So this is Sensei King's room, a grand, magnificent design. The whole house feels spacious and bright, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the entire city, giving a sense of standing above all life. The only flaw was that the floor was littered with bottles and canned, mostly drinks. Anything truly foul-smelling had already been tossed out. The corner of Chen Zhao's mouth twitched. He'd forgotten to tidy up. Any garbage that might rot or stink got dealt with immediately, but these odorless, space-saving bottles he always forgot to clear. Yet when Chen Zhao's gaze landed on Genos, he froze. Right now Genos's mechanical eyes were shining brightly. Excitedly, he pulled out a notebook and pen and started jotting rapidly. This is Sensei King's supreme realm. Would have thought even the house and its layout hold such profound insights. I've learned so much. Chen Xiao nearly cracked. He'd only just arrived and was already showing his true colors. What the heck? He really wanted to know what deep insights his utterly ordinary room layout could offer for Genos to record so frantically. Himself had no idea. While Genos was scribbling madly, Chen Xiao used his extreme speed to appear behind him and peek at what the guy was writing. Sensei King's house layout. Within a design that can only be called perfect and domineering, it retains the flawed garbage of bottles and cans, implying that nothing in the world is truly flawless. Everything has that tiny defect. This deep analysis of the world's rules is also the ultimate understanding of the path to transformation. Chen Xiao. Whatever makes you happy. Just as Chen Xiao wondered whether there was still time to correct this mechanical brain, Genos finished writing and closed his notebook. As though remembering something, he arranged the boxes of gifts he'd brought and spoke with utmost seriousness. Sensei King, I know this sudden visit is very abrupt. Dr. Cusino asked me to buy some gifts to convey his regards. Please have a look. Here's the itemized list. This time it was Chen Zhao's turn to smile. He clapped Genos on the shoulder while chuckling and took the list. Come on, no need for gifts when you visit. The instant he saw every item on the list, Chen Xiao laughed in exasperation. Ultratonic pills 10. One Night King 10. Big Honey pills 10. Luwei Di Huang pills 10. Essence solidifying pills 10. Divine oil 5. Why is every last thing for kidney replenishment? Damn it. Seeing the irritation rising in Chen Zhao's eyes, Genos was still explaining with a straight face. It's like this, Sensei King. Dr. Cusino gave me ample funds to choose gifts you might need. According to the data, 75% of adult males your age recommended the above supplements. Chen Xiao lifted his head. Genos immediately sat bolt upright, his golden mechanical eyes fixed on him, as though waiting for the teacher to dispense some profound truth. A heavy silence pressed in. The two stared at each other. Huh? King, you're really giving all this to me? These things aren't cheap, right? Saotama's eyes went round. A few minutes earlier he'd gotten Chen Zhao's message about coming over to game, and had already set up the console for a big match. But the moment Chen Xiao stepped in, he was lugging piles of gifts and had even brought a moving robot? Qin Shao waved it off with a grin, totally ignoring Saitama's stunned look as he handed everything over. It's not much, only about 1 million in total. Just take it. How much? Saitama's face changed. His simple, shiny egghead instantly shifted into a sharp, serious style as he gripped Qin Zhao's hand. We're definitely best friends for life. Gaming buddies forever, King. 1 million, that was 500 boxes of high-grade beef, something he wouldn't have dared imagine back then. Beside them, Genos listened to their exchange, nodded thoughtfully, and whipped out paper and pen to record again. What on earth are you even writing down now? Seeing Genos start scribbling again, Qin Shao was truly out of tricks. After a bit of small talk, Saitama set the gifts on the sofa, then sat with Qin Shao in front of the game console. While picking characters, Saitama asked idly, a trace of puzzlement in his tone. Say, King, did you do something? I keep feeling your aura slowly getting stronger. Did you really go eat those ultratonic pills? Buzz off. I'm not so weak I need that stuff. Qin Shao cursed with a laugh, but Saitama's senses were spot on. He was indeed getting stronger bit by bit. It was all thanks to 2 special items he gained from a previous choice: the Automatic Martial Arts Training Card. Automatic Martial Arts Training Card. After use, you'll receive a steady stream of stat boosts for 24 hours, roughly 500 points to all attributes. If he used both cards, his total attributes would rise by 5,000, with every stat increasing by 1,000. According to the system scale, reaching 1,000 in every stat was the mark of entering dragon level. In other words, those 2 automatic training cards were equivalent to adding a full dragon level combatant. Chapter 19, what a crappy codename. By now Qin Shao had almost used up 1 automatic martial arts training card and was simply waiting an hour before activating another. His gaze flicked across a dozen muscle giant characters when, all of a sudden, Saitama sighed, looking rather bleak. King, I feel like I'm slowly losing my human emotions. No matter what I do, I can't find that spark anymore. You're strong too, so you get it, right? The boredom of one-punch kill nothing interests me anymore. Qin Shao shot Saitama a glance and merely smiled faintly. Let's see if you can still say that with a straight face 10 minutes from now. As the character select screen vanished, the game officially began. Saitama dropped the small talk, his expression turning serious while he hammered the controller, convinced he was pulling off stylish combos. In Qin Zhao's eyes, however, the guy was simply mashing the punch button heavy, light, maybe tapping the directional pad twice. Any casual player who'd picked the game up half an hour ago could wipe the floor with the current Saitama. In some brute force games where stats trump skill, button mashing can fell a master. Saitama could only bulldoze technical players with raw numbers. But in a fighter where stats are near equal, Saitama was just a stray dog anyone could land a kick. After 30 straight rounds, Saitama's smooth cue ball head visibly reddened, veins bulging across his face while his thumbs blurred faster. Qin Shao remained utterly unruffled, even letting go of the pad entirely. Only when Saitama whittled him down to a sliver of health did Qin Shao start to play in earnest. Invariably, with effortless poise, he'd chain a single full control combo capable of KONG a full health bar, and Saitama would slump in defeat. Beside them, Genos held a notebook in his left hand. His right became a phantom, frantically logging every exchange. Teacher King and friend are engaged in a fierce gaming duel. Though it appears to be a simple fighting game, it is in truth a sophisticated battlefield simulation, honing instinctive reactions under assault. Facing Mr. Saitama's wild onslaught, Teacher King deliberately keeps his health at the brink, then executes a fluid, frame-perfect reversal the instant before death. This showcases King's indomitable spirit of rebirth through destruction, and his contempt for the weak as the strongest man on the surface of the earth. Mid-match, Qin Shao glanced at the cyborg's frantic note-taking and instantly sported a face full of black lines. This guy's definitely god-tier hypes harder than the fanboys outside. KO! The crisp call rang from the screen. Saitama clutched his head, howled in anguish, hurled the pad aside and wailed. Why can't I pull it off, Arg? He had lost again, and disgracefully. Chen Xiao had strung together an unorthodox mini-combo. Infinite jab loop, nothing but basic punches until the muscle-bound alien he controlled dropped dead, never once allowing Saitama to fire the full-meter super he'd saved all match. That feeling of being toyed with to the very edge snapped the self-styled emotion-fading bald Demon King. Seeing Saitama's rage hit critical, Chen Xiao was about to offer comfort when the buzz of a drone sounded outside. Opening the door, he found only a parcel stamped with the Hero Association logo. "Quit moping, say to Mayor Hero appointments here." Really? The gloom of crushing defeat evaporated. Visions of a multi-million yen annual salary flooded his mind with excitement. He tore the box in half with a flick, catching the contents as they dropped. A sheet of stiff, unfamiliar paper bore flamboyant gold lettering. Saitama, for outstanding merit and overwhelming power, is hereby appointed an S-Class Hero of the Hero Association, presently ranked 17th, codenamed Bald Cape. We eagerly anticipate your contributions to humanity. Saitama. At the sight of the bolded characters Bald Cape, Chen Xiao almost burst out laughing. So it really is that name holding the letter. Saitama looked soul-drained, sitting frozen. The earlier shame of defeat surged back, now fused with outrage at this humiliating codename. Saitama collapsed again. Why something so obnoxious yet fitting? I'm going to the Hero Association to complain. How can they hand out names like this? Chen Xiao packed up, ready to accompany Saitama to the Hero Association. He beckoned the still scribbling cyborg. Remember what I told you? To become my official pupil, you must reach the top 10 S-Class ranks, but first you need to be a hero. Come with me, I'll take you to the Hero Association exam. With your talent, you should enter straight as S-Class. To qualify as S-Class, one generally needs demon-level strength, something the financially strapped hero Genos already possessed. Moreover, Genos had solid combat achievements. After years of crushing evil organizations, the Hero Association had long since marked him. As long as he showed up for selection, he'd almost certainly be placed in S-Class if strength and record were there. Yes, sensei. Genos snapped his notebook shut and followed Chen Xiao with solemn resolve, as though heading to a sacred mission. Just then, Chen Xiao's phone shrieked an urgent alarm. Major disaster in City B. Colossal unidentified creature rampaging. Current threat level demon, still rising projected final level dragon. Urgent dispatch for nearby S-Class heroes. Proceed immediately to prevent total destruction of City B. Chapter 20. Hell on Earth. Teacher King, what is? The shrill alarm cut through the air, and all three sets of eyes snapped to the phone whose screen was flashing crimson. This thing, Chen Xiao murmured, staring at the constantly blaring handset. It's a custom phone issued to every S-Class hero. When a major disaster hits, it forces a broadcast so the threat won't keep spreading, letting S-Class heroes rush to the rescue in time. Saitama blinked, patted his pocket, and found only the battered phone he'd bought earlier. Huh? Didn't they say every S-Class hero gets one? Where's mine? You only just made S-Class, Chen Xiao explained patiently. You haven't collected your personal gear yet. Drop by the Hero Association headquarters and pick it up while you're there. Sort out your hero name, too. Hearing that, Saitama cocked his head in confusion, gaze sweeping over the alarm. Shouldn't we handle the disaster first? This thing's kind of loud. Before Chen Xiao could answer, the long-absent system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've triggered a choice. Option 1. A powered-up anime version giant younger brother has appeared in B City. It will inflict colossal damage and is rated Dragon. As the legendary strongest man on the surface of the Earth, you will march to battle, protect humanity, and single-handedly crush the giant younger brother, further solidifying the weight of your title. Reward for Option 1. All attributes plus 10%. Option 2. How can one grow without weathering storms? Since the financially strapped hero Genos has chosen you, you decide to take him along so he can witness the true weight of the title's strongest man on the surface of the Earth. Reward for Option 2. Random passive skill 1, random active skill 1. Huh? He was finally figuring out the system's pattern. Its main rewards came from making these choices. Everything else was still a mystery. Apparently, you could also earn attribute points and other loot by defeating monsters of a certain tier for the first time, though Qin Shao had yet to try it. Perfect, this freshly spawned giant younger brother would make an excellent test subject. Qin Shao skimmed both options in a flash and weighed them up. Option 1's reward was solid. A flat stat boost would strengthen him immediately. But the corner of his mouth hooked upward, and without hesitation he picked option 2. Two randoms were too tempting. He was an unrepentant gambler at heart. Ding! Host has chosen option 2. Rewards will be issued after the giant younger brother is slain. With the choice settled, Qin Shao dismissed the translucent blue interface. Saitama, head to the Hero Association and sort out your gear. Leave the V-City monster to me. Scratching his bald crown, Saitama nodded. All right, it's all yours. I'm off to give those Hero Association guys a piece of my mind. How dare they give me such a humiliating hero name? With that, he vanished in a yellow streak across the sky. Hadn't flown. He'd simply hopped off his doorstep at a speed the eye could barely follow. Seeing the bald demon king off, Qin Shao turned to Genos, who stood at attention. Genos, you've always wanted to become my disciple and find the path to strength. Do you know what will make you stronger faster? Genos's heart tightened. He realized the strongest man on earth, Teacher King, was about to reveal the secret of power. There is only one answer. A regal, domineering face lifted. Those blue eyes blazed with an arrogance that declared supremacy over the world. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. To grow strong, you must experience countless life-and-death battles, hover on the brink of death, and only then can you truly surpass yourself and shatter the limits of your soul. The words hit Genos like a thunderclap. He stood transfixed, awe in his eyes. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. As expected of Teacher King, so profound in a single line, every move of the mighty carries philosophy. Clearly, King had climbed to the pinnacle known as the strongest man on earth only after surviving endless deadly battles and achieving ultimate transcendence. Seeing Genos's look of enlightenment, Qin Shao smiled in satisfaction and clapped a hand on the cyborg's metal shoulder with a clang. And now I'll take you into real combat. That is the true path to strength for everyone. Don't disappoint me. Teacher King is taking me to fight the colossal monster ravaging V-City. Genos's excitement soared. This would be his first battle side by side with his mentor. His expression turned deadly serious. Yes, teacher. I will complete the mission. V-City, 3rd District. Boom boom boom. With an earthquake-like roar, another swath of high-rise cityscape was scraped flat. Terror-stricken crowds fled in all directions. The streets were packed with people scrambling for their lives. Some had no strength left to run. They simply sat in despair, staring at the titanic figure that loomed into the clouds. The piercing alarm blared endlessly in everyone's ears, heralding the arrival of catastrophe. Warning: massive monster detected in V-City. Current threat level: demon. All residents please evacuate promptly to avoid casualties. Warning: massive monster detected in V-City. Current threat level: demon. All residents please evacuate promptly to avoid casualties. Shrill screams, blaring sirens, exploding cars, and quaking ground combined into a symphony of withering life. At this moment, the vast city of B had virtually become hell on earth. P.S. This book is officially signed. Dear readers, if you send the author a few small gifts, I'll explode with mass releases over the next few days. Chapter 21: Super-Powered Burn Cannon. A colossal foot that seemed capable of blotting out the sky descended, turning every shred of noise and clamor into the thunderous roar of an earthquake. When that titanic foot lifted again, the fleeing crowds, the towering buildings, the exploding cars, everything had vanished. All that remained in the entire area was a single footprint-shaped crater. Looking up, one saw a gargantuan thousands of meters tall, its body wrapped in rock-hard muscle. Every step it took made the earth tremble and sent life into ruin. Its head bore pale bone armor, sunken eyes blazed with light as they swept the surroundings, while a string of enlarged red prayer beads circled its neck. Clouds could only reach its waist, and humanity's proudest skyscrapers barely brushed its ankles. The giant gazed down at the city, The once bustling streets now looked as ridiculous as toy models. So this is the view of the strong. I've truly become powerful. I'll make the world bow before me. The giant roared, a howl that shook the heavens, its sonic blast rattling the ground. It swung a palm. The violent gust became an air cannon that erased an entire fan-shaped district in an instant. On the giant's shoulder, a thin middle-aged man in a rumpled white coat and messy hair screamed in excitement, eyes bloodshot. Yes, this is the power. I have the strongest mind, and you, my brother, have the strongest muscle. Together we shall rule the world. This immensely powerful giant was, in fact, the scientist's younger brother. The younger brother had always yearned to be strong, training his muscles day after day. Until one day the elder scientist invented a special drug named Cholesterol King. The brother eagerly swallowed it, his head sharpened, and he mutated into the terrifying colossus he was now. While the scientist daydreamed of future domination, an icy voice drifted into his ears. Are you the one who created this monster? The scientist's pupils shrank in disbelief, terror on his face. Impossible. We're thousands of meters in the air. Who? He spun in panic and saw a golden-haired cyborg glaring at him with murderous eyes. Genos raised his palm cannon. Searing hot energy gathered as his voice turned colder. Answer me. Standing on this giant's shoulder, you're clearly connected. Did you create him? Realizing it was just a cyborg, the scientist sneered, flinging his arms wide. Correct. See the giant below? That's my brother, the new god of this world. Together we will stand atop it all. Watching the scientist rave again, Genos's expression hardened. He shook his head in disgust. Hopeless lunatic. Since you made him, and he's slaughtered so many, you deserve to die. The moment the words left his mouth, the palm cannon fired at high spin, a blazing beam ripping through the air toward the scientist. Half the scientist's soul fled in terror. He abandoned his speech and rolled aside. His reflexes were impressive. He actually dodged Genos's first shot. With no hesitation, Genos raised both arms, charging both palm cannons. Death looming, the scientist shrieked like a madman. Brother, enemy on your shoulder. Kill him now. Trusting his brother, the giant raised a titanic hand and slammed it onto its own shoulder with a storm-like blast. Genos, who had sensed the danger and taken flight, hovered in shock at the sight. What just happened? Feeling something crushed, the giant opened its palm and looked. A bloody smear of flesh and tatters of a white coat. The giant froze for seconds, then howled in grief, the cry echoing across the sky. Brother! Its massive feet stamped craters into the earth as it clenched the remains, hot tears streaming from huge, clouded eyes. Why did this happen? We swore to rule together as the strongest. Why did you leave me? Why? Suddenly its gaze locked onto Genos in the air, eyes blood-red with berserk fury. You killed my brother. I'll destroy you. A world without him means nothing. While the giant raged, Genos finished charging. He could sense the Colossus's overwhelming power. Its sheer size alone said it all. A normal burn cannon would never work. Thanks to the giant's tirade, Genos poured every last jewel into a 10-second charge. Ultra-frequency burn cannon. A crimson beam laced with crackling lightning burst forth, carving a fiery trail through the sky like a furious dragon and smashing into the giant's face. Shockwaves rippled outward, the blast dispersing every cloud around them. Direct Hythe never even tried to dodge. Genos was certain that, no matter how mighty the foe, a point-blank, super-powered burn cannon would grievously wound it. Yet the next instant shattered his expectations again. When the blaze and smoke cleared, the giant younger brother's head was unscathed, only a faint scorch mark where the beam had struck. Chapter 22. This is what a real fight looks like. Meanwhile, pale green psychokinesis swirled around Qin Shao as he hovered in the air, quietly watching Genos trade blows with the giant younger brother. Seeing that Genos's full power blast couldn't even scratch the giant's armor, Qin Shao wasn't the least bit surprised. If this giant younger brother matched his manga specs, that shot would probably have left him badly injured, and Genos would still have a chance to win. Unfortunately, this was the anime version, a few thousand meters tall, easily dragon level or higher. Right now, even upgraded, the financially strapped hero topped out at high demon. Breaking the giant's skin was impossible. Qin Shao dropped to within a kilometer of the fight and rang the Hero Association. At Hero Association HQ, Sitch was suddenly struck by a doubt. Why is it always me watching, always me stressing whenever a major disaster hits? Oh, right, the Hero Association's upper brass are all useless. Only I do any real work. Damn it. After a few silent curses, duty won out. Sitch turned to the staff members and barked. Status on the V-City Giant, any S-Class heroes en route? Sir, over 40% of V-City has been leveled. The Giant is currently engaged with a cyborg. Per our files, it's Genos, not on our hero registries, taken down plenty of criminal groups. The cyborg Genos? Sitch blinked, surprised it wasn't one of the association's own S-Class heroes trading blows with the monster. As a mid-level officer, he'd heard of Genos. The cyborg had saved the association a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a profile popped up on the control room screen, requesting a call. It's Mr. King requesting connection. Patch him through now. Sitch's heart leapt. If King had arrived, maybe the crisis was already over. The room's tension melted at once. That's the aura of the strongest man on the surface of the earth. The moment he shows up, any calamity seems to dissolve in the roar of the Emperor engine. The call connected, and Qin Zhao's calm voice came through. This is King. I'm in V-City. The one fighting is my disciple, Genos. Upgrade the giant to a dragon-level disaster. Its destructive power and threat meet the standard. Understood. Updating immediately. Sitch, like a grunt taking orders from a big boss, hurriedly reclassified the giant younger brother's disaster level. Once done, he noticed the line was still open and asked cautiously, Mr. King, what's the next step? Cancel the disaster alert. What? Sitch and the staff members stared at the satellite feed of the still rampaging giant, baffled. The giant is alive and active. Why cancel the alert? Because I'm here. With those words came the steady thud of an engine. His Emperor engine echoed through the control room. Gale winds whipped his blonde hair as Genos stared in disbelief, the muzzles of both arms still smoking from the super-powered burn cannon. Impossible. The giant younger brother slapped his cheek, brushing away the last scorch marks, his voice shaking the air. That your so-called power? Pathetic compared to mine. He punched. A fist bigger than a house filled Genos's vision. A razor wind slammed outward. Genos fired every thruster to pull away. Yet he found the punch's pressure locking him in place. His jets couldn't break free. No, if that fist lands, I'm dead. His mechanical body couldn't take it. Frame and core would shatter together. The giant felt victory, grinning bloodthirstily as the blow homed in. Impact. A shockwave erupted, ground ripping outward in cracked waves. But instead of crushing his foe, the giant's fist met an iron wall. No, give it all. Genos, rattled, stared at the massive fist a meter away and at the tall figure blocking it. Teacher King, you're out of your league. Leave the rest to me. Qin Shao floated, catching the giant's full-force punch one-handed, not budging an inch. Saved by his teacher again, Genos lowered his head, fists clenched in shame. Sorry, Teacher King. I'm always holding you back. If I weren't so weak, you wouldn't have to keep saving me. Qin Shao was speechless. I told you to run. Why are you still here doing self-criticism? The shock waves will tear you apart. Seeing Genos still rambling apologies, Qin Shao frowned and grabbed the cyborg by the scruff of his neck. Enough chatter. Are you a machine or a broken record? Move. Before Genos could react, the world blurred as he was hurled away. As he flew, his sensors caught Qin Zhao's final words. Watch closely. This is what a real fight looks like. P.S. 5 big chapters today. Gifts and more power stones equals another 5 tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Night Gale. Thump thump thump. An engine-like heartbeat thundered without end. The roar of the Emperor engine shook heaven and earth. The giant younger brother noticed Qin Shao hovering in midair and realized this tiny human had blocked his fist. At that instant, the giant younger brother froze. Wasn't I supposed to be the strongest being alive? How could anyone stop my attack? Impossible. The shock in his heart, mingled with grief and rage over his brother's death, crumbled what little sanity remained after his colossal transformation. He let out a beast-like roar. Muscles bulged layer upon layer, blood and chi roared through his body, granting him ruinous power. With one stride, the giant younger brother hurled a straight punch. Before the fist arrived, its fierce wind had already formed an air cannon blast. Should this fist land, the shockwave would obliterate half a city. Even without any special ability, this body push to the extreme placed him above Dragon, and in pure close combat, he could wrestle with the pinnacle of Dragon. Die! That near-deranged howl brimmed with killing intent. The giant younger brother wanted only to grind the foe into pulp. Facing such a mighty blow, Chen Xiao remained calm, golden hair streaming in the wind. If this is all you've got, it's far from enough. He spoke, though without even opening the 8 gates through a light, floating punch. One fist was human-sized, the other house-sized. The outcome should have been obvious. The next second, the fists collided. An invisible tempest swept every direction. The titanic clang of power made the nearby space warp. A crisp crack of bone rang out, followed by the sticky sound of flesh bursting, and blood rained from the sky. The giant younger brother clutched his shattered fist. Pain returned the sanity that rage had stolen, his eyes full of disbelief. He howled, stumbling backward, panic and terror flooding his heart. Impossible, I'm the strongest, these muscles can't lie. No, I'm the strongest. How could you hurt me? Why won't you die? His mighty flesh writhed. The mangled fist was clamped shut by flexing muscle, forcibly staunching the blood. Chen Xiao shook his hand, rather impressed. The guy was ridiculously tough. Among every monster he'd fought, this body dwarfed the fragile Vaccine Man. Even when Vaccine Man entered his second-stage berserk form, he couldn't compare with the giant younger brother. That punch had been meant to blow half the giant's body apart. It had only smashed a fist. No wonder the creature could survive a punch from Saitama in the original story without exploding. Its toughness had his respect. Watching the roaring giant, Chen Xiao suddenly thought of something. With a body that huge, even in death its fall would obliterate the area. And the thing was so durable, why not use it to test a skill? The idea drew a slow grin across his face. A skill he'd had since crossing over ever once used. Barely recovered from the agony of his shattered fist, the giant younger brother felt a soul-deep premonition of death. He jerked his head up in dread to see Chen Xiao set himself, white steam billowing clearly. The 7th gate had opened. Why did the humans suddenly feel so deadly? Chen Xiao focused. The white steam flushed with threads of blood, seething chi spreading across his skin. He raised his leg, an ocean of chi poured out, condensing in an instant into a roaring crimson dragon. Destructive force gathered along the leg, space twisted wherever it passed, the target area locked tight. Nightingale. Fear took the giant younger brother. For the first time since gaining supreme power, cold sweat the size of humans dripped from his brow. In that chi dragon he sensed absolute doom. He tried to flee, but the space was sealed. No matter where he turned, the kick would find him. A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a self-proclaimed strongest giant. With a final roar, he dropped his center of gravity, hips and core whipping his body as he smashed out a desperate punch. Fist and foot collided midair, chi dragon and titanic hand locking for an instant. The stalemate lasted less than 0.1 seconds. To the giant's horror, the dragon shattered his fist, ground the arm to pulp, and bored straight for his chest. Flesh flew. A crimson rain filled the sky, chunks of meat bursting like fireworks. The giant younger brother's bewildered head soared. His entire upper body exploded under Nightingale, leaving only the lower half standing and the head sent flying. A being whose dragon peak body lacked special abilities and thus ranked only at dragon was obliterated in one kick. The chi dragon faded, revealing Chen Xiao. He surreptitiously clutched his right leg, grimacing in pain. Chone kick and my shins cracked, hurts like hell. Chapter 24. Breaking Past Your Limits. Hero Association, Control Room. Giant's vital signs completely gone. Moments before death, an ultra-high energy spike was detected, far surpassing every dragon-level disaster ever recorded. Staff members stared in disbelief at the sun-like life flare snuffed out in an instant, their trembling hands barely able to keep the consoles steady. The dragon-level disaster giant has been eliminated, Mr. King acted. He killed it with a single move. Truly worthy of King, the strongest man on the surface of the earth. Sitch felt the boulder in his heart finally roll away. He exhaled, eyes fixed on the monitor. He had always believed in King's might, yet only now, watching through satellite feed, did this pragmatic hero association executive grasp what real power meant. Moments earlier, he hadn't understood why King canceled the disaster broadcast. This was a calamity that could wipe several cities off the map. Now he understood. King had never cared about such small fry. To him, a monster like the giant was disposable. Sitch clenched his fists. With a being this mighty guarding the Hero Association, how could it not prosper? This is KUMO-AUDIOBOOK's greatest hope. City B. To Chen Zhao's senses, his right leg now looked intact, yet inside the bones had shattered into countless splinters. It wasn't that his target had been too hard, the recoil snapping his bones. Rather, the force condensed within Nightingale itself was overwhelming, and Chen Zhao had further opened the gate of wonder, pushing that power even higher. His flesh simply couldn't bear that much strength in one instant, so it collapsed. To Chen Zhao, this was no big deal. In a heartbeat, emerald light enveloped his whole right leg, vibrant life force blossomed inside him, endless blood chi feeding the healing. Shattered bones realigned, wounded flesh sprouted new buds at lightning speed. Within seconds, the pulverized leg was whole again. He checked. Healing a broken leg had cost less than 0.1% of his stamina. And the Deathgate physique already boasted solid regeneration. If you converted it into numbers, it recovered about 0.5% stamina per second. Which meant that, unless he was killed in a single strike, Chen Zhao was practically immortal. Feeling ultra regeneration's might firsthand, Chen Zhao couldn't help grinning. So it really can be used without limit. On another rooftop, Genos stood dumbstruck as if lightning struck. From his vantage, the sky-piercing giant was gone. Only two muscular legs still stood amid the shattered cityscape. His worldview shook to the core, and he finally understood what the strongest man on the surface of the earth truly meant. Just then the giant's severed head, blasted skyward by Nightingale, finally fell back, trailing sparks. The giant had stood thousands of meters tall. Its head alone was hundreds across. Coming down like this was no different from a colossal meteor striking the ground. Genos narrowed his eyes, a bad premonition rising. If that head hit the ground, its kinetic energy would devastate another district. He instinctively looked toward midair Chen Zhao, who was already watching him, gaze faintly approving. At that instant, Genos understood. I get it, Teacher King. I won't let you down. Every thruster roared to life. Blazing flames hurled his mechanical frame forward like a comet. He positioned himself beneath the falling head and spread his arms. First priority, cancel the head's massive kinetic energy, then keep it from crashing into the city. With that thought, Genos aligned the palm cannons side by side, his arms extended and reconfigured, forming a combined muzzle aimed skyward. His nearly drained core, stirred by that unbending will, somehow squeezed out more energy. The chest core blazed azure, every joint creaked under the strain. Unleashing two super-powered burn cannons in a row was an enormous challenge for him. For his current cyborg body, firing two consecutive overload shots risked outright collapse. His blonde hair whipped in the cold wind as destructive energy pooled in the aligned barrels. The almost empty core kept feeding greater power. Flames burned in Genos's mechanical eye, flames that merged with the memory of his hometown burning under the rampaging cyborg years ago. Though the flames looked alike, their essence was utterly different. Back then, what burned inside and out was the fire of revenge. Now, what burned was the fire of resolve to protect others. Genos clenched his teeth, resolve flashing in his gaze. Once, he had been too weak and could only watch the rampaging cyborg destroy everything he cherished. Now, he was still too weak. Even the giant's height had been beyond him, forcing his teacher to step in. Then right here, break past your limits. Superpowered burn cannon. Fierce energy erupted from the barrel. A sky-piercing crimson beam slammed into the plummeting head, canceling its momentum. Impact against momentum, the head's descent slowed. At last, with its kinetic energy nearly spent, the blazing cannon propped the meteor-like skull like a pillar of light, and then began pushing it back upward. P.S. 3 more chapters later tonight. Chapter 25, The Big Baldy. The instant he realized the giant's severed head had lost its downward momentum and was starting to rise again, Genos cut the super-powered burn cannon without hesitation, ignited every thruster in his chassis, and shot skyward. His mechanical arms unfolded and reconfigured into a pair of stabilizing struts that wedged themselves beneath the colossal skull. Crushing weight bore down from above, brutal thrust pushed from below. Genos was the meat patty squeezed between two burger halves. His steel frame began to fracture, countless components sheared away, joints erupting in crackling arcs of electricity. Too heavy, his mangled body could no longer take the load. Cracks crawled across his faceplate, yet he refused to let go, throttling the thrusters back and lowering the head toward the ground a millimeter at a time. Only when the skull sat safely amid the rubble did he release his hold. In the rising dust, sparks danced across his shattered chassis. The cyborg stood taller than ever and smiled. "I did it, Teacher King." The moment those words left his lips, the tension drained away. Genos lost control of his overloaded frame and toppled forward. A broad, steady hand caught him before he hit the ground. Chen Shao cradled the immobile cyborg and gave his shoulder an approving pat. "Nice work." At the praise, Genos's mechanical eyes softened. He nodded solemnly. "Yes, Teacher King. I'll keep improving." Scattered footsteps echoed from the broken boulevard. The survivors of City B had watched Genos guide the giant head to earth. Curiosity and admiration drew them closer. When they saw Chen Shao standing there drenched in blood, the pieces clicked together in their minds. They had all witnessed a crimson dragon of energy obliterate the Calamity-class giant, scattering it across the sky. So that blood-red dragon had been conjured by King. As expected of King. "You saved us. You saved City B." Told no mere giant could beat the strongest man on the surface. "Mr. King is invincible." The real king in the flesh. "Please sign this, I am your biggest fan." Excited citizens ignored the wreckage and pressed in, beaming. They hadn't dreamed the legendary strongest man on Earth, S-Class hero number 7, King himself, would handle the crisis. Someone shouted the word, the crowd froze, then roared in unison, the chant swelling like surf. "Hero! King! You're our hero!" Amid the cheers, a little girl wriggled through the throng. Dust coated her from head to toe. Her small face was streaked with grime, testimony to her narrow escape from the giant. She stepped forward shyly, palms open, amid the clamor. Chen Shao and Genos looked down, two tiny hands, each clutching a bright red paper flower. Feeling their gaze, the girl flushed but forced the words out. Thank you, Big Brother King, for saving us and beating the monster. This flower's for you, teacher says red flowers are for good people." Chen Shao smiled, gently accepting the paper bloom. "Thank you. I'll treasure it." Cradled in Chen Zhao's arms, Genoshi's body wrecked beyond movement could still see and hear. Watching Chen Zhao's gentle smile and listening to the cheers, the cyborg mused. Teacher King really is beloved, truly the undisputed strongest man on the surface. The girl turned and pressed the second flower to the one intact spot on Genos's forehead, beaming. "And thank you, Robot Big Brother. You worked so hard, thank you for saving us." For an instant the world went white. Genos's optics widened in disbelief. He tried to lift a hand to touch the flower, but his ruined servos refused. In that moment he understood why heroes throw themselves into danger again and again. They fight to protect moments as pure as this. Meanwhile, in City Z, Saitama toyed with his brand new handset, still looking sour. He'd gone to the Hero Association to change his hero name, but everyone was tied up responding to the giant crisis, so he'd slunk away without asking. Finding no free staff, he'd simply collected the S-Class exclusive phone from logistics and left. A sudden uproar caught his attention. The next block over was chaos. Terrified screams and pounding feet filled the air. People fled in every direction, faces twisted in fear, cursing their parents for not giving them 4 legs. In the center of the street stood a 3 to 4 meter tall, yellow-furred, lion-headed humanoid, claws glinting as it swung them through the air. I'm Beast King, number 2 of the Evolution House. S-Class rank 17, Seda Majid out here. I know you're nearby. Crimson eyes shone with bloodlust, thick muscles rippled beneath its heavy pelt. One swipe carved 3 deep gouges into the concrete. Had it struck a human, the victim would have been bisected in the blink of an eye. Watching the panicked masses, Beast King, finally free after ages, cooped up in the Evolution House, threw its head back and laughed in scorn. Wahahaha. Puny humans tremble before the mighty. You looking for me? A calm voice sounded behind it. Beast King's laughter died as it spun around. What greeted its eyes wasn't a human body, just a gleaming, hairless scalp reflecting the sun. Chapter 26. Hey. Got it. Huh? That voice just now sounded human. Why do I only see an egg? The Beast King's tone was full of doubt. He was so tall he had to look straight down, so all he could see was a round, talking egg. The next words were clearly annoyed. Hey, who are you calling an egg? I'm Saitama, the guy you're looking for. The Beast King crouched, finally noticing the person under the egg, and was a little surprised. So you're human. I thought the egg could talk. Almost mistook you for an egg monster. Saitama's cheek twitched, his eyes turned even colder. What's with this oversized lion, insulting me as an egg the moment we meet, mocking my bald head, huh? Seeing the human look miffed, the Beast King shrugged, baring sharp fangs, eyes full of amusement. He lifted a paw and rubbed Saitama's shiny scalp, crimson beast pupils brimming with mockery. Angry? Doesn't matter. As long as you're Saitama, that's enough. Doctor wants you alive. Choose. Come quietly back to the Evolution House, or I hack off your limbs and drag you there. Yet the Beast King failed to notice Saitama's simple drawn face turning sharp and serious meanwhile at the roadside. A silver-armored, gorilla-like creature stood there, beside him a mole-shaped monster. The mechanical gorilla scratched its head, emitting clanking electronic tones. Beast King Doctor said covert action, yet he charges straight onto a human street to hunt. The mole-shaped monster ground dragon twitched his whiskers, narrow eyes full of disdain. Who cares? These old model humans are nothing. This way's faster target found already. Guess you're right. Mechanical Gorilla said no more. The method was certainly efficient. Target spotted almost immediately. Still, an ominous feeling grew stronger inside him. The unease began affecting his circuits. He took 2 deep mechanical breaths to calm himself. It'll be fine. Beast King is the Evolution House's strongest after that monster. This should be easy. Just then the fleeing crowd slowed, noticing a bald head blocking the fearsome monster. Some Hero Association watchers recalled something, pointing at Saitama in shock. I remember. That baldy's the new S-Class hero. Bald cape. What? That sea-looking guy is actually S-Class? Who cares how he looks? She'll beat that monster for sure. Go, Bald Cape. Yeah, Bald Cape, you got this. Hearing Bald Cape over and over, veins bulged on Saitama's forehead. Sensing the rising crowd fervor, the Beast King grew interested. Bald Cape? Hilarious yet fitting. Bald head, ugly white cape, ha. But his grin vanished, bloodlust surging as he raised razor claws high. Seems you won't come quietly. Fine, I'll rip off your limbs and drag you back like a dead dog. Beast God rending sky claw. The gleaming claws slashed down, fierce enough to tear Saitama apart. As the blow neared, Saitama suddenly panicked. Don't wreck my clothes, jerk. A furious punch shot out. No fancy effects, no heroic lines, just a simple fist landing on the Beast King. The next instant the towering body exploded into chunks of meat. 2 scarlet eyeballs plopped out, rolling to Saitama's feet. The crowd erupted in praise. An S-Class hero for a reason killed that monster in 1 punch. Bald Cape is awesome. I'm voting for you the moment I get home. Long live Bald Cape. I used to think bald heads were ugly, but now they look kinda cool. At that comment, everyone turned to the speaker. Round face, stubble, short hair, chubby, white socks, basically the full checklist. Saitama had been enjoying the praise until it was all bald cape, killing his mood. And when that stereotypical guy spoke, cold sweat poured down Saitama's back. Is this what they show online? He didn't dare think further or stay longer. His eyes swept the crowd, hunting for an escape route. Suddenly his gaze fixed somewhere, puzzled. By now Mechanical Gorilla and Ground Dragon were stunned, minds blank. The Evolution House's number 2, Beast King, obliterated with one punch. Damn that doctor, what target did he give us? When Saitama's eyes turned their way, the pair nearly fainted and bolted instantly. Mechanical Gorilla sprinted off, his armor boosting him around the corner in seconds. Ground Dragon simply dug straight down, fleeing through an earth tunnel. Seeing the two would-be accomplices run at a mere glance, Saitama finally saw his chance to slip away. Hey, got it. Chapter 27, are you kidding me? Saitama pointed at the huge hole in the ground. Oh dear, that monster actually had an accomplice. I'm going after the partner. Bye. The moment the words left his mouth, Saitama dug another hole without the slightest hesitation and vanished into it. Bystanders. Buddy, that's a pretty creative exit. Meanwhile, underground. Inside the thick soil, a mole-like creature was frantically clawing at the dirt, carving an escape tunnel as it fled. Earth Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, his heart overflowing with dread. His soul had practically scattered in terror. Are you kidding me? That was Beast King. He could crush every evolved creature except that one monster, and he got one punched. And Doctor still wants us to capture something like that? Give me a break, damn it. Good thing I can burrow. That Mechanical Gorilla can only run on the surface. Let him draw the aggro while I escape. Just as Earth Dragon was feeling smug, the soil ahead collapsed. A shiny bald head poked through. Sure enough, you're in this direction, found you. Earth Dragon. H. The surface burst open. The terrified and fainted Earth Dragon shot out, with Saitama climbing out right behind him. He hoisted Earth Dragon up, choosing not to kill him, then sprinted off in the direction the Mechanical Gorilla had fled. To Saitama, these guys were just small fry. If that lion hadn't provoked him and mocked him as bald, he wouldn't have bothered to blow him apart with one punch. The Mechanical Gorilla looked back every few steps, seeing no movement behind. He finally relaxed a little. Looks like that human didn't give Che what luck. He probably went after Earth Dragon. I have to get this news back to Evolution House so Doctor knows how terrifying the target is and can prepare. From now on, I'm never accepting any capture alive missions again. Let's just get back to Evolution House. The gorilla's cranium slowly opened and an antenna-like data probe extended from his brain, transmitting everything he'd just seen back to Evolution House. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a gleaming bald head. Without even waiting for his brain to approve it, the Mechanical Gorilla instinctively dropped to his knees and began kowtowing in terror. Don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary gorilla, only slightly modified, honest. Please don't kill me. To show sincerity, he even stripped off his armor, looking exactly like a talking zoo gorilla. Watching a zoo-worthy gorilla prostrate and kowtow, Saitama found the scene increasingly bizarre. All right, stop kowtowing. Where's this Evolution House of yours? I'd like to take a look. Saitama was genuinely curious. He'd spent 3 years as a hobby hero, and no one had ever sought him out. Yet, shortly after registering as an S-class hero, some organization he'd never heard of named him specifically. Off course, he had to check it out. Oh. The gorilla swallowed hard, staring at Earth Dragon dangling limp as a dead chicken by the neck in Saitama's grip, his heart leaping into his throat. He really won't kill me? To save his hide, the Mechanical Gorilla spilled Evolution House's address without holding anything back. Of course, before speaking, he'd shut off the link to Evolution House. Those words couldn't reach the doctor. After getting the exact location, Saitama was ready to set off when his phone suddenly rang. It's King calling. He answered. Chinzhao's voice came through. How's it going, Saitama? Got your hero name sorted out. At the mention, Saitama's face turned gloomy again. Anyway, the name thing's still up in the air, but some organization that feels like a zoo with gorillas and lions wants me to drop by. Wanna come? Chinzhao on the other end froze. He could pretty much guess which group that was. You mean Evolution House? Saitama's eyes widened in surprise. How'd you know? This gorilla just agreed to guide us. When are you guys coming back? Send me a location. We'll be there in a few minutes. Got it. 2 minutes later, a red streak tore across the sky and landed squarely in front of Saitama. Qin Xiao brushed non-existent dust off his clothes. The giant's taken care of. So Evolution House's monsters just paid you a visit. Saitama gestured to the shivering mechanical gorilla and lifted the limp earth dragon. These two. There was also a pretty cool lion, but he seems to have exploded from one punch. So it really is Evolution House. What puzzled Qin Xiao was when Dr. Genus of Evolution House had set his sights on the bald Demon King. Up to now, the bald Demon King had barely shown his power in the main storyline. He'd only gone to take a hero exam. How had he been targeted? After 2 seconds of thought, Qin Xiao gave up. What's the point? Evolution House is just a small gang of trash. Steamroll them and be done with it. Qin Xiao sighed. He'd almost used his brain. My super wisdom tells me it's time to use super strength to solve the problem. Meanwhile, 100 meters underground. In a dim laboratory. A skinny, pale young man with glasses and a fringe of bangs was drenched in cold sweat, staring in disbelief at the replay on the screen. How could this happen? Beast King was crushed so easily. He was the strongest creation after that one monster. And the third-ranked mechanical gorilla plus the escape artist Earth Dragon were both beaten in an instant. Are you kidding me? Chapter 28. Maybe there's an opponent inside who can let me enjoy myself. For the first time in nearly a century, Dr. Genos felt such confusion and helplessness. These modified new humans under his command were the force he envisioned to overthrow the rule of the old humans. But why was it that, when they merely went out to capture a human with an unusual physical body, they were instantly wiped out? Genos's eyes were filled with dense blood vessels. Clearly, he refused to believe this outcome. Previously, after watching the footage of Mosquito Woman's defeat, the first thing Dr. Genos noticed wasn't the terrifyingly powerful King, but the bald man behind King. The instinct of a doctor of genetic research told him that this bald man was absolutely extraordinary. Sure enough, a few days later, Genos heard that the bald man had actually become an S-class hero of the Hero Association. In order to study Saitama's secrets and achieve further genetic breakthroughs, Genos dispatched the few usable generals under his command to capture the target together. But what he never expected was that these so-called generals couldn't even last one round before being completely defeated. Apart from Ashura Unicorn Beetle, the strongest beast king of the entire Evolution House was directly punched into minced meat. Right then, the laboratory door was pushed open, and a clone identical to Genos rushed in, face full of panic. Damn it. According to Mechanical Gorilla's intel, S-Class rank 7 King, and our target are already heading this way. What? With the worst news, Dr. Genos's face grew even paler. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh and blood flowed, yet he didn't notice at all. He seemed to have made some difficult decision, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Release Ashura Unicorn Beetle. The clone turned deathly pale, even more terrified than when the enemies were coming. He flusteredly tried to persuade the original. No way. You know Ashura Unicorn Beetle's personality flaws. He still can't. Enough. Dr. Genos sharply cut off the clone's words, eyes likewise showing unease. I know the consequences of releasing it, but we have no way out, do we? I understand. After learning the original's thoughts, the clone realized persuasion was futile and simply prepared to go out and convey the order. Just as he turned around, Dr. Genos spoke again. Right, set enough traps on floors 1 to 8 to drain the intruder's stamina and spirit, giving Ashura Unicorn Beetle a better fighting advantage. Understood. Qin Xiao watched Saitama leap and stay airborne for several minutes, sinking into deep thought. Was that jumping or flying? He tried asking the bald Demon King and got only one answer. Without using psychic powers, how could a human possibly fly? That was Saitama's idea. Before reaching the Evolution House, Qin Xiao summoned the system in his mind, and a dark blue data panel instantly appeared before him. He wanted to use this time to see which two skills he could draw. Ding! Rewards distributed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 random passive skill, 1 random active skill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the passive skill Fine Control. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the active skill Energy Control. The effects of these two skills were obvious from their names, but wondering if there might be special effects, Qinxia still opened the detailed descriptions. Fine Control. You can precisely manipulate any force inside your body, blood energy, or even mighty physical strength, bringing it under exact control. Energy Control. Using Energy Control, you will command the surrounding energy, gathering it into energy spheres for attack, or convert the energy itself into different forms to handle various situations. Note: current host's energy limit is Dragon Level Peak. Not bad. Qinxia grinned. This passive skill came at just the right time. As Qinxia kept getting more rewards and his attribute points rose, his strength grew ever more formidable. But along with that, he couldn't finally control such vast power. Although he could release and retract it freely, precise exertion was difficult. The other active skill wasn't bad either. Qinxia currently needed a ranged attack skill. Although it might not match a mighty body in combat, it was better than nothing. His battle power increased once more. Now Qinxia excelled at both close and ranged combat while perfectly controlling his own strength. Right, the first automatic martial arts training card seems to be used up. Better renew that. Feeling the warm current inside slowly strengthening his body, Qinxia nodded in satisfaction. As the silhouette of the evolution house gradually appeared on the horizon, Saitama suddenly remembered something and spoke oddly. "Where's your robot disciple Genos? Isn't he coming along?" Qinxia said helplessly. He was wrecked in the fight against the giant and sent back to the original factory for repairs. He can't come for now. I see. While chatting, the two arrived at the so-called evolution house. Looking at the 8-story decrepit building before them, Saitama was about to walk inside when Qinxia already punched out. The air in front condensed into a compressed air cannon under mighty force, shooting out with violent momentum and turning the entire building to dust. Saitama. He scratched his smooth head, looking at the vanished building, and weakly complained. Isn't that a bit much? They might have set lots of traps waiting for us to challenge. Qinxia withdrew his fist and pointed at the metal hatch that appeared on the empty ground. No worries. Only traps are above. The real core area is below. Let's go. Saitama reached out, grabbed the seam of the metal hatch, and with a teeth-aching sound tore the entire door in half. Gazing into the pitch-black interior, Saitama suddenly felt a spark of interest. Feels a bit like an adventure, pretty fun. Maybe there's an opponent inside who can let me enjoy myself. Chapter 29. Want to give it a shot? Just as the two were about to enter, a jarring ringtone blared. Qinxiao glanced down. It was the Hero Association again. Damn it. Why does the Hero Association always call at the worst possible moment? Is this some kind of cosmic law? The moment the call connected, Sich's anxious voice came through. Mr. King, I'm terribly sorry. I know you've only just resolved the dragon-level disaster, but do you have a moment? Could you please come to Hero Association HQ? Qinxiao's gaze sharpened. He rarely saw Sich this rattled. And in the original story, after the giant was dealt with, there should have been a calm stretch. Could another major disaster have appeared? A butterfly effect caused by my transmigration? To be safe, Qinxiao asked. What happened? Sounds of smashing came through the receiver. Sich sounded tormented and guilty. Tornadoes causing another scene. She heard you took down another dragon-level disaster and wants a rematch. She'll keep wrecking the place until you agree. Qinxiao. This legal loli really is a problem child, absolutely relentless. When he fought Tornado last time, he'd crushed her. From the start, she couldn't contend with him at all. Any normal person would sense that gap and give up. But the supremely arrogant Tornado was no normal person. After being one-shot, she came back for more. Qinxiao had no intention of accepting. He didn't have time to indulge her childish games. Sorry, I'm tied up preparing to wipe out the evolution house with Saitama. If you're busy, we'll try to calm her. Wait, what? You're with S-Class rank 17 Bald Cape, eradicating the evolution house. Sitch's eyes bulged. The name Evolution House was no stranger to him. A rogue scientist's pet organization, Hero Association, had always found it troublesome, but too busy to handle immediately. Compared with man-eating monsters nearby, Evolution House had stayed quiet under constant surveillance. He didn't know their numbers, but if the strongest man on Earth was personally acting, they couldn't be underestimated. After the call ended, Sitch was filled with emotion. The association now had 17 S-Class heroes, each eccentric and beyond control. If every S-Class were like Mr. King, devoted to slaying monsters and evil, how perfect it would be. The crash of more objects yanked Sitch back to reality. Hey, Sitch. Where's that damn Scarface? I slipped up last time, tell him to fight me again. Sitch scratched his white hair, looking at the little lowly hovering above the control room, suddenly feeling the huge gap. The difference was just too big. Miss Tornado, Mr. King has urgent business and can't come. Please rest, your injuries haven't healed. Huh. An angry shout. Tornado grew even more irritated. Her delicate face blazed with fury, pale green psychokinesis swirling around her. That Scarface jerk refuses my duel over something trivial? Like hell I accept. Yet she wasn't stupid. After their last fight, she'd sensed how vast the chasm between her and Qin Xiao truly was. Self-proclaimed top psychokinesis user, second only to Blast in the association, tasted her first crushing defeat. She'd pushed herself to the brink, draining her mind to force her powers, yet still couldn't budge that man. After that battle, Tornado had remained unconscious for 2 full days. Upon waking, she heard King had handled a major dragon-level disaster and felt the sky collapse. Such catastrophes had always been her duty, now snatched by that Scarface. Pride, self-esteem, and fury at her role being usurped drove her back to the association, demanding a rematch. That hateful Scarface. Pesky minnow. Unsorted trash. I'm furious. Hearing the tirade, Sitch's eyelid twitched as he tried to placate the volatile little lowly. If Mr. King heard such insults, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to calm Tornado, at least stabilize her mood in the dim tunnel. Lamps lined the walls, offering faint light. Qin Xiao and Saitama strolled leisurely, as though sightseeing. Both possessed strength to crush every creature here. Power granted them unhurried confidence. Staring down the seemingly endless passage, Qin Xiao rubbed his chin and hatched a devilish idea. Saitama, if I flood this tunnel with an energy blast, do you think the whole thing will collapse? Saitama blinked, pondered for a second, then gave a thumbs up. Sounds good, wanna try? Qin Xiao, ever the pragmatist, extended a finger. Mental power surged as ambient energy and his own strength converged at the tip. A golden orb large enough to fill the tunnel rapidly formed and shot forward with devastating force. At the same moment, a massive humanoid creature burst through the lab door, clutching the blood-covered Dr. Genus and charged cackling into the tunnel. Just dozens of meters in, insect danger sense screamed across its body. P.S. 2 straight days of mass releases exhausted. But if you vote or send free gifts, Hockey Author will keep exploding chapters. Chapter 30. I'm just an ordinary person with no special powers. Ashura unicorn beetle's charging form froze in place, pupils shrinking in disbelief. Kinos, wedged under an arm, struggled to lift his head. After Ashura unicorn beetle's rampage, he'd accidentally slammed his skull, and now blood covered his face, his consciousness fading. Sensing the impact had stopped, puzzlement flickered through him. He forced himself to speak. Ashura unicorn beetle, why did you stop? But at this moment Ashura unicorn beetle had no desire to answer. His gaze was locked on the dark passage ahead. Something's wrong. Why is my insect instinct screaming danger is something approaching? Trusting that instinct implicitly, he spun to dash back toward the spacious training ground without hesitation. The next second, a golden radiance flooded the passage, followed by a devastating surge of energy. Seeing that colossal energy racing toward him, Ashura unicorn beetle's soul nearly left his body. What the hell is this? He curled into a tight ball, his tough insect armor sealing into a perfect sphere like a living shield. As for Kinos, with such violent movement the beetle completely forgot he was there. So when Ashura crouched, the doctor wedged in his arm was crushed flatwo-dimensional. Blood and viscera splattered. The stench should have enraged the beetle, but instead his terror spiked. An instant later the berserk golden orb swallowed him whole, destructive power crackling across his shell, armor that seemed unbreakable shattered piece by piece. The sphere didn't halt. After a brief pause it kept flying, only slightly smaller. Boom boom boom. It slammed into the training ground, the blast warping and shredding the custom alloy walls. The armored sphere slowly unfolded, revealing the battered Ashura unicorn beetle. Charred plates and gushing green blood showed how grievous the wound was. Terror filled his face. The world felt absurd. His gaze swept the paper-thin remains of Kinos, rage flared, and he stomped the body into pulp. This idiot kept claiming I was the new world's god, a new humanity the old could never match. And now what? I didn't even see the enemy and nearly got vaporized. No good, I have to run. I can't stay in the evolution house. The intruder is out of my league. Ashura unicorn beetle's insect senses let him detect danger early and dodge it. Now he could feel two auras that made his heart pound racing closer. Worst of all, the blast that nearly killed him hadn't cost the intruder the slightest effort. Which meant that energy ball wasn't some ultimate move, just a casual strike. Before activating the so-called Ashura mode, reason ruled him. Nothing mattered more than staying alive. Meanwhile, at the other end of the passage, seeing the warped alloy walls, Qin Xiao sighed, used less than 10% of my power, yet Evolution House's metal only been pretty tough stuff. Saitama watched enviously, remembering his own fights. One punch, another punch, always one punch. Honestly, Saitama wished he had Qin Zhao's energy blast move. Those effects looked awesome, super cool. Sadly, I'm just a powerless human, the bald Demon King sighed. He was merely an ordinary guy who threw fists. Can't fly, can't shoot energy, only knows how to punch. King's the real deal, flies, super popular, and fires those awesome energy spheres. Noticing Saitama's envious stare, Qin Zhao's mouth twitched, could guess what the guy was thinking. Give me a break, who could possibly beat you? Having racked up plenty of system rewards, Qin Xiao was several times stronger than when he first arrived. Yet even with that power he knew he still couldn't defeat Saitama. The stronger he became, the more he sensed Saitama's hidden depths in ocean, a starry sky without end. By his estimate, at full power, he could barely take a normal punch, any harder and he'd be turned into mincemeat. And that assumed Saitama wouldn't keep growing. In the redrawn canon, Saitama grows every instant, especially during battle, skyrocketing exponentially. In combat, he can one-shot the self of a second ago. That growth rate is terrifying. Just then both Qin Xiao and Saitama snapped into battle faces, vanishing as blurs. They sensed a powerful presence trying to flee the evolution house, likely the monster mechanical gorilla mentioned. Passing a section of even more mangled corridor, Qin Xiao halted and looked down. There, a flattened lump of flesh in a tattered white coat lay stuck to the floor, a pair of shattered glasses beside it. Well, damn, Kino's got himself flattened into 2D on the highway. Even Qin Xiao had to chuckle at the thought. Clearly the guy had done something different from canon, and Ashura unicorn beetle squashed him for it. Chapter 31. What's the point of fighting this? Saitama spotted Qin Xiao standing there, glanced over curiously, and frowned slightly. Who's this guy? Why is he so brutally dead? Qin Xiao didn't hide anything. He's the big boss behind Evolution House. Looks like one of the monsters he created killed him, what a pity. Saitama nodded and kept walking. Got it. Let's find that monster. I can feel it running away. As he walked, Saitama's face changed, his simple, dull look sharpening into something hard and angular. He'd come here treating it like a game, never taking any of Evolution House's so-called monsters seriously. But now, with a creature that cruelly slaughtered humans just ahead, Saitama's hero for fun heart ignited. Playtime was over. All he wanted now was to punch that monster into oblivion. Seeing Saitama get serious, a bead of cold sweat slid down Qin Zhao's forehead. He wiped it away and hurried after him. Even the faint killing intent leaking off Saitama screamed danger in every cell of Qin Zhao's body, as if death could strike at any second. The gap between me and the bald Demon King is insane. No wonder he's the only strongest in this world. Qin Zhao refused to believe Dr. Kinos was truly dead. A sly old fox who can reverse aging and hide in the shadows wouldn't face the savage Ashura unicorn beetle with his real body unprepared. Both men surged forward, red and yellow streaks of light racing through the dark corridor, reaching the training ground in the blink of an eye. In the wide space, a 3 to 4 meter tall humanoid covered in ochre carapace hammered its fists against the lab gate, the weakest point. Under its relentless blows, the meter-thick high-strength alloy door began to deform and loosen. Ashura unicorn beetle grinned triumphantly at the buckling door. "Think you can trap this lord?" With only that gate left, escaping is child's play. Suddenly it froze, sensing something, terror flashing in its eyes. Rigid with dread, it shakily turned toward the corridor. There, a tall blonde man and a bald guy in yellow tights stepped into the training ground Z-City outskirts, a desolate wilderness. 100-meter-tall tree stood there, its trunk twisted into a spiral opening. Inside lay high-tech instruments. Countless pipes converged on a central tank of green nutrient fluid. Glass shattered, fluid gushed everywhere, and a slim black-haired youth with long bangs stepped out. His eyes glazed briefly, then he clenched his fists as memory fragments flooded back. Damn, Ashura unicorn beetle actually killed me. Good thing I had cloned bodies stashed, or I'd really be dead. The youth was Dr. Kinos, revived. A gene expert, he'd never settle for crude clones. By harvesting his own genes long-term, he'd grown spare bodies. When his original died, his mind jumped to one at random. He'd set up 4 such revival points across Z-City. The catch, mind and body had to sync, so the range couldn't exceed city limits. Dr. Kinos took prepared glasses from a table, wiped them, donned a white coat. Ashura unicorn beetle really was a failed creation without my control. It's probably broken out of Evolution House. For a moment, he hoped the 2 intruders would kill it. That would at least stop a massacre outside. Only 5 kilometers from Evolution House. I have to investigate. If those 2 fail, I'll recontain Ashura unicorn beetle myself. Evolution House held special countermeasures only his master clearance could activate. To Dr. Kinos, if Ashura unicorn beetle rampaged unchecked, it could destroy the world. The creature deemed world-ending by Dr. Kinos shrieked in terror, wings beating frantically as it cowered in a corner. Thunderous heartbeats echoed in its ultra-keen ears like rolling drums. Boom, 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 boom. Ashura unicorn beetle felt sure it would die the next second, any will to fight gone. In its insect senses, the blonde man on the left blazed like a god, blood-chi roaring like oceans, heartbeats like thunder. The bald man on the right looked fragile, yet every time it aimed even a shred of killing intent at him, death flashed before its eyes. What's the point of fighting this? Chapter 32. Today is the supermarket sale day. Saitama looked at the trembling Ashura unicorn beetle and couldn't help but complain. This is Evolution House's strongest monster? Isn't it just a big rhinoceros beetle? And it's ugly as sin. As he spoke, he prepared to dash forward and explode the ugly thing with one punch. But right then, Qin Zhao raised a hand and stopped the reckless Saitama. "Leave this guy to me. Don't you have something more important to do?" Saitama tilted his head, puzzled. "Something more important? Do I have anything important today?" Hearing that, Qin Zhao silently raised one finger. "Do you remember what day it is?" "Today is." Saitama's voice cut off mid-sentence. His eyes slowly widened as if he'd remembered something crucial. "It's Saturday, which means..." Veins crept across his eyeballs. He turned into a blur, vanished, and punched straight through the special ultra-alloy wall. A heart-rending shout drifted back through the air. Today is supermarket sale day. Ashura unicorn beetle was dumbstruck. Watching the wall blossom open from the punch, his heart nearly stopped. What the hell? The gate's durability was several grades lower than the wall, yet he needed a full minute of continuous attacks just to deform it. And now a bald human had blown the wall apart with one punch. Accompanied by a chain of impacts, shards of metal flew everywhere, All 10 layers of wall were instantly punched clean through. Seeing this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but marvel. Saitama's obsession with bargain sales was beyond normal imagination. Even as an S-class hero with a generous salary, he still couldn't shake the habit ingrained over years. Only by discounted goods. Realizing the unfathomable Baldy had really left, leaving only the golden-haired man whose aura felt like an abyss, Ashura Unicorn Beetle's panic eased a little, though he remained extremely cautious. Chen Xiao had stopped Saitama from one-shotting the creature mainly because he wanted to experience Ashura Unicorn Beetle's power and to feel that so-called Ashura mode. With that thought, he stepped forward, his golden hair fluttered in the wind blowing through the hole, his majestic face provoking Ashura Unicorn Beetle's nerves. Chen Xiao crooked a finger at Ashura Unicorn Beetle, contempt for the weak dripping from his voice. Choose, fight me or die right now. Those provocative words landed like a depth charge in Ashura Unicorn Beetle's ears. His mind was already fragile and unstable, ever since earlier he'd been under intense despair. Now, suddenly provoked again. All accumulated emotions transformed in an instant into boundless fury, into courage daring to strike at a god. Roar! Ashura Unicorn Beetle let out a beast-like roar. With a beat of his wings he shot forward, his massive fist descending to smash Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao slid his hands into his pockets, not even bothering to block. He simply released surging blood qi, forming a crimson shield. Next, vast mental power welled up, psychokinesis wrapping his body. Under the blood qi shield, a pale green psychokinesis shield formed as well. Ashura Unicorn Beetle's fist tore through the air with a sharp sonic boom, slamming into the blood qi shield. Invisible shockwaves spread outward, the special ultra-alloy floor beneath them caving in. Yet the attacker, Ashura Unicorn Beetle, actually staggered back several steps, clutching his aching fist. Rage-blinded reason returned. Chen Zhao's blood qi shield hadn't even cracked, let alone shattered, not to mention the psychokinesis shield beneath it. This is the power you pride yourself on? Pathetic. The taunt ignited Ashura Unicorn Beetle once more. Anger flooded away what reason remained. Don't look down on me, you relics of the old age. This lord is the new humanity destined to rule the world. In the last second before sanity vanished, Ashura Unicorn Beetle released his full power. His body ballooned again. From 3 or 4 meters, he shot to 7 or 8. The yellow-brown shell shed, replaced by blue-green skin. The last trace of white in his eyes disappeared, turning completely blood-red. Ashura Unicorn Beetle Ashura mode. I didn't want to use this form. In this state, I gain endless stamina for 7 days and nights, and an irresistible urge to kill. You forced Menno with your life. He turned into a blue-green streak, shuttling across the vast training ground, appearing behind Chen Xiao almost in an instant. With a furious roar, his fists became a blur, pounding the blood qi shield like a violent storm. Kill, 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 kill. The ultra-alloy floor groaned under the strain. Shockwaves and thunderous booms echoed through the training ground. Ashura Unicorn Beetle grew more excited. Even as his fists shattered from the relentless strikes, he felt nothing. Die. At last, a crack appeared in Chen Zhao's blood qi shield under the continuous barrage, spreading across its surface. Seeing that, Ashura Unicorn Beetle's grin grew wilder, his punches faster. Yet Chen Xiao, at the center of the assault, only yawned. With a thought, the shield repaired itself. Since I've tasted your mode's power, let's test its defense. With that, he actually dismissed both the blood qi shield and the psychokinesis shield, exposing his bare body. Chapter 33: A Blessing from 8 Lifetimes of Luck. Sensing that the human before it had actually shed that thick tortoise shell, Ashura Unicorn Beetle, now able to smell flesh, went even wilder, roaring as it pounced. The swollen teal muscles rippled in rhythm, endlessly feeding the powerful body near limitless stamina. The shattered fist healed in moments as new flesh threaded it back together. Drooling thick saliva, Ashura Unicorn Beetle hurled a brutal punch straight at Chen Xiao. The fierce fist wind brushed his cheek. Chen Zhao's expression didn't change, simply kicked out. Bang! A sonic boom detonated. Ashura unicorn beetle flew back faster than it had come, slammed into the hyperalloy wall, and slowly slid down. Qin Shao had deliberately held back, though he could have killed it in one shot. He had no intention of finishing Ashura unicorn beetle so quickly. At this point in the plot, finding such a durable punching bag was no easy task. Qin Shao glanced at his skills list. The recently acquired energy control lay quietly inside. He'd tested it only once, yet the power of manipulating energy had already surprised him. Even with most of its might stripped away, it had nearly killed Ashura unicorn beetle. He leveled a finger at the monster. Golden energy surged, and in the blink of an eye formed a 3-meter-wide sphere of power. Using his new passive, precise control, Qin Shao dialed the orb down to mid-dragon level, curious what different intensities of blast would do. With a thought, the sphere shot forward, trailing destructive ripples as it locked onto Ashura unicorn beetle. The monster instinctively sensed danger, but in Ashura mode only bloodthirsty battlelust remained. Dodging was out of the question. Leg muscles fired, the colossal frame shot forward like lightning, ramming head-on into the energy sphere. Violent energy swirled as Ashura unicorn beetle roared, its tough hide and muscle grinding away at the sphere's force. It hammered punch after punch, shattering chunks of the orb. Fists blackened, skin melting, it still refused to retreat. Die, 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 die. After a frenzied barrage, it actually smashed the sphere apart. Qin Shao was plainly dissatisfied. The orb's control needed work, higher density, lower dissipation. Not bad, he blocked one. How about 10? Furious energy gathered behind him, condensing into 10 golden spheres that hovered in the air, all locked onto the battered monster. Go. He pointed. The 10 spheres swarmed Ashura unicorn beetle. Pillars of golden light stabbed skyward, obliterating the specially built zone in an instant. A thunderous blast split the air. Amid the dense golden glow, a mangled form was hurled out and slammed to the ground. Ashura unicorn beetle was now a wreck, its lower body gone, its upper half shredded, organs spilling from gaping wounds. Still in Ashura mode, sprouting flesh wove frantically, trying to regenerate the ruined frame. Qin Shao nodded. The damage was decent. Just 10 mid-dragon orbs had been enough to kill a peak-state Ashura unicorn beetle. Frankly, Evolution House's final product wasn't a heavy hitter among dragon levels. Even with Ashura mode, it barely scraped into high dragon. In the source story, Super Alloy Black Light soloed it in 15 minutes. Most S-class heroes could beat it. Only a few oddballs failed, like Metal Bat, who had to stack Fighting Spirit to keep raising his attack. Without that mechanic in the simulation, he was beaten to death in 10 minutes. Watching the still roaring monster, clearly not regaining its sanity, Qin Shao shook his head in resignation. Greedy little glutton, let me give you something bigger, so you can go out happy. He raised a hand and condensed a sphere dozens of meters across, nuclear-level devastation swirling inside. After repeated compression, it shrank to fist size, now unstable, warping and flickering. Without hesitation, as Ashura unicorn beetle neared full recovery, Qin Shao stuffed the orb into its mouth and sprinted away. His speed was absurd. Within seconds, he'd cleared a dozen kilometers before turning back. Boom, boom, boom. A heaven-shaking golden pillar stabbed skyward. The blast wave shredded the clouds, the earth quaking beneath. Whoa, dragon peak-level orbs don't mess around. This time, forget Ashura unicorn beetle. Evolution House itself was vaporized. Pity he still hadn't found the upper limit for combat orbs. The beetle was simply too weak to survive long enough. Qin Shao sighed, called the Hero Association to clean up, and walked away. Meanwhile, back at Hero Association headquarters, Tornado finally calmed at sulking in a chair. Hearing that in barely any time Qin Shao had wiped out another evil group called Evolution House, she snapped. Damn, Scarf is hogging all the jobs. No way I'm letting that guy leave me in the dust. Knowing she couldn't beat Qin Shao in raw power, Tornado resolved to outdo him everywhere else. Number of monsters handled, or who'd bagged more dragon, and demon-level disaster whoever finished faster. Qin Shao had never agreed to any contest. But in Tornado's eyes, being worthy to compete with her at all was a blessing from 8 lifetimes of luck. Chapter 34, Maybe I Should Just Sell Takoyaki. Surface location of the Evolution House. The roar of a motorcycle engine echoed across the desolate outskirts as Dr. Kinos, clad in a white lab coat, arrived at the scene in haste. He stood in silence before the crater that had once been the Evolution House, barely keeping his composure, and adjusted his glasses in embarrassment. Several kilometers away, he had already spotted the sky-piercing golden beam right where his Evolution House stood. The brilliant Dr. Kinos instantly realized the spectacle had to be the work of those two intruders, most likely fighting a Shura unicorn beetle. He hoped they could defeat it. He would rather not see a Shura unicorn beetle wipe out humanity. But upon arrival, he discovered he'd been wrong. Dr. Kinos knelt and, amid the dust, found a shard of still intact ochre shell. Digging deeper, he uncovered slabs of bluish-green, half-cooked flesh scattered everywhere. This was a Shura unicorn beetle's flesh? And it had been beaten to death while in Shura mode. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, confusion welled inside him, and he slumped to the ground, strength gone. He began to wonder, what had decades of tireless genetic research really been for? His ultimate creation, the mighty Shura unicorn beetle, had died miserably even with Shura mode activated. Worse, it had been effortlessly slain by the very old humans he despised. With a self-mocking smile, he dusted off his coat and stood. Maybe I should quit genetics, what's the point? I could sell takoyaki instead. Just as Tatsumaki was about to cause another scene, the Hero Association's doors opened again. A man in a yellow jumpsuit, discount groceries in hand, and a shiny bald head, walked in. Saitama looked around, confirmed everyone was present and unharmed, and finally relaxed. That should settle things. He'd just raided the supermarket's sale and, passing the branch office, remembered his unchanged hero name and popped in to discuss it. If possible, Saitama really didn't want to keep going by Bald Cape, though it was accurate. Sitch stepped forward, amazed. Mr. Bald Cape? Weren't you and Mr. King wiping out the Evolution House? Why are you here? Saitama blinked, about to answer, when Tatsumaki descended from midair, irritation dripping. TCH, a freshly promoted S-Class Baldy. Looks like you ran away mid-battle. Trash. I don't like you, Scram. Already furious over Qin Xiao, she lumped Saitama with him and transferred her anger. Bewildered by the sudden insults, Saitama stood there, a giant question mark over his head. Huh? He could accept Bald Cape, but dropping by just to change his name and getting cursed at? Saitama's mouth twitched. He pointed at Tatsumaki, his face turning into a doodle. Whose kid is this? Why is she in the Hero Association lost? Kid? Staff members felt their souls leave their bodies at the word. Mr. Bald Cape didn't know the rules. That term was absolutely forbidden in front of Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki's expression darkened. Violent psychokinesis swirled around her. Huh. You obnoxious cue ball, looking like a boiled egg. I am S-Class rank 2, Tatsumaki the Terrible, 28 years old, not some kid. Saitama brightened, jogged over, placed his hand on his own head, then hovered it above hers. Look, you're only 150. Plenty of middle schoolers are taller. What else could you be but a kid? Tatsumaki. Sitch covered his face. He'd hoped to defuse things, but clearly no mediation was possible. Tatsumaki would explode. Veins bulged on her delicate cheeks, fury blazed, and deep green light flickered in her eyes. Lifted by psychokinesis, she floated upward, her green curls writhing like serpents. Dead Baldy, feeling cocky because of that Scarface? Get out here. She pointed, pale green light wrapped Saitama, and he rose. Eh? Before he could enjoy floating, the telekinetic bubble hurled him through the doors toward the distant suburbs. Tatsumaki shot after him as a streak of deep green light, obviously planning something everyone could guess. Watching Saitama dragged off by an enraged Tatsumaki, Sitch panicked. Though Bald Cape was S-Class, rank 2 Tatsumaki stood at the association's apex. The outcome looked obvious. Worse, Bald Cape was Mr. King's friend. If Tatsumaki injured him, Mr. King's wrath would be unimaginable. Undoubtedly, King, the strongest man on the surface of the earth, far surpassed Tatsumaki, as the last battle had shown. Tatsumaki had collapsed from mental exhaustion while King emerged without a scratch. With that in mind, Sich quickly called Qin Shao, begging him to come and stop the disaster before Mr. Bald Cape got hurt. Chapter 35. He's burning up. Hearing the news, Qin Shao was a little surprised. In the original story, Saitama and Tatsumaki did end up fighting, but that was much later. Why had it been moved up so soon? After 2 seconds of thought, Qin Shao understood. It was mostly his own fault. Saitama had probably been targeted by an enraged Tatsumaki and dragged into a brawl. Rather than worrying about whether the Bald Demon King would be okay, he might as well worry whether Tatsumaki would collapse again from mental exhaustion. Sich was still waiting for Qin Shao to respond when he heard a single sentence through the receiver. When the time comes, be ready, send medical staff to bring her back. She'll probably be unconscious for a while again. Sich reflexively assumed Qin Shao meant Bald Cape, but then he caught one particular word. Again? Could it be? His eyes shot wide, an unbelievable guess slowly formed. To confirm his suspicion, Sich asked cautiously, Mr. King, the person you say will need rescue is? Tatsumaki, of course. Saitama's strength is on par with mine. The remark came over speaker and echoed through the entire control room. The staff members exchanged glances. They'd just seen Saitama's simple art style and gleaming cue ball head gave off a cheap extra vibe. Yet the strongest man on the surface of the earth had just declared that this newly promoted S-class hero was his equal. The idea felt absurd, yet somehow utterly reasonable. After all, it was King, the strongest man on the surface of the earth, who had said it. Saitama flailed happily in midair, savoring the novelty of flight. At the same time, he kept one arm clamped tight around the bargain items he'd just scored at the supermarket. No way some kid's antics would ruin his hard-won haul. Seeing Saitama still fussing over a plastic bag, Tatsumaki felt belittled. Her expression turned even icier. Bald Cape, it's unbelievable you still don't grasp how serious this is. Drop that trash this instant. Concentrating her psychokinesis on Saitama's arms, she tried to pry them open and toss the mystery bag away. Realizing this green-haired kid wanted to trash his discounted goods, Saitama panicked. With a little force, he shattered the psychokinetic grip around him. Hey. Kids these days don't know thrift. These are treasurescent, just throw 'em out. Freed from the psychokinesis, Saitama lost lift and plummeted straight toward the ground. Feeling her power broken in an instant, Tatsumaki froze midair, disbelief filling her emerald eyes. No way. Scarface, the so-called strongest man on the surface, slipping free was one thing. How could this random bald guy break my psychokinesis? Tatsumaki's confidence wavered. In just a few days, she'd met 2 people who could shrug off her psychokinesis like it was nothing. Before this, even dragon-level monsters capable of massive destruction couldn't budge under her power and were crushed into pulp. Humiliation she'd never known surged through her. Tatsumaki yelled in midair, torrents of psychokinesis erupting towards Saitama on the ground. You wretched baldy. Unwanted small fry. Forever hairless egghead. Perpetual boiled dumpling moron. The string of insults might not wound an ordinary person, but each line was a critical hit on Saitama. With every word, Saitama's face darkened further. By the final jab, a vein throbbed on his temple, his fists clenched. I swear the Hero Association's name for you Bald Cape fits perfectly. Not just an ugly bald head, but that ridiculous cape and yellow jumpsuit? Hilarious. As she mocked, her vast psychokinesis wrapped around Saitama, wreathing him in deep green light. Idiot caught in my psychokinesis, and he doesn't even notice, and he wants to be an S-class hero? With a thought, her oceanic power condensed into countless cords, instantly binding Saitama where he stood, ready to haul him sky-high for a beating. As the power erupted, the ground beneath Saitama shattered. Spiderweb cracks raced across the surface for kilometers. Tatsumaki was stunned. Why? She pushed again. Countless psychokinetic cords snapped taut, yet that single human figure wouldn't lift an inch. For some reason, the scene felt familiar. Ah, right. The last person who'd casually resisted her psychokinesis was Scarface 2 days ago. Clenching her teeth, Tatsumaki kept pouring it on. For kilometers, the ground had been ground to dust, trees and soil flung sky-high. Still, the yellow jumpsuit bald man stood like a nail hammered into the planet, utterly immovable. Then Saitama raised a hand and casually slapped the air. Space itself twisted and shattered under the force. With a roll of his shoulder, the psychokinetic cords snapped like cheap plastic. His face now hard-edged, even his simple drawn eyes sharp and serious. "Brat, today you'll learn what respect means and why insulting nicknames are off-limits." Yep, Saitama had been roasted into full-on rage mode. Chapter 36. Are you kidding me? Humph. A bald nobody dares to run his mouth. Tornado laughed in anger. Scarface, at least, was called the strongest man on the surface of the earth and had a list of godlike feats. What do you have? A shiny head that doubles as a mirror? And you think you can lecture me? She raised her hand. Countless chunks of earth hovering nearby became high-velocity cannonballs under psychokinesis and shot straight at Saitama. Saitama's eyes narrowed. He flicked out a casual punch. The savage wind and space-warping force behind it pulverized every last chunk in front of him. Tornado frowned. This bald guy's strength was no joke. Even the wind from his punch packed serious power. So what? She twisted her wrist. The shattered soil turned into a sky full of glittering grains, glowed pale green, and attacked Saitama again in smaller, far greater numbers. At the same time, Tornado poured over 50% of her psychokinesis onto Saitama to keep him from escaping. Seeing the faint green glow on his body, Saitama felt like he'd turned into some radioactive cartoon character. He casually swung his arm, shattering the psychokinesis wrapped around him. Gritting her teeth, Tornado tried to pin him down, yet she couldn't control Saitama's movements at all. Whoa, that's a lot of dirt flying around. Saitama gazed in mild surprise at the airborne soil, then took a deep breath. A violent suction pulled a vacuum dozens of meters wide. With a flex of his abs, he opened his mouth and unleashed a solidified blast of air. Huh. A tornado-like gust swept everything away. Every last grain, psychokinesis boosted or not, vanished in an instant. Tornado was stunned, speechless beside Scarface. No one had ever moved freely under her psychokinesis. Nice. The view's a lot clearer now. A path had been swept clean. Saitama smiled, then lowered his stance. His leg muscles detonated with monstrous force, the ground collapsing under the recoil as he shot off like a fully compressed spring. Tornado's vision blurred. The gleaming bald head was already in front of her, a red-gloved fist casually rocketing forward. Thanks to long combat experience, she instantly read his intent and sneered. Obviously a brute force melee type. Think you can beat me up close? Ridiculous. Vast psychokinesis erupted, forming an immensely thick barrier around her. With her monstrous mental strength, even hundreds of missiles detonating on that barrier couldn't scratch her. But the next instant, that seemingly slow red fist met the barrier like Tyson punching non-Chinese glass. With a crisp crack, the barrier exploded into pale green shards before her widening eyes. Oops, broke it. Saitama chuckled, grabbed the back of her collar, and lifted her like a spitting kitten. Tornado's eye twitched. The absurdity of it hit her. I'm being dangled one-handed? By a rookie S-rank ranked way below me? A stinking boiled egg? She realized she couldn't rely on raw psychokinesis to suppress this muscle monster. She had to turn it into pure offense. With a thought, her oceanic psychokinesis compressed into countless tiny needles of mental force, each packed with destructive power. Go! The needles were silent and air-cutting, virtually undodgeable. Each carried enough mental energy to shatter a target's mind and turn them into a vegetable for an S-rank hero. The effect would last only 2 or 3 days. She intended to let this bald jerk stay a drooling idiot for a couple of weeks. What happened next shattered her worldview. Saitama didn't even bother to defend or notice. The dozens of mind-shattering needles struck him head-on. Yet no mental backlash came. The needles dissolved like mud cows in the sea. Impossible. No one can shrug that off. Are you kidding me? For the first time, she was truly shaken. Even Scarface had to dodge that move. And this bald guy just ate it. Saitama raised an eyebrow. something in his brain seemed to twitch. "Ow, guess I'd better stop pulling all-nighters reading manga, feeling kinda dizzy." He yawned, looked at Tornado in his grip, remembered the insults about his smooth head, and scowled. He poked her cheek with a finger and growled, "Hey, brat, figured out your mistake yet? Don't mock people's sore points. Let go, you stinking boiled egg. Water-boiled egg. Trash. Garbage. What the still cursing? Now I'm really mad." Saitama had been ready to let a Gaoi bicker with a kid, but his kindness only brought more insults. Even easygoing Saitama was starting to lose his temper. Tornado stared at him in silence, eyes flickering. Just when Saitama thought she might apologize, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his outstretched finger. Chapter 37 What Rotten Luck. This was Tornado's last act of defiance. Her prized psychokinesis was useless against the bald man in front of her, but that didn't mean she'd surrender without a fight. Even if Saitama reached out with a single finger, she had to show she could still resist. Watching Tornado clamp her teeth around his finger, Saitama felt a flicker of alarm. There was no pain, but it was still unsettling. He tried to shake her off, yet her teeth stayed magnetized to his finger. No matter how hard he whipped his arm, she clung on, swinging like a stubborn keychain. "Damn brat. Are you part dog? Let go, you little pest." When she still refused, Saitama scratched his non-existent hair and hatched a plan. He landed, the wicked grin of super-intellect mode spreading across his face. For once, the caped baldy shelved his super strength and debuted his super brain. Serious series, serious thinking brainstorm. He stared straight at Tornado, meeting those defiant, sulky eyes, and chuckled. "Still not letting go?" Tornado couldn't answer. Her mouth was full of finger, but her glare said it all. "Fine, don't blame me then." The moment she saw that sleazy smirk, her stomach dropped. Is this pervert about to do something to me? A total degenerate. A filthy leck. Instead, Saitama rummaged in his pocket and produced a feather. "Ha ha ha, time for your punishment, ankle biter." Instantly, an unbearable itch exploded along her ribs. Her pupils shrank to pinpricks as her body shook. Despicable tickling? How low can you get? "No, if I let go now, I lose to this cue ball forever." "Hold the line." Face scarlet from suppressed laughter, she bit down even harder, refusing to release. Saitama escalated to 3 feathers, still she hung on like a pit bull. When she'd turned the color of a boiled crab and looked ready to pass out, he finally stopped. The torment ceased. She gulped air, eyes blazing like a spitting cat's, promising murder. Sweat-soaked and breathless, her high-slit dress now glued to her skin, cheeks still crimson from the giggles she'd never let out. As S-Class Rank 2, her willpower was iron. Once she set her mind, nothing could change it. TCH. Even tickling had failed. Saitama's face crumpled like a discarded grocery bag. Left with no choice, he dialed the miracle number. "Yo, King, a green-haired ankle-biter's gnawing my finger and won't let go. How do I shake her off fast?" Chen Xiao burst out laughing the second he heard the summary. Dude, is Tornado part terrier? He'd expected her to exhaust herself and get one tapped into nap time, not clamp onto the baldy like a rabid teddy bear. Yet here she was, refusing defeat, jaws locked on the demon cyborg slayer's digit. After a moment's thought, Chen Xiao offered the perfect counter for her personality. Saitama blinked. "You sure? Sounds kinda sketchy. Try it. If it flops, hot pots on me. Deal." Clearing his throat, Saitama leaned to Tornado's ear, following Chen Xiao's script. Warm breath brushed her lobe, an electric shiver shot down her spine, eyes flying wide. Cupping his hands, he made sure every syllable hit home. "You weakling." The world froze for 2 heartbeats. Then, to his amazement, she unclamped her jaw. A torrent of abuse followed. "Huh? Weakling? You chrome dome. Boiled egg. Bottom feeder. Popper. Troll. Pervert. Creep. Bastard. Bodysuit weirdo. Cut it out." A flick to the forehead shut her up. Eyes rolling back, she keeled over, out cold. Saitama exhaled, patting his non-existent hair. "Few another second and she'd have cursed me bald kids these days no filter." Parents ought to enforce mouth soap protocols. Muttering, he hoisted her by the scruff and jogged toward the Hero Association. He'd never seen her as an enemy, just a flying brat with attitude. She hadn't really hurt him, no need to return the favor. Mainly, he fretted. Glancing at the limp girl, he shuddered at the thought of her parents suing him into poverty. He'd only just escaped penny pinching, no way he'd risk bankruptcy over child bullying damages. We're tornado conscious. That reasoning alone would spark another apocalyptic tantrum. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao pocketed his phone, smiling wryly. From Saitama's tone, the fight, if you could call it that, is done. Poor kid. S-class rank 2, top tier among humans bar the cheaters like Blast, yet this week she'd faced Chen Xiao himself, death gate physique plus 7th gate of 8 gates, a walking stat stick. And the Baldy, the very avatar of raw number snow mechanics, just overwhelming force. Either opponent guaranteed her a one-way ticket to Lossville, no shame in that. His musings ended as he refocused on the scene ahead. There, a white-coated young man stood frozen, terror in his eyes. The air was colder than dry ice. Dr. Kinos cursed his rotten luck. He'd forgotten the oldest rule: killers revisit the crime scene. Minutes earlier, he'd combed the Evolution House ruins for salvage data, test subjects, anything. Priority 1, files on infinite regeneration and clone. They'd determine whether his takoyaki venture thrived. With those, octopus limbs could regrow forever, slashing ingredient costs. He also needed 2 reliable helpers, preferably ex-monsters who already knew the drill. So far, he'd only fished out the deserter mechanical gorilla. As for Mosquito Woman alive, sure, but she'd buzzed off too far to bother retrieving. Chapter 38, Silver Fong. As luck would have it, less than 2 minutes after he started picking through the rubble, he heard the Emperor engine roar like thunder. Dr. Kinos looked up and was met by that face brimming with majesty and dominance. Its stern expression weighed on him like a mountain. The trio of scars over the left eye made the visage every bit as terrifying as any grotesque monster. In the end, it was Kinos who broke the ice, forcing a laugh and extending his hand. What a coincidence. You must be the legendary strongest man on the surface of the Earth King, right? I've long looked forward to meeting you. Chen Xiao hooked the corner of his mouth, gripped the offered hand just as firmly, and smiled. And I've heard your name a few times, mastermind behind the Evolution House, the man who cracked gene tech and turned back his own aging, creator of Ashura unicorn beetle and countless other modified monsters. Dr. Kinos, did I get that right? The smile on Dr. Kinos's face froze. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. What the hell? Hearing his sum listed off like that left him numb, as if someone had just read out his entire bank balance. Realizing that King clearly had every scrap of intel on him, Kinos's plan to play the part of some harmless hiker evaporated on the spot. He tried to pull his hand back, only to discover Chen Zhao's grip was an iron shackle clamped, impossible to escape. After a few seconds of futile struggle, Kinos gave up. I surrender. Do what you want, beat me, kill me, whatever. If you intend to kill me, fine, but please don't wipe out everything at the Evolution House. Take my data and leave the rest. Kinos adjusted his glasses, a cold smirk hiding behind the lenses. So, what if you destroy this body? I'll just swap to another and vanish. You'll never find me again. Chen Xiao nodded, slowly raising one palm, the chill in his eyes as sharp as a drawn blade. In that case, I'll grant your wish and deliver you death. Oh, and not just this body, I'll also destroy the 3 other copies you've got stashed in different regions, freeing your soul for good. With that, Chen Xiao prepared to slam his palm down. Wait. I was joking, didn't kill me. Hearing Chen Xiao rattle off every detail of his body resurrection plan, Kinos was speechless. He'd been willing to die only because other bodies could revive him, yet now the man planned to erase them all. What was the point of asking for death then? Chen Xiao gave a cold snort and said nothing, merely fixing Kinos with that awe-inspiring stare while a vast, searing aura surged out like an ocean. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat rolling like thunder tearing through the night sky. The Emperor engine's rumble even set the surrounding air quivering. Feeling that mounting power and unmistakable killing intent, Kino's was drenched in sweat. Am I going to die here? Just as he closed his eyes and waited for the end, the crushing pressure vanished in an instant. Huh? Kino's blinked in confusion to see Qin Xiao step past him, patting his shoulder on the way. Look how scared you are. I have no reason to kill you. Go run a takoyaki stand like a good boy, maybe I'll drop by for a snack. Watching Qin Xiao walk away, Dr. Kino's glasses sat askew on his nose. He was too stunned to adjust them, his gaze a storm of emotions. So this is the bearing of the so-called strongest man on earth, the demeanor of a true powerhouse? No wonder he spared me. In his eyes, I'm probably just a pitiful clown. Not knowing where he found the courage, Kino's lifted his head, resolve hardening in his eyes. Hold on a moment, please. Qin Xiao paused and glanced back, puzzled. He really hadn't expected that Dr. Kino's, scared out of his wits moments ago, would still have the guts to call him back. Now, facing Qin Xiao's gaze, Kino's couldn't stop trembling. Yet to him, the answers to certain questions mattered more than mere life and limb. Was Ashura unicorn beetle killed by you? Before he died, had he activated Ashura mode, the one where his whole body changes color? Qin Xiao gave a slight shrug and answered offhandedly. Frankly, your genetic overhaul was a failure. Your strongest monster turned out to be a loser, and that so-called Ashura mode only worked by trading away its brain. If I were you, after years of gene research that amounted to nothing, the final product toppled by some outdated human, I'd have gone to sell octopus balls long ago. With that string of criticisms toward his life's work, Qin Xiao turned and left. All that remained was Dr. Kino's, slumped in the dust-choked ruins of the Evolution House, his pristine white coat now filthy gray. So even outsiders think the same. Maybe I really should buy a takoyaki stand. Hero Association. Inside, a tall, straight-backed old man in black long sleeves and silver hair sat in the lounge, sipping tea with unhurried grace. A moment later, Sitch, finished with his paperwork, ambled over with a chuckle. Well, Silver Fong, what brings you to the Hero Association in person today? Rank 3 S-Class Hero, Silver Fong. Bang. Bang raised an eyebrow. Though aged, his voice carried the poise of a Grand Master. Haven't dropped by in a while, so I thought I'd check in. I hear we've added a new S-Class hero. Did Sweet Mask approve? Sweet Mask, whom Bang mentioned, currently occupies the top spot of A-Class. It isn't that Sweet Mask can't rise to S-Class, deliberately stays at A-Class rank 1 to vet those who come after him. Because of that, the S-Class roster hadn't grown for ages, but this time the precedent was broken. Sitch rubbed his large nose. Mr. Sweet Mask objected at first, but when he heard Mr. King recommended the candidate, he changed his tune immediately. Oh. Bang's eyes widened in surprise, his white mustache twitching. A personal recommendation from King? Then this bald cape must be a promising young talent. Though the codename is downright awful. Speaking of Qin Xiao, Bang's gaze turned grave. He remained at S-Class rank 3 not only because he lacked the desire to climb higher, but also because he truly couldn't beat Tatsumaki. As a martial arts grandmaster, Bang was inherently specialized against humanoid foes. His flowing water rock-shattering fist had reached the pinnacle. Against humanoids of roughly similar size, he could hold his own. Yet against rank 2 S-Class Tatsumaki, he admitted defeat before the match even began. Her overwhelming psychokinesis placed her in a league of her own among the S-Class heroes. He had always heard the myriad legendary feats attributed to King, yet retained a sliver of doubt after all. No one had ever actually seen them. They were only rumors. But a few days earlier, members of the Hero Association had watched Qin Xiao bring back an unconscious Tatsumaki virtually unscathed. From that moment onward, the last trace of skepticism in Bang's heart vanished. He had to admit that the title, the strongest man on the surface of the earth, was no empty boast. Anyone capable of defeating Tatsumaki with barely a scratch apart from Kian Good probably have to be S-Class rank 1 blast. P.S. Brothers, toss me some free power stones. 6 chapters dropped today. I am completely burned out. Chapter 39. Why won't this old man let go? Bangu tapped the table lightly, The subtle force launched the teacup into the air, and after a perfect arc it landed precisely in his hand. He took a calm sip, set the cup down, and not a single drop had spilled the entire time. Sitch marveled inwardly at the sight. A legendary Grandmaster of Martial Arts Hero Association is honored to have Elder Bangu. Just then the door swung open, and a helpless voice rang through the hall. Someone carry this brat away. Are all Hero Association kids this unruly? Bangu wondered who dared make such a racket. He turned toward the sound. When he saw what was happening, his wrinkles smoothed and his eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? At the entrance, Saitama dangled an unconscious Tornado in one hand. His yellow jumpsuit was a bit torn, and in the other, he held a plastic bag of unknown contents. The bizarre scene made Bangu suspect senile hallucinations. If he wasn't mistaken, that bald man was the newly promoted S-Class hero Bald Cape, Saitama. But why was the number 2 S-Class Tornado in his grip, clearly knocked out? Seeing battle marks on both, Bangu narrowed his eyes, a possibility he could hardly believe forming in his mind. He turned to the equally stunned Sitch and spoke slowly. "Mr. Sitch, can you tell me what just happened?" Sitch was shaken. Hero Association's ace, Tornado, had been defeated twice in days. King was one thing. After all, he's the strongest man on the surface of the earth, so it wasn't shocking. But Bald Cape was a brand new S-Class show. Had he done it? Suddenly Sitch recalled Qin Zhao's words on the phone. Of course it's Tornado. Saitama's strength is no less than mine. So King had been telling the truth, yet even knowing the facts, Bangu's shock only grew. You mean Saitama was dragged out by an enraged Tornado for a duel, and he walked back carrying her unconscious while barely scratched? If so, Bald Cape's power is unfathomable, perhaps second only to King himself. Interest piqued, Bangu walked toward Saitama. At once he smiled and offered his hand warmly. "Well, if it isn't S-Class number 17, Bald Cape. Pleased to meet you. I'm S-Class number 3, Silver Fong Bangu." Saitama tossed Tornado onto a nearby stretcher and stared blankly at the old man, wanting to shake hands. Who is this geezer? Hi. But courtesy counts. Even if he didn't know him, Saitama accepted the handshake. He'd walked right into it. Bangu's lips curved as he imperceptibly twisted his wrist. He had infused the handshake with flowing water rock-shattering fist energy, turning it into a trap that triggered on contact. He wanted to gauge the power of someone who could defeat Tornado. If Saitama were flung effortlessly, it would prove he knew nothing of martial arts. That would be perfect. A raw gem he could carve with flowing water rock-shattering fist to create a prodigy. Though once wild in youth, the aged Bangu now sought only a worthy heir to pass on his art. But the next moment stunned him. As he twisted, the subtle force of flowing water rock-shattering fist poured into Saitama to vanish like mud into the sea. Bangu held back a gasp and pushed the art's power even harder. Yet Saitama didn't budge, only looking more puzzled. What's this old guy doing? Ever since he'd grabbed his hand, he'd stood frozen as if paralyzed. Bangu's gaze turned grave, cold sweat tracing the deep lines of his face. A Grandmaster's instinct told him he wasn't trying to throw a man but a 1,000-meter mountain. Utterly immovable, yet Saitama was full of openings. Any martial artist could exploit them and floor him. There could be only one reason he couldn't be thrown. The man possessed monstrous raw physicality, greater even than Super Alloy Black Light. Among Hero Association's S-Class, Super Alloy Black Light's body is the pinnacle of brute might. With terrifying strength, speed, and nigh invulnerable defense, he can shrug off most dragon-level attacks unscathed. Bangu had sparred with him, yet never felt the unfathomable depth he now sensed in Saitama. No wonder he beat Tornado. Realizing Saitama knew no martial arts yet wielded such power, Bangu's heart raced. Teaching him flowing water rock-shattering fist could elevate the art to unprecedented heights. A mighty body plus supreme technique, unstoppable. The Grandmaster resolved then and there to take Saitama as his disciple. Saitama was even more bewildered. They'd been shaking hands for a minute. Why wouldn't the old man let go? Chapter 40. Please spar with me. Saitama didn't want to hurt the old man's feelings. Seeing the beaming smile on his face, he couldn't bring himself to yank his hand away. And so, Bang chatted cheerfully while clamping Saitama's right hand in both of his, as though afraid the younger man might bolt. Feeling those calloused palms constantly stroking the back of his hand, Saitama broke into a cold sweat as a terrifying possibility struck him. He'd seen on TV that some men had unusual tastes. They weren't into women at all, but preferred men their own gender. And plenty of creepy old geezers liked much younger guys. Could it be? Saitama's face stiffened as he stared at Bang's wrinkled, smiling visage. Bang, oblivious, kept chatting warmly while continuing to caress Saitama's hand. No way, actually, there was another meaning behind it. By stroking Saitama's hand, Bang subtly used the delicate force of flowing water rock-shattering fist to trace the meridians throughout his body and gauge his martial arts potential. The reading wasn't infallible, but it usually revealed something. Yet Bang's brows slowly knitted. He had never felt meridians this bizarre. His refined energy vanished without a trace the instant it entered this body, leaving no ripple behind. Refusing to believe it, Bang kept channeling energy through his caresses, but still received no response. To Saitama, it simply looked as if the respectable old geezer was stroking faster and faster, wearing an unreadable expression. Damn it. Saitama had had enough. He yanked his hand back. Before Bang could react, the bald Demon King cleared his throat and casually stepped back a few paces. Old-timer, everyone's got hobbies at your age, but could you keep them a bit more normal? I'm not cool with this. Seeing Saitama recoil in horror, Bang froze, then his aged face turned bright green. Saitama, what do you take me for? In my day, I had countless beauties. It's not what you think. Sigh. After fuming, Bang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed, a lonely, hero past his prime look in his old eyes. Such a pity. I'd planned to invite you to my dojo to experience martial arts and share some A5 Wagyu someone gave me. Guess I'll eat it alone. Saitama caught the key words, his gaze sharpened and he flickered out of sight. Sensing something rushing at super speed, Bang's pupils shrank, and he instinctively began the opening stance of flowing water rock-shattering fist. But the pose was shattered the next instant. Saitama grabbed Bang's hands, eyes sparkling. Master Bang, I just realized I'm super into martial arts. Name the time, King, and I'll drop by your dojo. Hearing this, Bang's heart leapt. Not only had he hooked Saitama landed an even bigger fish, the strongest man on the surface of the earth, King. A 5 Wagyu really was the ultimate bait. It stung that his flowing water rock-shattering fist was worth less than a box of beef, but at least there was hope of passing it on. At the thought, Bang sighed inwardly. His dojo now held only one talentless weakling of a student Charan. If he didn't recruit gifted disciples soon, this exquisite art would vanish forever. Then tomorrow afternoon it is. I'll have the Wagyu ready. Here's the dojo's address. Saitama pocketed the card, grabbed his bargain shopping, and strode out of the Hero Association. Watching the bald Demon King leave, Bang slowly lifted a hand, speechless with shock. He, a grandmaster, hadn't even reacted to Saitama's speed. His stance had been dismantled in an instant. A complete monster on the physical plane. Next morning, Qin Shao yawned as he lounged at the dining table. Eyeing the huge scarlet king crab, he tapped its hard shell with a finger. Using precise control, his strength turned into threads that spread outward, striking every part of the crab. With a crack, every shard of shell burst open, revealing snow-white meat. After a whirlwind feast, Qin Shao was clearing the table when a rhythmic knock rang out. Same steady beat, same crisp metallic clink. Qin Shao opened the door to find Genos standing stiffly outside, arms full of gifts. Reporting in, Teacher King. I'm back. All right, come in and sit. In the living room, Qin Shao and Genos stared at each other, neither speaking first. The atmosphere grew painfully awkward. Sensing it, but too lazy to break the silence, Qin Zhao simply studied Genos. After his latest rebuild, Genos had been fully upgraded firepower and every other parameter greatly improved. His once black and white arm was now almost jet black, components more precise, even his core glowed brighter. Qin Shao reckoned the cyborg had now reached demon-level peak. Seconds later, Genos broke the deadlock. golden mechanical eyes resolute. He spoke words that nearly blew the roof off. Teacher King, please spar with me, beg you. P.S. Holy crap. Thanks to Brother Prince Chun of Westridge for the Supreme Veg Extra chapter tomorrow, guaranteed. Chapter 41, No Way Out. Me? Spar with you. Qin Shao was a little stunned. In the original story, Genos had also foolishly run off to spar with the bald Demon King Saitama and ended up scared witless by a single punch. After transmigrating, he'd taken Genos as his disciple by coincidence, and now this guy wanted to spar with him too. Is this the convergence of world lines? Genos looked dead serious, his eyes full of frustration at his own weakness, fists clenched tight. Teacher King, after our last fight, I've come to realize how weak I am and to understand your teaching. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If I want to keep getting stronger, I have to battle those stronger than me, and you're the strongest person I've ever met. Please spar with me, go all out, even if it kills me. Seeing Genos's look of grim resolve, Qin Shao felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he feared the invitation. He was afraid he'd misjudge Genos's durability and use a tad too much force, scattering him into spare parts. After all, the current financially strapped hero was so weak that if Qin Shao seriously wanted him dead, a simple forehead flick would dismantle him completely. But seeing how stubborn Genos was, Qin Shao knew that if he refused, the guy would pester him like a stubborn plaster every single day. Fine, I'll call someone else. Qin Shao waved a hand and dialed a number. A glint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. The blood in his body surged like a raging sea, and his aura changed in an instant. Just as Genos sought to advance by challenging the strong, Qin Shao now felt the same desire. He really wanted to know, after growing so much stronger, whether he could withstand the bald Demon King's normal punch. Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter after all. The bald Demon King didn't kill. At worst, he'd be maimed for 2 seconds before healing. Out in the wilderness far from the city, yellow sand drifted through the air, endless ochre earth stretching to every horizon. At this moment, 3 people stood amid the flying sand, staring at one another. The man on the left had neat blonde stubble and wore a white shirt, but exposed mechanical parts all over his body made his identity clear. The one in the middle was tall and broad, his long blonde hair nearly brushing his shoulders, a domineering face and 3 savage scars across his left eye exuding a chilling, mighty pressure. As for the man on the right who kept checking the time, his gleaming bald head said it all. King, won't this cut things a bit close? We've got to be at Master Bangu's dojo in 2 hours. What if he won't serve A5 Wagyu when we get there? Facing Saitama's worry, Qin Shao patted his shoulder. Relax, these 2 spars will be over in no time. Yes, they'd be over very quickly. After all, in both fights the 2 sides weren't even on the same level. Genos versus Qin Shao match with 0 suspense. Qin Shao versus the bald Demon King Sadamastal 0 suspense. Then you 2 go first, I'll watch from the side. With that, Saitama pulled a manga from nowhere, flashed, and appeared atop a nearby hill where the sand wasn't as thick. Watching the guy lounge on the peak reading comics, Qin Shao nodded to Genos. Let's begin. The moment he said it, Genos's expression turned utterly focused. The core in his chest erupted with azure light, every component in his body supplying boundless power. He raised his arms, which split and reconfigured, instantly forming a precision cannon. Fierce energy gathered as a crimson glow swirled within the barrel. Please instruct me, Teacher King superpowered burn cannon. Genos held nothing back, opening with his ultimate move. Against the unfathomable strongest man on the surface of the earth, he dared not show the slightest negligence. A violent orange beam wrapped in crackling lightning shot forward, turning everything in its path to scorched earth, and in the blink of an eye it surged to Qin Shao's face. Against an attack that could wipe most demon-level monsters and even injure dragon-level ones, Qin Shao merely stood still. When the beam was less than a meter away, he casually slapped it aside. The superpowered burn cannon plowed into the sand, kicking up clouds of dust, yet failed to affect Qin Shao at all. A faint green psychokinesis shield enveloped him, blocking the flying grit. Genos had known his ultimate move likely couldn't hurt Qin Shao, but he never imagined it would be swatted away like a fly. He roared, thrusters igniting. Propelled by flames, he left a scarlet trail and vanished. In a flash, he blinked behind Qin Shao, arms whipping out so fast that countless fist images rained down like a storm. Machine gun blows. Qin Shao spun, raising his right hand toward the airborne Genos. Not good. His mechanical irises contracted. Instinctively, Genos assumed Qin Shao was about to strike him while he was stuck in midair. Since he couldn't dodge, he'd have to meet it with all-out offense. Thrusters at full burn, Genos's punching speed rose another notch. Yet Qin Shao didn't attack as expected. He stood in place, right hand weaving back and forth. Every lightning-fast punch Genos threw was effortlessly parried, inflicting no damage whatsoever. What a joke! After another punch was casually blocked, Genos's eyes flashed. The fist Qin Shao had caught suddenly blazed with blinding light. Burn cannon. That had been his plan all along. Realizing every punch was being perfectly intercepted, he had already formed a counter-strategy. While Qin Shao's hand was still in contact with his fist, he'd fire the burn cannon at point-blank range, leaving no way to evade. Chapter 42 The Victor Decided. Dazzling firelight pierced the sky. The mountain peak behind him turned to ash under that savage beam, leaving only a sheared-off mid-slope. Before Genos could even draw breath, he realized the right arm he'd just fired burn cannon with was stuck, couldn't pull it free. As the smoke cleared, Qin Shao stood almost unscathed. Between his vast vitality and a psychokinesis shield, Genos's assault hadn't managed so much as a scratch. Seeing this, Genos fell silent and lowered his head. He'd watched Qin Shao fight before. He knew exactly what this meant. Teacher King's true strength lies in offense, yet I haven't even qualified to make him use it. What a joke. Genos jerked his head up. His eyes blazed with golden light as two micro-muzzles extended from his pupils, lancing out rapid-fire lasers. The beams carved fierce trails through the air, but when they struck the pale green barrier coating Qin Shao's body, they couldn't advance a single millimeter. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. This move had never appeared in the original story. Had Genos invented a new technique? Another butterfly effect, I suppose. My arrival really has changed countless tiny details. Great for ambushes, but the power is still a bit lacking, and the area of effect can't compare to burn cannon. Sensing the beam's strength, Qin Shao offered an objective critique. Commenting mid-fight wasn't contempt. He was simply fulfilling a teacher's duty. In a teacher-student spar, the pupil needs the master to point out flaws in real time so he can improve. I'm not done yet. Genos roared. The eye lasers ceased, his thrusters ignited, and he vanished in a fiery afterimage, streaking through the air. With a mechanical roar, he flashed behind Qin Shao, jets blazing from his heel as a momentum-packed kick slammed into the psychokinesis shield. Burn cannon. A muzzle extended from his toe tip, detonating burn cannon point-blank against the shield. Scorching tongues of flame and golden energy swallowed Qin Shao whole. Genos backflipped away, blue arcs crackling across his cyborg frame, gaze tense. After so many techniques, especially opening with super-powered burn cannon, his body was starting to overload. Would it work? Could it break Teacher King's defense? A silhouette strode from the flames. Fire and energy were kept a meter at bay as the psychokinesis shield still wrapped him. Qin Shao remained untouched. Facing the wary Genos, Qin Shao curved a smile and finally offered praise. Clever idea, turning every part of your body into a gun port, not limiting yourself to your hands. Catches an enemy off guard. Did you come up with it? Hearing that, Genos shook his head. The concept wasn't mine. I adapted it from your fighting style, Teacher King. When you fight, you treat every part of your body as a weapon, so I added gun ports wherever I could strike, enabling instant energy attacks. So I was the inspiration, huh? Qin Shao had to admire whoever invented psychokinesis really made life convenient. He kept the shield up not from fear of injury, but simply to spare his clothes. Crafty little Genos always unleashed ultra-high-temp burn cannons, hoping to incinerate outfits and leave opponents naked. A direct hit wouldn't wound him, but it would vaporize every thread and leave him stark naked in an instant. At that moment, Genos's tone shifted, urgent. Teacher King, please stop defending attack me with everything you've got. From the start, he'd done nothing but attack, while Qin Shao had only defended and critiqued. Genos believed real progress came from mutual combat, from life-and-death crisis, not one-sided bombardment. Seeing the resolve in the cyborg kid's eyes, Qin Shao scratched his head. Genos had shown most of his moves. It was time to finish. The instant Genos finished speaking, Qin Shao became a scarlet streak, closing the gap in a blink. So fast. Genos's pupils shrank. His cybernetic fist scythed through the air with a metallic shriek toward Qin Zhao's face. But in the next second, Qin Shao vanished from his optic sensors. Too slow. Don't rely on mechanical scans. Learn to sense your opponent. A deep voice sounded behind him. Without turning, Genos morphed a gun port on his back, firing burn cannon to engulf the area in a storm of sand. Did I hit? No. Genos froze, staring at the hand already touching his core. His short blonde hair whipped in the sand-laden wind. Qin Shao had somehow returned to face him, a fist loaded with crushing force hovering mere centimeters from the core. As a cyborg, Genos could survive having his body torn apart. His true lifeline was that blue core. One tiny push forward and Qin Shao would crush it, killing him on the spot. He stood motionless, stunned. The spar had ended so quickly. In a real fight, an attack centimeters from the core meant Genos was already dead. He said nothing, simply stared at Qin Shao, eyes full of bewilderment. The victor was decided. Chapter 43: The Source of the Energy Outburst. Seeing Genos looking utterly devastated, Qin Shao crouched down and patted his shoulder. It's fine, you still have plenty of room to grow. After this fight, I've got loads of pointers for you. I'll tell you all about them later. Genos blinked. Just as he lifted his head, Qin Shao grabbed him by the collar and hurled him clean away. He sailed through the air in bewilderment, the wind howling past while the words drifted precisely into his audio receptors. Next, you'll feel what a real battle between powerhouses looks like. Better keep your distance, get brushed by the shockwave, and you're probably dead. A clash of titans? Could it be? Genos swept his gaze across the area. Only two people remained besides himself. Teacher King and the unfathomable S-class hero, Bald Cape Saitama. Was that why King Sensei invited Mr. Saitama here today? Were the two of them about to fight? Genos had heard that Tornado, the Hero Association's ace and number 2 S-class hero, the ceiling of their combat strength, had been defeated by each of them in turn. He realized the fight he was about to witness might be the ultimate showdown of the era's strongest warriors. Qin Shao planted his feet in the yellow sand and waved toward Saitama, who was still lounging on the mountaintop reading manga. We're good here, come on down. Saitama bounded down in a single leap, landing right in front of Genos and shoving his manga into the cyborg's arms. Genos, hold on to this for me, okay? Don't wreck it. It's a limited edition. Ever since becoming an S-class hero, Saitama's nest egg had exploded. He'd moved past pirated comics and even snagged the author-signed limited release. Clutching the volume, Genos rocketed several kilometers away. Even from that distance, his cybernetic eyes' long-range vision let him monitor the scene perfectly. What would a battle of monsters look like? His recorder quietly activated. Had he possessed a heart, it would have been racing. In the swirling dust, Qin Shao and Saitama faced each other. Saitama, remember what I told you? Qin Shao spoke calmly. Saitama clenched his fists, his usual simple style suddenly sharpening into something serious. Of course, if I beat you in 10 punches without using the serious punch, you'll buy me every new fighting game released next month, right? At Qin Yao's confirmation, Saitama's motivation skyrocketed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Seeing Saitama raring to go, Qin Shao didn't dare slack. He opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates instantly. White-blue steam erupted from his body, surging might into invisible shockwaves that swept the surroundings. Even kilometers away, Genos could sense the domineering aura emanating from Qin Shao. Boom, 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 boom. The Emperor engine thundered across the field, as though every atom in creation were pulsing to its rhythm. Vast oceans of blood chi rippled within Qin Shao, psychokinesis layered over him, boosting speed and defense even further. At the same time, Formless ambient energy converged, not condensing into a sphere this time, but coating his body instead. After absorbing energy for kilometers around, Qin Zhao's all-around stats climbed another notch. His blonde hair whipped like serpents, blood qi spilled outward, the blue-white steam turning deep indigo and even tinged with crimson. In this instant, Qin Zhao deployed every skill he possessed, reaching the strongest level he had attained since crossing into this world. The suffocating wave of power tore through the clouds above, revealing an endless expanse of blue sky. Whoa, pretty cool. Saitama couldn't help praising the spectacular effects. Looks like you're ready, Ki and Gare I come. The instant he finished, Saitama's monstrous leg muscles detonated with force. The ground beneath him cratered into an abyss as he vanished in a blur. Qin Zhao flashed forward as well, one red streak, one yellow colliding midair, invisible shockwaves instantly reshaping the terrain. Several kilometers away, Genos felt every component rattling. Fearing he'd be shattered by the aftershock, he withdrew another 5 or 6 kilometers. Such terrifying strength, merely the shockwave nearly disabled me, so this is the true might of Teacher King and Mr. Saitama? Hero Association. Report. Ultra-high energy signature detected 1,035 kilometers outside Z-City, levels exceed every dragon-level disaster on record. The staff member's panicked voice echoed through the control room, nearly everyone's heart leaping into their throat. What? Surpassing every dragon level? You've got to be joking. Beyond all dragon levels, that would be the legendary god-level disaster, something that could wipe out humanity. Amid the rising dread, Sitch, seasoned by countless crises, forced himself to order despite the tension. Redirect the satellites to the energy epicenter, find out what's causing this outburst. Moments later, the satellite feed flickered onto the main screen. Violent energy interference made the image shaky and the audio crackle with static. Yet through the distortion came a sound every person in the room knew by heart. The roar of an engine, thunderous and unmistakable, the familiar Emperor engine, reverberated throughout the control room. Sitch froze. The source of the energy outburst was Mr. King. P.S. Want to see what happens next? Don't worry, I am writing. He. Chapter 44. Blood Chi Dragon. An absurd yet logical guess took shape in his mind. Without realizing it, Sitch was already drenched in cold sweat. Mr. King doesn't unleash his power at random, and this energy fluctuation is extremely unstable. That leaves only one possibility. The strongest man on the surface of the earth is right now fighting another powerhouse. At the thought, Sitch hurried forward, almost pressing himself against the giant screen, eyes locked on the blurry image, and asked, "Who is Mr. King fighting? Can the satellite get a shot of the other party?" The energy waves from the battle alone surpass most dragon-level disasters, nearly reaching the legendary god level. It's clear that whoever is fighting Mr. King absolutely outclasses most dragon-level threats, possibly even a rumored god-level monster. The satellite image sharpened. A yellow bodysuit and a gleaming bald head came into view. The staff members were stunned once more. Someone couldn't help shouting, "It's Bald Cape, rank 17 S-Class hero Bald Cape is battling Mr. King." What? Sitch's eyes bulged. Before he could speak, a shrill alarm blared and the huge screen flashed blood scarlet. A giant exclamation mark appeared in the center, underscored by a line that could fill anyone with dread. Energy signature exceeding dragon-level disaster detected, preliminary classification, god-level threat. First punch. Qin Zhao and Saitama collided head-on in midair. Qin Zhao's fist blazed with golden energy and surging blood qi, wrapped in faint green psychokinesis, pushing his power to the limit. Saitama's fist, by contrast, wore nothing but a cheap-looking red glove, utterly plain. Yet the instant their fists met, Qin Zhao truly understood what One Punch Man and Bald Demon King meant. The flashy effects shattered in an instant. The arm he'd struck with let out a sickening crack, twisting into a grotesque shape. Terrifying force flooded his body. Qin Zhao felt every bone in his right half crumble, his organs taking varying degrees of damage. Mid-air, he shot backward like a cannonball, smashing into the earth and kicking up endless clouds of sand. The ground behind him gave way, spider web fissures spread, forming a crater hundreds of meters across. A green flash swept over him the next second, his shattered bones and organs mended instantly, good as new. He flew out of the crater as if nothing had happened. His clothes didn't even show a bloodstain. No surprise, his whole right arm had turned to mush inside. Only the skin stayed intact, so of course there was no blood. Seeing this, Saitama's expression flickered. He froze for a beat. He stared at his own fist, then at Chen Xiao smiling back unharmed, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Someone actually took my punch. Great. All along, Saitama had wanted a fight that could thrill him, but every monster, no matter the rank, fell in one hit. That went on so long that he lost all passion for battle. It was just boring. Like turning on an invincibility cheat in a game fun at first, but it quickly becomes dull. Now, seeing Chen Xiao take a punch and stay standing, Saitama felt true excitement for the first time. Maybe this guy King can give me the fight I've been craving? That first punch, truth be told, Saitama had held back a lot. He knew King, as the strongest man on the surface of the earth, had to be strong, but he didn't dare risk it. What if he used too much force and killed his best friend? But now Saitama clenched his fist and vanished at a speed the eye couldn't follow. Since King blocked the first punch so easily, a bit more power couldn't hurt. Second punch. Recovering, Chen Xiao saw Saitama move. A lethal premonition exploded in his mind as a savage fist whoosh brushed his cheek. Crap. He jerked aside, barely dodging Saitama's left hook. The missed punch released its destructive force outward. The air cracked with a snapping sound, nearly shattering on the spot. That fearsome fist wind barreled onward, flattening a mountain hundreds of meters tall into level ground. Seizing the opening, Chen Xiao focused, whipped his fist high, and slammed it into Saitama's gut. Brutal power blasted through, carving a visible white trail behind Saitama. As for Chen Xiao's own feeling was completely numb. Literally numb. For every action there's an equal reaction. His punch had been like an ordinary man smashing his fist into a steel plate. His knuckles were now powder. Needless to say, the blow hadn't hurt the bald demon king, it merely sent him flying backward. Realizing he was hurtling through the air from the impact, Saitama frantically adjusted his posture. Seeing that, Chen Xiao suddenly understood. This was the best attack window he would get. It was time to burn his youth. Mountainous blood chi erupted within him and burst outward. The steam wreathing his body turned blood scarlet. Every muscle fiber unleashed monstrous physical power. Under precise control, each fiber tore as strength surged beyond its limits. The vast blood chi blazed like fire and in an instant shaped itself into a roaring blood chi dragon. Advanced chapter up first. Several more tomorrow. Thanks again to Big Brother Prince Chin of the Western Mountain Range for the big gifty. Chapter 45, Almost Beaten to Death. Watching the skyscraping blood chi dragon, Saitama, still flipping through the air, called help but exclaim. Damn, that's cool. It didn't end there. With a single thought, Chen Zhao's vast psychokinesis blanketed the entire blood chi dragon. His body became a whirlpool that frantically devoured the surrounding energy. Gold and green light swirled inside the crimson blood chi, as though plating the dragon in solid armor. Every muscle in his body tore apart. Threads of blood appeared on his skin only to be instantly healed. Nightingale. Chen Xiao shot forward. Wherever he passed, space twisted into spirals. The terrifying force nearly shook heaven and earth as the berserk blood chi dragon rapidly enlarged in sight. Facing this heaven-shaking kick, Saitama's expression turned serious. He straightened midair, his arm muscles bulging as he delivered a plain, unadorned punch. It was the current limit of Saitama's normal punch. Any more force would turn it into a serious punch. The line between normal punch and serious punch sits at roughly 40% power. Exceed 40%, and you cross the normal punch threshold. Meanwhile, Genis, watching from afar, was suddenly gripped by a bad premonition. Crap. He'd been so engrossed in the fight that only now did he realize the two were about to clash ultimate moves. The aftershocks had almost knocked him out earlier. Now that they were about to detonate finishers, he had to run even farther. Already 20 kilometers away, Genos sprinted for the horizon again. Normal punch. The red-gloved fist collided with the blood-chi dragon. The vast energy fluctuation became a vortex of color. A violent shockwave swept in every direction from the point of impact. Amid swirling yellow sand, the ground beneath Qin Shao and Saitama vanished, replaced by a kilometers-wide bottomless abyss. The surrounding land kept crumbling, destroyed by the explosive force. Yet this time was different. The red-gloved fist did not bulldoze everything in its path. The roaring blood-chi dragon actually stalemated the bald demon king's fist for a brief instant. Saitama was surprised, staring at the crimson dragon now cracked, but still surging forward. After taking my punch, it still hasn't shattered? The corners of his mouth curled. The thrill of battle inside him began to awaken. King, you really have given me a huge surprise. Saitama's features sharpened as he slowly raised the left hand he hadn't used since the fight began. In that case, let me get a bit more serious. Third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. His left arm fired 2 rapid blows, so fast that only red glove after images remained in the air. Triple normal punch. The stacked force of 3 normal punches detonated the stalemated blood-chi dragon. A rain of scarlet chi scattered across the sky before vanishing like stardust. Qin Shao was sent flying, crashing into the yellow sand whirling overhead, his figure lost from view. Huh? Where'd King fly off to? Blinded by the sand, Saitama looked around but couldn't spot Qin Shao anywhere. Just then a silhouette emerged from the dust. Qin Shao strolled out, unruffled apart from tattered clothes. Barely a scratch showed. Saitama, how was that move of mine? Hearing the question, Saitama smiled and nodded, approval shining in his eyes. Not bad. Out of all the opponents I've fought so far, King, you're definitely the strongest. That big red dragon rushing at me looked super cool, and it was pretty tough too. Me fist couldn't break it in one go. I had to add 2 more. So the gap is still this huge. Watching Saitama's excited critique, Qin Shao felt a pang of desolation. As a transmigrator with a cheat system, he couldn't even compare to the bald demon kinglet alone stand equal to him. He had just played every trump card since arriving in this world, launching his strongest attack only to receive a "that looked cool" comment. Besides, although Qin Shao appeared unscathed while walking out of the dust, he had merely healed fast. After taking those 3 normal punches, not only was the Nightingale blood-chi dragon obliterated, Qin Shao himself had suffered catastrophic damage. Nearly his entire body had been pulped in an instant, his bones shattered like white crumbs on a want-want snowcracker, his organs mashed into paste. If he hadn't focused on protecting his head to stay conscious, those 3 punches would have killed him outright. Thank heavens anything the system produces is top grade. The horrific regeneration of super speed healing restored those pulverized bones in just 2 seconds. Seeing Qin Shao still standing, Saitama's rekindled fighting spirit blazed. He clenched his fists in excitement. King, you just took 3 normal punches and look fine. How about we switch the next 5 to 1 serious punch? The bald demon king had rediscovered his long-lost passion for battle, perhaps the all-out brawl he'd always dreamed of would happen today. At Saitama's suggestion, Qin Shao's cheek twitched. He was certain that if he took a serious punch head-on, he'd be turned into a mist of blood with 0 chance to heal. After all, in the original story, the Cosmic Emperor Boros didn't dare take a serious punch either. In canon, Boros was blown to pieces after a string of normal punches. A serious punch would have reduced him to ash. Facing Saitama's invitation, Qin Shao shook his head and declined. Let's not. Today's just a casual spar, no need to get so serious. Let's stick to normal punches. All right. Disappointment flashed across Saitama's face, but he quickly rallied. Only 5 punches left. If I can beat King within them, every fighting game from now on is mine. Chapter 46 8 Gates, Death Gate, Open. Qin Shao suddenly seemed to think of something. Opening the death gate of the 8 gates was almost certainly fatal. Although it granted tremendous power, the price was one's life. Once the death gate was opened, it would continuously burn the user's vitality, damaging the body until it was completely consumed. System, can super speed healing cure the side effects of the death gate? Qin Shao muttered inwardly, and the system quickly replied, its icy notification sounding in his mind. Super speed healing can heal the damage caused by the death gate, but the gate itself consumes life essence. If kept open too long, irreversible harm will occur. At present, the host can sustain the death gate for a maximum of 10 minutes. Friendly reminder: after the death gate opens, it will keep burning the host's vitality. Regardless of how long it remains active, once closed, the host will enter a weakened state lasting 30 minutes. Weakened for how long? Qin Zhao's eyes bulged. He hadn't expected the penalty to be so light. What surprised him even more was that the system rewarded 8 gates actually allowed the death gate to be toggled at will. Put simply, Qin Zhao now possessed a 10-minute super burst mode, followed by only 30 minutes of weakness. It was an absolute steal. With that thought, Qin Zhao hesitated no longer. The boundless, ocean-like vitality within him surged, rapidly flooding the final gate point. 8 gates, death gate open. Crimson steam wavered like blazing flames, dyeing his golden hair red as crimson patterns slowly spread across his body. Sensing Qin Zhao's aura skyrocket, even Saitama couldn't help raising an eyebrow. King, how many new forms do you have? You've switched to an even cooler one again. Qin Zhao didn't answer. He stared, transfixed, at his vitality-wreathed hands, lost in thought. Unparalleled power surged within him, several times stronger than when he had opened the Gate of Wonder. I wonder if this level can contend with the bald Demon King's normal mode. With that thought, Qin Zhao drew a deep breath, lowered his stance, and set himself to charge. Seeing this, Saitama knew a fight was coming. He adopted the same charging posture. As if by agreement, both vanished from where they stood. At the 100-meter chasm left by their earlier clash, a red streak and a yellow streak smashed together, wild energy scattering in every direction. The violent explosion that followed swept the area, a towering mushroom cloud of energy stretching a kilometer high, visible from cities 1,000 kilometers away. At that moment, the Hero Association's satellites lost all signal. From then on, mere mortals were no longer qualified to watch the battle. 20 kilometers away, Genos felt his parts creak once more and could only keep retreating. So this is the power of Teacher King and Mr. Saitama. It's practically divine. Genos felt a surge of gratitude. Fortunately, both Teacher King and Mr. Saitama stand on humanity's side. If either of them opposed mankind, humanity would surely perish. Meanwhile, at the center of the chasm, the desert terrain had been completely reshaped. The drifting sand poured into the bottomless abyss like water, and the surrounding desert peaks had been ground flat by the shockwaves of the titanic clash. Saitama looked at Qin Zhao, whose fist could actually hold against his own, excitement flashing in his eyes. This is the first time I've found someone who can trade punches with me. Don't let me down, King. Qin Zhao channeled every last wisp of his flame-like vitality into his fist, yet could only barely stalemate Saitama's. But he could sense that this state would last 5 seconds at most before he was utterly crushed. Even with the death gate open and against Saitama's normal punch, Qin Zhao's arm bones were already cracked throughout. In that case, a red glint flashed in his eyes. The instant he drew back his fist, super speed healing had already mended the shattered bones. Evening Elephant. In less than a second, Qin Zhao threw 1,000 punches. Crisscrossing air cannons carved white scars across the sky for nearly 100 kilometers. People in the city looked up in shock. The once azure sky was now latticed with white trails, compressed air streaming along their centers. At the very center of the attack, Saitama didn't even dodge, taking the 1,000 punches with his absurd body. His iconic yellow jumpsuit sported a few new holes, and his ever-flowing white cape was now half-tattered. Seeing this, Saitama's mouth twitched. King, you ruined my clothes. These are custom-made hero suits I had specially ordered. I'll pay you 10 times the price. Let's go, Saitama. A red afterimage flickered at blinding speed, the surrounding area turning into a haze of crimson light. Qin Zhao's faint voice rode the wind into Saitama's ears. With Qin Zhao's promise of compensation, Saitama let loose, likewise turning into an afterimage that flickered through the air. From Genos's perspective, Both fighters vanished. Even his mechanical eyes could barely catch traces, unable to confirm their forms at all. Boom! 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 A distant mountain erupted under the violent blast, the entire peak erased, the ground beneath forming a gigantic pit 100 meters deep. The scene repeated itself again and again. Every collision left a crater hundreds of meters wide, the surrounding space distorting with each clash. Having fun writing, brothers? Toss me some yellow update votes. Chapter 47. Only the fight remains. By now both of them were fighting with savage abandon. Neither could even recall the 10-punch wager. All that remained was the pure thrill of battle. Qin Shao lashed out several punches in a row. The violent blasts of air grazed that gleaming bald head, tearing the atmosphere behind him and almost carving out a vacuum. Saitama's eyes sharpened. Seizing the opening, he slammed a fist straight into Qin Zhao's abdomen. Gah! Qin Zhao's stomach caved in, his body rocketing backward under the titanic force. He plowed his legs into the ground, carving a kilometer-long trench before he finally stopped. Damn, that hurts. The blow had nearly burst every organ, but super speed healing was simply too broken. Even a shattered torso knits itself back together in an instant. He wiped the blood from his lips. The crimson steam around him flared even wilder as he shot forward like a red comet. Saitama hadn't had this much fun in ages. A grin wider than any game ever gave him lit his face, life finally flickering in those once dull pupils. Apart from not using the serious punch, he fought without a single restraint, the 10 promise long forgotten. How could he not be ecstatic to meet someone who could actually trade blows with him? It was like a lone expert sitting atop a mountain, watching everyone else still at base, tasting only the chill of solitude. Then, suddenly, someone broke past the foot and reached the mid-slope, staring up at him. At that moment, loneliness and boredom explode into joy. Maybe this is the fight I've been craving. A blur, and Qin Shao reappeared, his blood-steam-wrapped fist warping space as it smashed toward the shining scalp. Saitama twisted, hips snapping his left fist into Qin Zhao's wrist. With a crisp crack, the wrist folded at a grotesque angle, pale bone jutting through skin. Yet a flash of green light and the ruined joint was perfect again, as if never injured. Qin Shao seized the gap, funneling every ounce of aura into his right fist and hammering Saitama's chest. The colossal force blasted out, shattering the remaining ground and sending stones skyward in cascading layers. Even though the punch landed squarely, Qin Shao couldn't force a smile. This guy's defense is insane. No attack had left a scratch. Qin Shao felt as though he were a commoner punching a slab of superalloy that actually punched back, bruising him every time. Qin Shao could sum the situation up in one line. He was an ordinary man doggedly striking a superalloy plate. Only the plate fought back, smashing him to pieces with each exchange. Their eyes met and both vanished. Sonic booms ripped through the air, then titanic energy detonated where they collided. Invisible shockwaves pulverized the exposed ground, birthing yet another 100-meter deep crater. What had once been an endless golden desert was now not even dust beneath their duel. From on high, the battlefield looked like a moonscape. Hundreds of black pits pocked the land, the remaining surface cracked like a spiderweb, eerie and alien. 50 kilometers away, Genos felt the violent quake and finally lost his composure. How can you two be this strong? He wanted to watch, but at 50 kilometers, even his cybernetic eyes telescope mode couldn't make out a Thingsy city downtown. A young man in black bell-bottoms, a red shirt, and delinquent-styled hair swaggered down the street, swinging a gleaming baseball bat. Though he looked like a punk, he ranked among the 17 S-Class heroes. S-Class, rank 15 metal bat. Right now he was on his way to his little sister's piano recital. Just picturing her under the spotlight made him grin ear to ear. Heh, my sis is the best. A hardcore siscon, Metalbat put her above everything. If anything happened to her, he'd go berserk on the spot. Suddenly the ground rumbled. Buildings and street trembled beneath everyone's feet. Pedestrians cried out, grabbing lampposts and walls to stay upright. What's going on? An earthquake? But there was no alert. You still trust those warnings? Quakes come and go in a minute anyway. True, guess I can skip work and head home for once. While the civilian stayed relaxed, cold sweat drenched Metal Bat. He froze, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he stared toward the city's outskirts. Hey, what kind of energy joke is this? Who the hell is fighting out there? As an S-class hero, his energy sense far surpassed any normal humans. So while others merely felt a quake, he sensed the overwhelming pressure, so vast resistance felt impossible. P.S. The novel is about to debut, dear readers. Please leave a quick review. Updates won't slow down. Chapter 48. This guy is a pure Superman. On a hill in Z-City's semi-rural zone, an elegant dojo stood proudly on the peak. Though deserted, it still radiated the aura of a martial arts holy land. In the main hall, a white-haired yet sturdy old man sat quietly on the floor. Beside him, a thin, long blonde-haired youth served tea and did chores. This old and young pair was none other than Bang and his only current disciple, the talentless Charon. Bang was waiting. In 1 hour it would be the appointed time with Saitama, and he could only hope the man would show for the wagyu. Freshly brewed tea sat on the table. Bang, serene, lifted the cup, ready to savor the aroma. The next second, boom boom boom. An invisible tempest of wild energy rolled in. The entire peak quaked, the grand dojo now swaying on its foundations. Charon, carrying tea, lost her footing. The pot crashed, scalding tea splashing everywhere. What's going on? An earthquake? While Charon stood bewildered, Bang was already trembling, his aged eyes locked on the distant suburbs, soul nearly scared out of him. Such terrifying power, and this is just the aftershock. Are you kidding me? Hailed as a martial arts grandmaster, at this moment he felt no more than a helpless child. So-called martial arts, techniques honed for decades, seemed feeble and minuscule before this battle's residual wave. As a great master, Bang had a crystal-clear gauge of his own strength. He was certain that if he entered a fight of this level, he'd be obliterated in an instant. Yet he wondered, just how mighty must one be to clash so fiercely? A tall figure with golden hair flashed through his mind. The old body shuddered. One of the combatants was likely that man. Then could the one battling Mr. King be a legendary god-level disaster? 10,000 meters above ground. Saitama was having a blast, forgetting he couldn't fly, standing in midair and exchanging blows. Scorching blood steamed off his skin. Qin Shao shouted, and countless crimson fists rained like meteors. Each punch made the air quake. Saitama's eyes flicked, every time catching Qin Zhao's fist and countering. Their fists collided, Saitama's red-gloved hand unharmed, Qin Zhao's twisted and shattered. Not caring about the minor wound, Qin Shao raised his intact right arm and smashed again. Saitama's gaze sharpened. A normal punch at its limit blew Qin Zhao's right arm to bloody shreds. Yet in that instant, Qin Zhao's ruined left fist had already healed, and the cycle restarted. Shrieking sonic booms rang them as they spun through the sky. Every clash loosed boundless gales. Above S-City, a massive storm cloud gathered, thick gray layers churning, lightning snaking within. The forecast said thunderstorms today. Heavy rain brewed high above. The next instant, a scarlet figure shot backward like a shell, a red meteor plunging into the clouds. A yellow streak followed, diving into the storm right after. Inside the dense clouds, Qin Shao tumbled, trying to bleed off momentum. Blood trickled from his mouth, only to be vaporized by his blazing aura. His organs felt knotted. Hurts like hell just now. One slip let Saitama land 3 normal punches in a row. Had he not been in Death Gate, vastly tougher, those 3 strikes would have turned him to mist. While thoughts raced, the clouds ahead burst open. A bald head in a tattered yellow bodysuit descended, fist enlarging fast. A surge of lethal danger swept him. Saitama's punch was aimed at his head. The bald Demon King clearly now saw King as a near equal. A headshot should be survivable. To Qin Shao, though, it looked like plain murder. After all, super speed healing only worked while he was conscious. If his head burst, recovery was unlikely. With that in mind, he crossed both arms, blocking the incoming fist. Bones cracked, yet he held the blow. As Qin Shao braced to counter, Saitama raised his other hand and punched again. A titanic shockwave erupted amid the clouds, shredding the storm to pieces. The forecast switched from downpour to clear skies in a blink. Wind howled past his ears high above. Qin Shao stared at the blood mist that had been his arms, eyelids twitching. The guy's attack power just jumped again. He was sure Saitama still hadn't used serious punch, staying within the limit of normal punch the whole time. Which meant Saitama was still growing stronger mid-fight. Qin Shao was finding it harder and harder, from barely holding his own to bones shattering with one punch had taken under 5 minutes. Only now did he realize why the show's title was One Punch Man. Maybe not literally one punch, but this guy is a pure Superman. Chapter 49. The Heaven-Shrouding Blood-Chi Dragon. The battle almost plunged heaven and earth into darkness. Their power was simply too great. To keep from destroying the surface, they had climbed 10 kilometers into the sky, almost to the edge of the atmosphere. Watching Saitama soar freely through the air, Qin Shao finally lost it. Dude, did you forget you can't fly? Truly, if you can imagine it, there's nothing you can't do. Saitama had never been able to fly. He just assumed humans weren't supposed to. But the moment he forgot that rule, he somehow started floating. They clashed again. After less than a second of stalemate, Saitama's fist tore forward, shattering Qin Shao's entire right arm into a mist of blood. The colossal impact sent Qin Shao tumbling through the air. Even using psychokinesis to break, he couldn't stop instantly. Green light flickered. The blood mist arm began to regrow skin and flesh at visible speed, pale bones reforming in an instant. Damn, this guy's gotten way stronger. Probably Saitama hadn't even noticed, but his strength was skyrocketing by the second. If everyday Saitama improved 1% a day, in combat he gained 1% every second, and the longer the fight, the faster the growth. Once the bald Demon King got serious, his power curve turned monstrous. Every second he could kill the previous second's version of himself. Right now, barred from using serious punch, his body wasn't truly fired up, but his mind was thrilled enough. Before Qin Shao could steady his flying body, Saitama blinked in front of him, fist swelling in his vision. At that instant, primal danger exploded in his mind. Without hesitation, he burst into full speed, streaking away nearly 1,000 li as a beam of light. The punch missed, but its gale punched through half the planet's clouds in a single sweep. Seen from space at that moment, Earth's cloud layer looked neatly parted down the middle like a perfect center-part haircut. "Don't run, King!" Saitama shouted at the fleeing Qin Shao, then shot forward in pursuit. Serious chase. The rule only banned serious punch. Other serious moves were still fair game. In short, normal versus serious just meant how hard Saitama chose to try. Normal table flip flips the surface gently. Serious table flip flips it hard. Meanwhile, Qin Shao flew on, gasping for breath. Barely 6 minutes in, he had regenerated hundreds of times an immense stamina drain. Yet that was exactly Qin Shao's sneakiest edge. Now that the relentless combat paused, his stamina surged back, most of the loss returning in seconds. Think of it like an RPG's out-of-combat auto-heal-less while the battle raged. Suddenly ice shot up his spine. A raging fist wind roared into his ears with a piercing sonic boom. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. Without a heartbeat, he hurled dozens of punches straight at the sound. Evening Elephant. Tens of air cannon beams ripped the sky, trailing white scars, warping space and shaking heaven and earth. One blast could pulp a dragon-level monster. Yet a red-gloved fist pierced the combined barrage and planted itself in Qin Shao's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Like a meteor, he crashed from the sky into a forest. At impact, the titanic force annihilated several kilometers of ground. Visible shockwaves flung broken earth and trees sky-high. The entire forest was obliterated. In the huge crater, Qin Shao lay dazed, a pale green psychokinesis shield flicking dust away. He looked down, a hole gored clean through his torso. Only scraps of flesh kept his upper body together. This guy's attack has reached this level. Grimacing, he watched the cavity refill in moments, good as new. If the bald Demon King keeps powering up, staying in the fight is pointless. I'll get one shot by a normal punch. Fine, he shakily stood, blood from his forehead wound evaporating in the crimson aura blazing around him. Thud, thud, thud. Thud. Thud, 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 thud. A steady drumbeat of a heart rang out like an engine, rippling invisible waves that made pebbles levitate. Sky and earth quivered to the Emperor engine's rhythm. The air thickened as debris floated skyward. Next instant, his blazing crimson chi surged skyward, rapidly taking shape. Tail, body, head, scales. A dragon thousands of meters long loomed like a red mountain range, roaring at the bald head above. With a Death Gate physique, he reopened the Death Gate, stacking his ultimate kill move, Night Gale. Unleashed on the planet, the kick would crack the world itself. This strike had stepped into God tier. Night Gale. The blood chi dragon shot upward, blotting out the sky. P.S. Big thanks to Big Bro Reed. But no, reply 00 foot for the Grand Master Badge Extra chapter tonight. And hey, small gift and more power stones equals more chapters from this author. Chapter 50, Flying to the Moon. This was the strongest strike Qin Shao had ever unleashed. A blood chi dragon thousands of meters long shot skyward. Its roar shook earth and heaven, and its terrifying aura spread across thousands of li in an instant. People caught in that aura felt a sudden panic, as though prey at the bottom of the food chain had sensed an apex predator instinctive terror encoded in their genes. Every city nearby could see the dragon soaring toward the firmament. All humans in those cities witnessed a sight that shattered their worldview. Facing the blow, Saitama's expression turned serious. Fierce gales battered his ragged white cape, whipping it loudly in the wind. He simply hovered in midair, fists clenched, arms swelling with muscle, poised to strike. Not bad when confronting this move, Night Gale. Saitama could actually feel a hint of danger without getting serious. He hadn't tasted that sense of crisis in ages, yet now Qin Shao made him feel it again. Once he shifted into serious mode, the feeling vanished, but it proved how powerful Qin Shao's strike was. To return the respect, Saitama raised his fist, eyes sharpening. Serious, wait, not allowed to use that, apparently. About to launch serious punch, Saitama Froza recalled King had forbidden him serious attacks. In that case, while he hesitated, the roaring blood chi dragon arrived from below, a sea-like torrent of devastating blood chi surging straight at his face. One above, one below, 10,000 meters in the sky head-on collision. Consecutive normal punches. Nearly 100 normal punches overlapped, forming red after images of fists that slammed downward into the dragon with unstoppable force. The world seemed to fall silent. All sound turned to nothingness. Color lost meaning. Everything faded to gray. Time felt frozen. The next instant, color returned. A violent storm of energy exploded outward, racing 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. At the storm's heart, Saitama's hundreds of normal punches smashed the crimson blood chi dragon to pieces. Feels even softer than last time. If last time it was like hitting frozen tofu, this time it's plain soft tofu shattered in a few punches. The moment that thought formed, Qin Shao's foot shot out of the crimson debris and slammed into Saitama's abdomen. Exactly, the kilometer-long dragon was only a decoy, an overflow of power. The true strike, with all force condensed inside, came from Qin Shao himself. Qin Shao's body was now near collapse, containing such vast power internally. Instead of releasing it, created crushing pressure on himself. Even with his monstrous physique, crimson cracks spread across him could explode at any instant. Whenever a crack appeared, super speed healing kicked in, instantly knitting the rupture back together. In short, Qin Shao teetered on the edge of disintegration. Sensing the hit, Saitama felt the titanic force about to blast him away. Yet his reflexes were supreme. In a flash, he answered with dozens of normal punches into Qin Shao. In the sky, a yellow streak shot towards space, breaking Earth's gravity in 0.1 seconds, though flying crookedly. Saitama tried to steady himself, but couldn't stop. He kept hurtling away from Earth. His yellow jumpsuit was shredded at the abdomen, revealing 6 sharp blocks of muscle. Clearly, Qin Shao's ultimate Night Gale had only ruined the jumpsuit. Though no bodily harm was done, the leftover momentum still carried Saitama uncontrollably towards space. Eyes narrowing, he grabbed at the void, crushing handfuls of air into solid grips with impossible strength to break himself. Flames burst around his fist friction from clawing the air, but it only slowed him slightly. A drop in the bucket. Soon, with no oxygen left, Saitama pierced the atmosphere and sailed into outer space. He frowned. Lacking oxygen felt awful, so he instinctively pinched his nose. After another dozen seconds, he smashed into the cratered lunar surface. He rolled over, climbed from the fresh crater, and curiously surveyed the surroundings. Dead silence. With no air on the moon, sound couldn't travel. Only his thudding heart and the rush of blood in his ears reached him. So I was punched to the Moon King really is something. Floating above the ground, Saitama stretched hugely, a satisfied look flickering across his face. He hadn't enjoyed a fight this much in ages, since going bald his power had peaked and every foe fell in one punch. Though banned from using serious punch kept it from being perfect, he was content with his bout against King. Time to head back to Earth. He scooped a nearby moon rock, tossed it once or twice to gauge the gravity difference. Then he crouched, feet on the lunar dust, and unleashed his leg muscles with unimaginable force. Boom, boom, boom. In silent fury, spiderweb cracks spread across the moon's surface. Writing now to more chapters coming soon. Tap update and send free gifts. Chapter 51 not bad at all. With a burst of force beneath his feet, nearly half of the moon's surface exploded into countless fragments that drifted through the vastness of space. Saitama locked onto the direction he'd just flown in from. His body ignited in blazing light, and like a meteor, he plunged straight into the atmosphere. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, Saitama nervously unfastened his tattered white cape and hugged it to his chest, afraid it might burn to ash on the way down. Of this entire hero suit, aside from the yellow leotard, this white cape cost the most hero association. Damn it, aren't the satellite feeds ready yet? Sitch asked the staff members, frantically adjusting the screens. While Qin Shao and Saitama fought, the Hero Association kept detecting terrifying energy fluctuations that hinted at a god-level disaster, yet they couldn't obtain a clear visual. No matter which satellite angle they tried, the feed stayed a blur. The aftershocks of the two combatants jammed the signal, making any decent footage impossible. Sitch was already a nervous wreck. Leaving aside Ki and everyone's accepted the strongest man on the surface of the Earth. No one had expected the newly promoted S-Class hero Bald Cape to be this powerful. The collateral shockwaves from their clash had already been classified as a god-level disaster, with the potential to wipe out humanity. He didn't know why the two had started fighting, but Sitch only wanted a clear picture to make sure the situation didn't spiral out of control. He knew all too well that many top-tier powerhouses had a few screws loose. Once those battle-crazed lunatics get going, they won't stop for anyone's safety. Suddenly, the wailing alarm lights cut off, and the shrill siren that had been grating on everyone's ears fell silent. It's over? Just then, a staff member tuning the satellite screen cried out, "Got it. The satellite feed is back." The fight between Mr. King and Mr. Saitama appears to have ended. Sitch rushed over. When he saw the huge abyssal craters covering the surface, doubt flashed in his eyes. If I remember right, their battlefield was originally a desert. Did they switch locations? And no. The staff member was drenched in sweat, voice trembling as he stared at the map coordinates on the satellite feed. This is still that desert, except their fight flattened the entire thing and turned it into a basin. Sitch, you guys are way beyond the scale. He rubbed his temples, took several deep breaths, and kept telling himself, it's fine. These people can't be measured by ordinary or even human standards. Nothing they do should shock me anymore. So, where are Mr. King and Saitama now? Any sign of them? He almost blurted out the hero alias, then remembered Saitama hated the nickname, and caught himself. An awkward silence fell. Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to say. A bad premonition crept over Sitch. He sighed deeply. Spit it out. At this point, I can take anything. Seeing his consent, the senior staff members nudged a younger colleague forward. The guy stammered, "Well, we still haven't located Mr. King, but we have found Mr. Saitama." Where? In the desert? The jungle? Or did they fight all the way back into the city? Don't tell me he's heading for Hero Association HQ. Watching the staffer hesitate, Sitch ran through every possibility, no matter how absurd, including HQ. Mr. Saitama seems to be on the moon. He's currently falling through the atmosphere, probably jumped back and left a huge crater on the lunar surface when he took off. Sitch? What the hell are you saying, you idiot? Midair. Amid a sky of crimson shards, Qin Shao floated in the void, utterly drained. Moments earlier, he'd taken dozens of Saitama's normal punches. In an instant, his body had been reduced to mincemeat. If not for his freakish regenerative power letting him stay conscious with only half a head, he'd really be dead this time. Right now, the death gate had shut, leaving him in a half-hour debuff that sapped all his strength, relatively speaking. He could still one-punch a dragon-level monster if he wanted. Thinking of this bout with the bald Demon King, Qin Shao couldn't help laughing. He'd gotten cocky after sailing through life since his transmigration. Coming here to spar with the bald Demon King was downright stupid. From start to finish, he'd never once cracked Saitama's defensive, might as well have been tickling him. Even the night gale he delivered under stacked double death gates hadn't managed to break Saitama's skin. Well then, bro, you win, take it all. Ding. Detecting host's first fierce fight with the bald Demon King Saitama lasting over 5 minutes and resulting in survival attribute points 5,000 awarded. 5,000 attribute points, not bad at all. Qin Shao assigned them on the spot 3,000 to strength, 2,000 to speed. What he needed most right now was greater firepower. As for defense, his insane regeneration meant he no longer had to worry about that side of things. P.S. Chapter 2 didn't pass review, needs a rewrite. Chapter 52, A Master of Combat Thinking. Warm currents surged through his body, continuously strengthening Qin Zhao's physique. He'd finally managed to piece together some of the system's rules thanks for nothing manual. The system hands out rewards in all sorts of ways, making choices, hitting special achievements, whatever the trigger, you get the corresponding prize. And every reward is generous, it never doles out stingy, proficiency-based skills or cheap trial cards. After roughly acclimating to his current weakened state, Qin Shao released psychokinesis and plummeted toward the ground. The instant before impact, he reactivated psychokinesis and landed as steady as a rock. It's called bungee jumping, darling. Teacher King. An anxious voice rang out. Qin Shao turned to see Genos sprinting toward him. Moments earlier, having seen the battle end, Genos had rushed over to see if he could help. For instance, with post-combat resupply. Genos scanned him with his cybernetic eyes, confirmed no injuries, and finally relaxed. Teacher King, after such an intense fight you must be thirsty, please drink. From nowhere, he produced a bottle of mineral water and offered it with perfect solemnity, as if handing over classified documents. Qin Shao, unnerved by the gravity of it all, took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and gulped. He really was parched. After all, he'd lost several hundred liters of blood in that fight. Dehydration was only natural. After a few swigs, he heard the scratch of pen on paper and a bad feeling struck. He looked up. Genos was scribbling like mad, the pen ablur as pages filled with frantic notes. What's he writing now? Figuring Saitama would need time to aim before jumping back, Qin Shao strolled over to peek at Genos' notes. In the original story, the bald Demon King could hop straight back to the ship only because the vessel was so huge it showed as a black dot even from the moon. This time the target was tiny. Saitama would have to line up his jump and would probably still land off target. The moment Qin Zhao's eyes hit the notebook, his whole body froze. After an intense battle, Teacher King immediately replenishes water, proving hydration's critical impact on combat. Although as a cyborg drinking has little effect on me, this underscores the importance of logistics. Teacher King's strategic insight is profound. Additionally, the act of removing one's shirt before battle deserves consideration. Teacher King also fought shirtless. Does this mean clothing significantly affects performance? Whether humans even need clothes remains open to debate. Qin Shao. A cold breeze swept past. He stiffly looked down and realized he was stark naked. But of course they'd been blown apart hundreds of times. It would have been a miracle for clothes to survive. Problem: where do you find clothes in the middle of nowhere? Left with no choice, Qin Shao circulated his blood qi, forming a crimson, form-fitting battle armor over his bare skin. After this fight, he discovered another nifty use for blood qi. Since it could become a kilometer-long blood qi dragon when he unleashed Night Gale, naturally it could shape into other forms as well. Clenching his fist, Qin Shao felt something inside him crack open after the battle. To figure out what, he opened his status panel for the first time in ages. Name: Qin Shao. Abilities: Emperor Engine, Super Speed Healing, Precise Control, Energy Control. Strength: 15, 500. Speed: 14,000. Stamina: 12,000. Defense: 10,000. Spirit: 4,000. Note: Dragon level threshold is 1,000 in every stat. After scrutinizing the numbers, he spotted an anomaly. Why were all his stats 1,000 points higher? Tallying every reward the system had ever given, his current attributes were still a full 1,000 above the sum of his initial values plus those rewards. Could it be? Coupled with that sensation of something inside him shattering, a theory formed. This battle had been a true life-and-death struggle. He'd hovered at death's door countless times and must have broken a limiter, giving his overall strength a sizable boost. 1,000 points across the board might sound small, but in the system's rating, a freshly minted dragon-level monster only has 1,000 in every stat. Just as Qin Shao was about to chat further with Genos, a blazing meteor screamed down from the sky and slammed into the ground a few kilometers away. Instantly the earth quaked. Violent shockwaves whipped up sandstorms, and cracks spider-webbed across the ground beneath their feet. What's happening? Another enemy? Rest easy, Teacher Kingil hold them off. Genos snapped into combat mode, palm cannons aimed at the impact site, energy core blazing sapphire as he braced for battle. While he tensed, Qin Shao patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax and step back. Relax. It's just a certain Baldy returning from outer space. Hearing the word Baldy, Genos knew exactly who had landed. He retracted his cannons and whipped out paper and pen. Teacher King calls Mr. Saitama Baldy, accurately assigning a codename based on appearance proof of razor-sharp observational skill. In combat, we must scrutinize the enemy to spot weaknesses and secure victory. Teacher King is truly a master of combat thinking. P.S. More later. Chapter 54 Hero Association Executives Get Lost Already. From the huge crater, a yellow silhouette burst straight out of the rising dust. Why don't I see King? Did I land in the wrong spot? Saitama patted the dirt off his clothes and looked around, puzzled. Just then, a red streak of light brought Genos in an instant right in front of him. The moment he saw King, Saitama broke into a grin. Pretty impressive, King. You took my consecutive normal punches and look totally unscathed. You really are strong. Qin Shao. Recalling how his entire body had exploded into a mist of blood and only half a head had clung to life, the corner of his mouth twitched. Far from unscathed, there had basically been nothing left. Qin Shao reached out for a handshake, smiling as he spoke. So, did you enjoy the fight this time? Seeing Qin Shao's outstretched hand, Saitama clasped it firmly, sealing the duel's end. Of course. First time anyone's lasted that long against me. Even if I could only use the normal series, I'll take it. Couldn't I use the serious series, though? Didn't you survive the consecutive normal punches? Saitama's rule of thumb. Anyone who can take a normal punch gets the consecutive version. Anyone who survives that gets a serious punch. If you're still alive after a serious punch, next comes the serious series omnidirectional serious beating. Qin Shao had no idea how to answer him. He could hardly say, if I really ate your serious punch, I'd just pop like a blood balloon. It wasn't modesty. Qin Shao knew himself well. Even in his strongest form, with the death gate open, one serious punch probably wouldn't leave even a red mist. Right then, Saitama seemed to remember something. His expression turned awkward. Guessing what the bald demon king was about to say, Qin Shao curved his lips into a smile and said calmly, "Let's be clear, you threw over 100 punches and still didn't beat me. No fighting game for you this month." The moment he heard that, the last of Saitama's post-battle excitement drained away. He wilted like an eggplant, utterly deflated. Fine. Even Saitama hadn't expected King's strength to surpass his estimates over 100 normal punches, and still no victory. In Saitama's eyes, an opponent on King's level was far beyond normal punches. He'd have to get serious. However, Qin Yao's tone shifted, and the dejected Saitama instantly lifted his head, awaiting the next words. A mischievous glint flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. "You had your fun pounding me. Now it's my turn. We've still got plenty of time before we head to Master Bang's dojo. If you can beat me even once in the next round of games, I'll cover your fighting game and hot pot bills for next month." Hearing that, Saitama's eyes lit up. He nearly jumped 3 feet in the air, his face turning dead serious. "Great. I'm gonna crush you. I've been learning a ton of new combos and dominate the whole gaming world." Watching the two of them banter, Geno stood to the side, lost in thought. Politely refraining from interrupting Teacher King's lively conversation, he quietly followed while secretly eavesdropping. Halfway through, he seemed to grasp something and quickly pulled out pen and paper to jot notes. Teacher King and Mr. Saitama have moved on to discussing games. Though it seems like casual entertainment, their gaming is actually virtual training for reflexes and combat thinking. Controlling characters lets them sense the ultimate subtleties of martial arts. Truly worthy of Teacher King and Mr. Saitama's modest mindset of world peak powerhouses. While chatting, Qin Shao spotted Geno scribbling furiously and sneaked a peek. He almost couldn't keep a straight face. How does this guy manage to churn out endless complex sentences every single day? Under the blazing sun, the 3 shadows stretched longer and longer. Hero Association conference room. Sitch sat silently in a corner seat, watching the heated debate among the executives, feeling helpless. A bunch of guys who do nothing but waste time on useless talk, never anything practical. The meeting had been called mainly to discuss whether S-Class Rank 17 Saitama should be promoted. Saitama's recent exploits had made the association increasingly value this powerhouse recommended by the strongest man on the surface of the earth, King. They realized this seemingly ordinary bald man might be a hidden master. "I heard the S-Class Rank 17 Bald Cape not only defeated Tornado, the second-ranked S-Class, but can even trade blows with the strongest man on the surface of the earth. K.I.ing amazing. Yeah, he and King wiped out the Evolution House and eliminated that unstable troublemaker Kinos. This new S-Class hero could become one of our association's trump card. How about we bump up his rank?" Agreed. I agree too. Same here. And so the meeting on promoting Saitama ended amid a chorus of approvals. As the executives filed out, Sitch heaved a long sigh, worried about the association's future under these freeloading bigwigs. Something that could have been settled in a few sentences had dragged on for 2 full hours. Were the opening speeches all hot air? Scratching his already graying hair in frustration, Sitch tucked his briefcase under his arm and left the conference room. Am I really the only competent executive in the entire Hero Association? Hero Association executive, just get lost already. P.S. 3 updates today, but it still doesn't feel like enough. Maybe another chapter later. Free gifts and power stones, let's go. Mad Ada. Chapter 55. All bald heads. Saitama's apartment. Aura. On screen, a muscular brawler roared with passion, both fists hammering the delicate little loli opposite him. Yet, against this tempest of blows, the little loli simply raised her arms, using deft dodges to parry and evade every strike with ease. Damn it. Why can't I land a hit? Are you cheating? Outside the screen, the brawler's controller Saitama, the bald demon king who in reality could one-punch almost anything, was now flushed crimson. Veins bulged across his gleaming scalp, his eyes were round as saucers, and the fingers on his gamepad became a blur. Across from him, Qin Shao piloting the little Lala just stretched lazily, looking utterly relaxed. From start to finish, he kept only one finger on the pad, rolling the dodge and block buttons back and forth. This time they'd set a 60-second round, Whoever had less health when the timer hit 0 would lose. Before the fight, Qin Shao had made Saitama a promise. For the first 50 seconds, he wouldn't attack at all, letting Saitama wail on him. Only the final 10 would he strike. When he first heard that rule, Saitama's face lit up like a lantern. Dude, I just need to land a couple of punches early, then run and dodge the last 10-second series guaranteed to lose. But once the match actually started, Saitama began to sense something was off. Why can't I hurt him? Why? The game had a block gauge. Once it depleted after too many blocks, you couldn't guard for a short while. But there was a hidden mechanic. Blocking an attack at the exact frame granted a perfect block, costing no gauge. Therefore Qin Shao triggered perfect blocks every time, and Saitama couldn't scratch him. Shake my ultimate. With only 2 seconds left before the final 10, and Qin Shao's health bar still untouched, Saitama panicked. He instantly unleashed the super he'd saved for 40+ seconds. The on-screen brawler stepped forward, fist blazing with fire. Facing the heavy strike, the little lowly raised her guard, arms crossed. Seeing that, Saitama's mouth curled in a faint smile, excitement flashing in his eyes. Yes, just block finally, a chance to beat Qin Shao in a game. Though his brawler's super was a single hit, it was unblockable and dealt massive damage. If it landed, it would chop half the foe's life, and in the last 10 seconds Qin Shao could never make up the difference. I'm about to win. Saitama stared at the screen, missing the eerie grin now on Qin Shao's face. The next instant, the little lowly simply tapped dodge, rolled twice, and sidestepped the flaming punch. Saitama, you've got to be kidding me. He froze, forgetting to input a single command. Just then Qin Shao pointed at the timer and kindly reminded him, "Final 10 seconds, it's my turn." As he spoke, he set his other hand on the pad, 2 fingers poised. Not good. Saitama blanched and tried to back away, but it was too late. The little Loki snapped out 2 light kicks, locking the brawler in hit stun, then dashed in. 3 heavy punches, 2 light punches, a sweep, and finished with a super for the kill. An entire combo in under 10 seconds, the countdown landing on the final second. The whole sequence flowed like water, wrapped up right as the timer hit 0. K.O. Clack. The pad hit the floor. Saitama slumped, as though his soul had leaked out, staring blankly at the ceiling. He never imagined he'd lose again under rules so favorable to him. This wasn't his first defeat, it was his 50th. Beside them, Genos had been recording every moment, golden mechanical eyes shining with scientific rigor. During the match, Teacher King and Mr. Saitama seemed merely to be gaming, but in truth they had already clashed 50 rounds in a virtual cosmos, and Teacher King's virtual power clearly towered above, effortlessly beheading Mr. Saitama. No more, I'm done. I'll watch some TV instead. Saitama sighed deeply, giving up on further rounds, and flicked on the television. He soon tuned to the daily news. He watched listlessly, almost drowsy. The frustration from the beating finally ebbed. Boring news always calms me down. Then the feed cut to the next item, and Saitama's pupils shrink. Why the hell is this guy bald too? On screen, a vicious, mace-headed bald man appeared in a wanted photo on the left of the broadcast, while the anchor continued. Today, a gang calling itself the Taoyuan Group rampaged, gathering outside Z-City's richest man's villa. Disaster level, Tiger. Citizens are advised to take caution. Members of the Taoyuan Group share the following traits. Please stay alert and safe. Trait 1. They mostly wear civilian combat tech suits, usually black, rarely yellow. Trait 2. Every member is bald. At the first trait, Saitama barely reacted. When he saw the second, his lounging posture snapped upright. You've got to be kidding me. P.S. These transitional chapters will soon give way to full-on action. Stay tuned. Chapter 56. Monster King Orochi. Seeing that every member of the so-called Taoyuan Group was bald, Saitama's brows knitted tight. A bad premonition surged inside him. He could already picture it if this gang kept wreaking havoc. One day he'd walk down the street and be pointed at as a Taoyuan Group thug. That kind of thing, absolutely not. With that thought, Saitama made up his mind. Take the whole lot of them out. He couldn't let them ruin the good name of baldness. Still in pajamas, Saitama rocketed upright. In a blink he'd changed into his hero suit, white cape fluttering as he spun. Right now his face lost its usual simple lines, turning sharp and deadly serious. I'm heading out to defend the dignity of the bald. After the door shut behind Saitama, Qin Shao and Genos stared wide-eyed, at a loss for words. Just as Qin Shao wondered whether to speak, Genos sat bolt upright, tone solemn. Teacher King, do you remember? After our spar today, you said you'd point out my flaws, please instruct me. Did I say that? Qin Shao scratched his head. He had indeed said something like that, might as well toss out a few pointers. With that, Qin Shao outlined his upgrade philosophy for the cyborg body. As a cyborg, Genos needed to bolt on more parts to boost firepower and mobility. Qin Shao's proposal, however, opened Genos' eyes. Fit every joint with detachable modules that can snap back together mid-battle. Even if an arm's hacked off, you reattach it on the spot. Second, add a couple of auxiliary cores. Relying on the main core alone for energy clearly isn't enough to raise output. Lastly, study close quarters combat. Don't depend purely on firepower, deadly even when enemies close the gap. In truth, these were all late-game power-ups for Genos, just delivered early by Qin Shao. After hearing plan after plan, Genos' mechanical eyes blazed. Enlightenment struck. So that's how upgrades can even go in this direction. Thank you, Teacher King. I know how to grow stronger now. Farewell for now. With a respectful bow, Genos burst through the door, racing full tilt toward the doctor. He couldn't wait to rebuild himself according to Qin Shao's blueprint and push his strength to the next tier. Left alone, Qin Shao rolled over without a care and resumed scrolling on his phone. The system hadn't issued any quests, the timeline felt calm, and that fight had drained him today. He'd just slack off. Compared with Saitama, who only needed to throw punches, Qin Shao's battle had been a mental marathon. If his body didn't stitch itself back together so fast, the pain would have knocked him out long ago. Every blow shattered bones and tendons. No one could endure that forever. So while his flesh could recover on demand, mental exhaustion was unavoidable. Consider it a day off. Meanwhile, far beneath Z City, deep underground, where solid earth should have been, everything had been hollowed out. A labyrinth of tunnels crisscrossed beneath the metropolis. The passages weren't crude mole burrows, but perfectly squared corridors lined with ceramic tiles. Unlit torches rested every 10 meters along the walls. What sent chills down the spine was the sheer number of monsters inside, each one rivaling a tiger in strength. If city dwellers saw it with their own eyes, they'd never believe a call monster nest sprawled right under Z City. At the very center of the intersecting tunnels yawned a vast cavern. Inside stood a creature straight out of mythology. Dark violet scales armored its entire body. Behind it, whip-like dragon tails tipped with fangs lashed the air. Layer upon layer of gaping maws lined its shoulders, and its serpentine draconic face loomed 100 meters tall, utterly overwhelming. Monster King Orochi, the public leader of the Monster Association. At this moment, Orochi rolled his blood-red eyes toward a bloated silhouette on a high ledge, his rumbling, chaotic voice echoing through the hollow. Those two powerhouses have finished their fight. Hall, we still proceed as planned? Clearly, as an above-dragon terror, Orochi had sensed the clash between Qin Shao and Saitama. Even he couldn't help feeling apprehensive at energy on that scale. From the shadows drifted a languid, bewitching drawl. Keep hiding. Our hour hasn't come, the association's forces haven't peaked, and an unknown variable has appeared. The darkness parted, revealing what looked like a mountain of flesh. Pink skin piled over a grotesquely obese frame. A single giant pupil dominated its face, while tiny sucker-lined tentacles sprouted all over its body. The Monster Association's strategist, dragon-level monster Gyoro Gyoro. Gyoro Gyoro looked up, eyes narrowing at the ceiling. According to current intel, one of the combatants was none other than the self-proclaimed strongest man on the surface of the earth. No surprise there. Long before this battle, Gyoro Gyoro had listed King as one of the greatest threats. What truly shocked him was the other party, the newly promoted S-Class hero, a bald man whose power rivaled King's. Humans really do hide tigers and dragons. The time to reveal ourselves hasn't come. More patience is needed. Little did Qin Shao realize that his clash with the bald Demon King would push back the Monster Association's debut even further. P.S. 2 chapters served. Chapter 57. How dare you stand up this old man? In the dim underground cavern, a series of muffled growls continuously echoed, like a fierce dog constantly roaring. Looking around, a behemoth dozens of meters long was sprawled on the ground, roaring repeatedly towards the sky, its immense dragon-level monster aura radiating freely. This colossal creature was shaped like a dog, with 6 crimson eyes staring unblinkingly at the sky, its entire body covered in black fur. Monster Association Dragon-Level Executive Rover. Rover had been sleeping, but was forcibly awakened by an energy fluctuation that made it feel an immense tremor, instantly putting the entire dog into a state of alert. This immediately ignited its strong territorial instinct. The dignity of a dragon-level monster and a territorial king was inviolable. Even now, as the aftershocks of the battle gradually faded, Rover still hadn't lowered its guard, maintaining a posture ready to fight at any moment. In the vast expanse of space, countless stars shimmered with their own brilliance in the dark void, yet they couldn't conceal the emptiness and coldness of the starry sky. And in this silent, dead starry sky, a massive spaceship was slowly traveling, heading towards a blue planet. In the spaceship's control room, a peculiar-looking alien, after completing his scan, urgently reported to his superior. "Reporting, sir. That massive energy that appeared on Earth has disappeared. The battle must be over." Behind the alien, a giant humanoid creature with blue tentacles swayed, nodding. "I understand. I must quickly inform Lord Barros of this news." With that, Jerry Yugenshoup couldn't help but wipe his non-existent sweat from his forehead, still feeling a lingering fear. Such terrifying power. Earth actually has a strong person who is on par with Lord Boros. That prophecy is true. Jerry Yugenshoup pushed open the door, just about to say something, when a magnetic voice interrupted him, the sound echoing through the empty hall. "No need to report, I've already sensed it." The humanoid creature on the throne slowly stood up, an unparalleled light of excitement flickering in its massive single eye. "Excellent, excellent." The humanoid creature had blue skin, long pink hair that almost reached the ground, and wore a golden armor with a red cape extending from its back. What was most surprising was his facial features. A huge pupil almost occupied half of his face. Cosmic Emperor Boros. At this moment, Boros's heart was surging. He slowly walked to the edge of the spaceship, gazing at the vast, silent starry sky. 20 years ago, he followed the wizard's prophecy, traveling from the depths of the distant universe to Earth, solely to find a strong opponent who could fight him. After being the Cosmic Emperor for so many years, Boros's fighting spirit had long cooled. He only wanted to find a truly powerful opponent to have a grand battle with and experience the passion of combat. And now he had sensed it. The epic battle between Qin Shao and Saitama earlier, the transmitted power was captured by the traveling spaceship. To be able to transmit power so far, there was no doubt that it was definitely a strong person comparable to him. As he thought this, the air around Boros constantly twisted, shaken by the power he inadvertently leaked, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. His long-cherished wish would finally conclude during his upcoming journey to Earth. Meanwhile, the 2 strong individuals whom the Cosmic Emperor greatly anticipated were gathered together. Qin Shao, who was drinking cola, suddenly heard the sound of the door opening and turned his head in confusion. Saitama walked back in a dazed manner, his yellow battlesuit spotless, clearly having not engaged in any battle. "You're back so soon? What did you do?" Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Saitama scratched his head helplessly, trying to smooth his non-existent hair. Let me think. I disbanded that Taoyuan group and also beat up a pervert in a black bodysuit. I think he was called Nick the Joint or something. It should be Speedo Sound Sonic. Just then, Saitama checked the time, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he almost sprang up. "Oh no, how could I forget about this? King, let's go, an old man is inviting us to his dojo for Wagyu beef today." Qin Shao was startled at first, then also remembered the appointment. It was supposed to be at 3 in the afternoon, he thought. He checked the time. Great, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The dojo. In the empty hall, Charon cowered in a corner, drops of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Who stood up, Master Bang? Come quickly and clean up this mess, you bastards. Just like hours ago, Bang still sat alone in the very center of the hall, with his now cold tea beside him. Compared to his calm and composed demeanor 5 or 6 hours earlier, Bang now appeared stable, but in reality, veins were bulging between his aged wrinkles. Where are they? He angrily glanced at the time, realizing that an hour and a half had passed since the agreed time, yet Saitama and King, who were supposed to be there, hadn't even shown a trace. Bang let out an angry laugh, picked up his teacup, drank it all, and heavily slammed it on the ground. How dare they stand up this old man? Just as he was about to personally go and find the two, a familiar voice echoed from outside the dojo's main door. Hello? Is anyone home? Old man Bang, I'm here. Are you there? Is the Wagyu beef there? They actually came. All his previous anger vanished instantly. Bang immediately suppressed all his displeasure, transforming himself back into the calm and steady martial arts master he was before. Charon, open the door. Oh, okay. Charon obediently ran to open the door for the two, and after glancing at the composed Bang, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Master's ability to change his expression is truly fast, as expected of a martial arts master. More to come later. Constantly writing 3 to 4 chapters by hand, this old author is almost a model worker. Chapter 58 Baldy, you brat. The instant the door opened, Saitama's first glimpse was of Charon standing there, confusion flickering across his face. Huh? Old man Bang still has the energy to dye his hair? Bang. Dude, I'm right here in the hall striking the pose of a martial arts grandmaster. How do you mistake Charon for me at first glance? Charon didn't catch on immediately, but when she did, she shook her head in a panic. I'm not Master Bang. I'm Master Bang's sole direct disciple Charon. Hearing the name, Saitama pondered. Insert basket? Sounds awful. Even Qin Shao had to stifle a laugh. The bald demon king's opening line was a bombshell. He tapped Saitama's head, motioning him to glance left. Taking the hint, Saitama looked over and finally spotted Bang trying to stay calm. A grin spread across his face. So you were hiding here, old-timer. Still playful at your age. Bang? His carefully crafted, masterly aura nearly cracked. Bang couldn't take it. Saitama, what kind of brain circuit is that? I'm not hiding, you just didn't see me. Ahem. Bang cleared his throat and kept his sage-like bearing, a kindly smile appearing. Welcome to my dojo, gentlemen. Charon, bring tea for our honored guests. Yes, master. Under Bang's invitation, the three stepped inside. Once through the gate, Charon bustled off to pour tea while Qin Shao unhurriedly studied the dojo. Big his first impression. Several thousand square meters, bright and spacious, but one flaw, it felt utterly empty. The place lacked human presence, though tidy, it seemed abandoned. Qin Shao turned his gaze to Bang. This was his first look at S-Class rank 3 Silver Fong, the martial arts grandmaster of the one-punch world. Watching Bang's movements, Qin Shao understood at once. Every motion of the seemingly frail old man flowed, as if the essence of water were carved into his soul, effortless and agile. Physically frail compared to himself or Saitama, yet Bang's consummate skill let him punch above his weight. While Qin Shao studied Bang, Bang covertly studied Qin Shao and Saitama. Saitama was as casual as ever. Bang's keen senses were a joke before him, every probe swallowed like a stone in a black hole. As for Qin Shao, Bang narrowed his aged eyes, wrinkles deepening. The strongest man on the surface, the one who defeated Tatsumaki S-Class, rank 6 king. In Bang's eyes, Qin Shao was an unfathomable ocean of vitality. There was no gauging how vast his energy was. If an ordinary person's vigor is a torch, Qin Shao is a blazing sun scorching the heavens. The more Bang looked, the more awestruck he became. No wonder he beat Tatsumaki, truly formidable. Once seated and seeing the two staring at each other, Saitama grew puzzled. What are they doing? A staring contest? After 10 seconds, he gave up and cut straight to the chase, eyes sparkling. Old man, where's that Wagyu beef? Let's hotpot it. Bang's smile widened, yet it looked oddly mischievous. He beckoned with feigned kindness and dropped words Saitama couldn't ignore. Easy, Saitama. Before the Wagyu, how about a few little games? Games? Saitama's expression shifted. In a flash, he slipped into the same stance he used when facing Chen Xiao in fighting games. You just said games, right? Chen Xiao, sitting nearby, looked oddly amused. He read the mischief in Bang's smile. The bald demon king was about to suffer. Competitive fire ignited, Saitama's eyes gleamed. If I can't beat King, surely I can beat an old man, bring it on. Disappointment followed. What, not a fighting game? Bang stroked his beard, smile as kindly and harmless as ever. My game isn't the online sort you know, but a special dojo drill to hone reflexes and adaptability. He produced an opaque rectangular box, turned his back, and sure the other two couldn't see, tossed in a handful of beans. Closing the lid, he shook it to mix the beans evenly, then unhurriedly explained the rules. Inside are anko and yellow beans. Their different textures make distinct sounds when rolled. Shake the box, listen to the clatter, and tell me how many anko there are. How about it, Saitama, Mr. King? Chen Xiao and Saitama exchanged glances and accepted. For Chen Xiao, this rare downtime since transmigrating was worth a casual brain teaser. Saitama, ever the addict, longed to crush an easy opponent after constant losses to Chen Xiao. Taking the box, Saitama held it to his ear and began shaking, listening carefully. Seconds drifted by. He kept shaking, apparently gathering sonic clues. Even Bang thought so. Only Chen Xiao realized Saitama hadn't a clue, yet his pride kept him shaking the box. Stubborn baldy way to go, tough guy. Got stuck in review, kids finally out. Chapter 59, The Useless Baldy. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, another half-minute had passed. Well, Saitama, how many ankos can you hear inside? Bangu asked with a smile. The simple question made Saitama freeze for an instant. Damn it, I can't tell at all. No matter how hard he listened, the rattling of the beans sounded identical, couldn't detect the slightest difference. Am I going to lose again? To old man Bangu. Saitama's expression turned serious, his simply drawn face sharpened, and his hearing heightened in a way ordinary humans couldn't imagine. Seriously listening. Every bean's clatter replayed inside his mind, sorted one by one. Still, he could distinguish nothing. So, Saitama, can you hear it now? Under Bangu's renewed inquiry, Saitama sighed and handed the box back. Sorry, still no idea. Hearing this, Bangu's wrinkles deepened with a smile. He patted the bald demon king's shoulder kindly. It's fine. This is only a training game. Only those who know the trick can hear it. As he spoke, Bangu turned to Chen Xiao, who had been watching, and offered him the box. Mr. King, would you like to give it a try? He was eager to see whether the strongest man on the surface could crack the subtle mechanism he'd hidden inside. Chen Xiao took the box and lifted it to his ear as if to listen. In truth, he didn't listen at all. Instead, he tapped the box lightly with a finger. Under precise control, the force of his tap threaded into the box like filaments, seeping into every bean. A few seconds later, he returned the box and said with certainty, "There is only one anko inside." Oh? Bangu's eyes widened slightly. He opened the box. All three looked inside, yet not a speck of red could be seen, only a sea of yellow beans. At the sight, Saitama instantly felt balanced, grinning as he pointed. Heh, King, you got it wrong too. And hey, old man, that's cheating. You said there'd be red and yellow beans, but it's all yellow. Bangu remained unhurried, looking composed. Just as he was about to explain, Chen Xiao spoke up. Bangu, I said there is only one anko, even if it's disguised as a yellow bean. Saitama was still puzzled, but after a brief shock, Bangu clapped in admiration. As expected of KNGMY, little trick was actually discovered. Bangu picked up an ordinary-looking yellow bean. Flowing water, rock-shattering fists, subtle force shook its shell to pieces. Sure enough, a small, translucent anko rolled out, lying amid the shards of yellow husk. Saitama's eyes bulged. He hadn't foreseen such a move. You can play like that. At that moment, the world's strongest bald demon king felt the universe's deep malice. Bangu closed the box, curiosity coloring his tone. King, could you tell me how you sense the anko hidden among the yellow ones? Qin Shao raised a finger. Very simple, just feel it. With that, he turned to comfort the thoroughly defeated Saitama. The poor guy really had a rough day. First, he'd been trounced hundreds of rounds in a fighting game, then pestered by a weirdo while out on errands, and finally crushed by a mini-gametidae had been the bald demon king's day of calamity. Bangu stood still, those 3 words echoing in his mind. Just feel it. After a long while he suddenly grasped their meaning and sighed. Truly the strongest man on the surface, possessing astonishing mastery in every aspect. In his view, Qin Shao could so easily perceive it because his soul could already see through to the essence of things. His mental perception had reached perfection. A realm even Bangu himself had yet to attain. Box stowed away, Saitama leaned in again, sounding disgruntled. Hey, old man, game's over. When do we get the wagyu? After all, his main purpose in coming to the dojo from the start had been A6 wagyu beef, not keeping a lonely elder company. Yet, faced with Saitama's query, Bangu unhurriedly stroked his white beard. How about this, Saitama, more game? If you can beat me, I'll throw in an extra box of wagyu. Deal? Hearing it was a competitive game with bonus beef as the prize, Saitama agreed without hesitation. Right then, Qin Zhao's gaze swept to 2 props placed nearby. 2 small hammers, 1 iron pot. He now knew what game was coming. Qin Zhao silently took out his phone, ready to activate video recording at any moment. He planned to capture the glowing marinated egg on film so he could pull it out for the guy to watch later. Soon Bangu and Saitama sat cross-legged on the floor, each with a small hammer beside them and the iron pot between them. Rules are simple. We play rock, paper, scissors. The winner can whack the loser's head with the hammer. After the throw, the loser may grab the pot to shield their head. Saitama was clearly confident in his rock, paper, scissors skill, hands poised at his sides, a victor's grin on his face. First round. Bangu, scissors, Saitama, paper. The instant he saw his loss, Saitama's pupils shrank. He lunged for the pot, but too late. Clunk. The hammer landed on Saitama's head with a dull thud. Again. Saitama shouted, unconvinced. Qin Shao sat quietly to the side, recording already rolling. Camera zoomed in on Saitama's shiny dome. Brothers, smash that like for more updates. Looks like the authors being watched. This chapter took Shinhee an hour to pass review, and nothing here violates rules. Chapter 60. I'd like a taste of your skill. Charon flipped the scoreboard and announced loudly. Round 2 begin. This time Saitama locked his gaze on Bang, trying to read the old man's next move. Bang stayed perfectly calm, the picture of a grandmaster unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, a faint smile never leaving his face. Sure enough, Saitama lost again. Bang threw rock, Saitama threw scissors. Before his hand could even reach the iron pot, a hammer smacked his head. Again. Dong. Damn it. Again. Dong. Why am I still losing? Again. Dong. Arg. Again. Dong. The pot sounded like a gong in a festival band. Time crawled on. Charon, keeping score, grew tired and flipped the board once more. Round 65. Master maintains a perfect record. Qin Shao kept filming, lens fixed on a certain gleaming bald head. Or rather, what had been gleaming was now glowing red. Bang remained unruffled, apparently unbothered by the game. Saitama, on the other hand, was so furious his face twisted, veins bulged on his smooth scalp, his whole body trembling with rage. The spot repeatedly hammered looked sunburned, white steam rising from it. Qin Shao, watching from the side, couldn't help wondering. His own nightingale strong enough to shatter a planet that scratched the bald demon king, yet this tiny mallet had. He figured the redness wasn't from the hits. Saitama was simply so mad his blood had surged. Damn it, we can't I win even once. Round 66 begin. At the call, both shot out their hands. Bang threw paper, the bald demon king threw scissors. Saitama's pupils shrank in delight. He lunged for the little hammer. Maybe dazed from 65 losses, or just too excited, his fingers slipped forward as he grabbed. The handle slid past them, skittering away. Crap. Seeing that, Saitama's frustration exploded. His features knotted, forehead veins writhing like worms. Watching him, Bang calmly lifted the iron pot between them and gently set it over his own head. He closed his eyes. Memories of his life flashed past, beautiful scenes glittering in the river of time. He used to play this game with his many disciples. They'd fume yet be helpless, every face flickering in his mind. How nostalgic those warm days. He opened his eyes again. In the next instant, a deadly chill shot from his soles to his skull. Every cell screamed a warning. In Bang's eyes the world turned blood red. A violent aura erupted from the yellow-clad bald man, power so dreadful it froze the soul. Saitama finally gripped the hammer, channeling every ounce of frustration into one blow aimed straight at Bang. In that split second his whole life flashed before his eyes. The earlier memories had been warm moments with his students, evoked by the familiar game. But what he saw now was a full-blown life review, a death reel. If I don't dodge, I'm dead. Pupils shrinking to pinpoints, Bang ignored the rules and vanished in a flicker, leaving only the falling pot behind. The very next instant Saitama's hammer smashed the pot, the force forming an invisible shockwave. Had he not held back, the whole dojo would have blown apart. Hey, old man, where's your sportsmanship? You're not supposed to dodge. Bang scratched his gray hair awkwardly, at a loss for words. He knew he'd broken the rule, yet every fiber of martial instinct screamed that, had he stayed, his head would have burst like an overripe watermelon. Qin Xiao calmly sipped his tea and stopped recording. Perfect blackmail material. I can play this for Baldy every day. Don't be mad, Saitama. I concede, plus I'll throw in a box of Wagyu beef. After dozens of rounds, Bang had basically mastered the Saitama manual and put it to use. Sure enough, the moment Wagyu hit his ears, Saitama's anger deflated like a punctured balloon, and he grinned again. Sounds great. Just don't cheat again, old-timer. With that settled, Bang turned to Qin Xiao, who'd been secretly filming, wondering if he should invite him to play. Sensing the look, Qin Xiao instantly grasped the old man's intention. He wasn't keen on such a petty game. It would be outright bullying. With his ridiculous luck, he could random pick and still hammer the opponent into despair. Besides, he wanted to try something else. So before Bang could speak, Qin Xiao asked first. Master Bang, I hear your flowing water rock-shattering fist has reached perfection. How about letting me experience it? Bang blinked, then a sharp light flashed in his aged eyes. Smiling gently, he replied, of course. But the dojo can't take that level of impact. Let's go outside. Outwardly calm, inside he was already thrilled. Excellent. I may have failed to make Saitama love martial arts, yet King himself is interested. Perhaps my style will finally find a worthy successor. Tian Cashin Hadir readers, if possible smash that update button and toss some free gifts. If you've time, drop a review with words. Let's blast through the dark room with Date. Your imprisoned author thanks you. Chapter 61, Flowing Water Rock-Shattering Fist. Outskirts. Qin Xiao and Banggu stood facing each other, while Saitama slowly sorted the ingredients at the side. The old geezer Banggu sure keeps his word. He'd already prepared all the hot pot ingredients in advance, even stocking up on several extra servings of Wagyu beef. Clearly, he'd truly mastered the Saitama manual and understood Wagyu's allure for the bald devil king. Qin Xiao crooked a finger at Banggu, his whole body sliding into combat mode. The thud of his heartbeats grew louder, reverberating like thunder inside his chest. Boom, boom, boom. The very world seemed to resonate with those heartbeats, trembling in rhythm. Hearing the engine-like drumbeats beside his ears, Banggu's expression turned grave. So this is the rumored Emperor engine. The mental and physical pressure it exudes is overwhelming. He lowered his center of gravity, right arm sweeping back into the opening stance of flowing water rock-shattering fist. Come, King, today this old man will show you what flowing water rock-shattering fist truly is. Qin Xiao knew that Banggu's flowing water rock-shattering fist relied mainly on counters, turning an opponent's force against them. Back when he'd read the source material, He'd wondered exactly how the style worked and what it felt like in action. Now, fighting the creator himself was a dream come true. All right, Elder Banggu, watch yourself. The ground beneath him exploded. Chen Xiao shot forward like lightning, reappearing in front of Banggu in the blink of an eye and punching out. He hadn't opened the 8 gates. He attacked purely with his own monstrous physique. The savage fist wind struck Banggu's face, flooding him with a sense of crisis. Decades of martial instinct screamed at the might of this blow. Moreover, Banggu could faintly sense Chen Xiao wasn't going all out, even held back this punch. As expected of the strongest man on the surface of the earth, his reputation is well earned. But this old man isn't to be trifled with. Facing Chen Xiao's lightning fist, Banggu raised both hands. His clenched fists traced mysterious arcs through the air, a flowing current of force sheathing his palms. The instant the two fists met, the soft power of flowing water rock-shattering fist erupted, colliding with Chen Xiao's own brutal force. The next moment, Chen Xiao felt his fist deflect half an inch. The force meant for Banggu was diverted by a water-like energy and slammed into the ground beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The power poured into the earth, blasting the ground within dozens of meters to dust. Spiderweb cracks spread for 100 meters, a huge crater yawning beneath them. At the sight, cold sweat ran down Banggu's back. Too close. If I hadn't redirected that force, it would have shattered both my arms. Even after using flowing water rock-shattering fist to divert the blow, his aged hands trembled, clearly injured. Chen Xiao's punch had simply been too ferocious. He couldn't transfer all of it, and part of the impact still seeped into Banggu's body. Now it's my turn. Banggu's eyes sharpened. Flowing energy spread through his palms as he redirected the force he'd just absorbed and punched out. Chen Xiao stood his ground, a blazing aura of blood qi surging around him, cocooning him in a protective shield. Bang! With a dull impact, Chen Xiao half-stepped back. The spot where the shield was struck cracked slightly, then instantly mended. Seeing his attack barely register, Banggu was dumbstruck. This tough. That punch had combined Banggu's own strength with residual force siphoned from Chen Xiao's earlier blow. 2 powers fused into one. Yet it hadn't even broken the opponent's defense. So this is flowing water rock-shattering fist, not only neutralizing an opponent's force, but turning it into your own counterattack. Truly an exquisite martial art. Chen Xiao praised without reserve while replaying every move Banggu had just made inside his head. The passive skill precise control let him manipulate every ounce of strength in his body with ease. Once he'd familiarized himself with the posture of flowing water rock-shattering fist, he instinctively began aligning his body to match it. Banggu had still been marveling at Chen Xiao's insane defense and power. The next instant he froze in place. His aged eyes snapped wide, as if witnessing something that could shatter his entire worldview, staring ahead in disbelief. Before him, Chen Xiao lowered his center of gravity and assumed an opening stance identical to Banggu's. Then Chen Xiao's fists moved slowly, a familiarity of flowing intense suffusing every punch, each motion displaying the elegance of a grandmaster. Banggu was stunned. Only shock remained in his heart. He'd performed flowing water rock-shattering fist just once in front of King, yet the man had effortlessly copied it, his proficiency rivaling that of veterans who'd trained for years. This is the caliber of the strongest man on the surface of the earth, worthy of the name Ki, and not just terrifying in raw strength, but possessing comprehension, mind, and insight bordering on sagehood. Before, Banggu had merely sighed at the might and ferocity of Chen Xiao's exploits. Now, after facing him in person, the 70-year-old martial arts grandmaster felt genuine, heartfelt respect for this strongest man. Both stepped forward at once, eyes locked solely on each other. In the next instant, Banggu burst forward. Flowing force shimmered around his fists, faint blue light tracing arcs through the air as he unleashed the flowing water rock-shattering fist he'd honed for decades. Chen Xiao stopped relying on raw strength and likewise threw out flowing water rock-shattering fist, clashing head-on with Banggu. Another chapter later tonight. Chapter 62, Give and Take, The Intent of Flowing Water. Bangu could sense that Qin Shao had repressed that sun-like, lofty aura of his, adjusting his blood chi intensity to a level roughly equal to his own. It revealed Qin Zhao's intention. He wanted a contest of flowing water rock-shattering fist, not a mere crush of raw power. Such arrogance, only the young still burn that bright with that thought. Bangu raised his arms, alternating soft over hard strikes of flowing water rock-shattering fist. If that's the case, this old man must answer the youngster's hopes. Two men, for fists, clashing in the empty air. Two currents of flowing intent try to dissolve each other's attack, only to cancel out, leaving nothing but naked fist against naked fist. Bangu's face changed. The flowing water rock-shattering fist of his right arm had been nullified, forcing him to meet Qin Zhao's strength with pure force. Impossible, his right arm would snap the instant it connected. Though Qin Zhao had suppressed his blood chi, physique could not be suppressed. The two were on entirely different levels of bodily toughness. Under equal power, the sturdier body remains unscathed while the weaker one shatters outright. To avert that, Bangu's left hand traced a circle through the air. Pale blue flowing intent veiled the space ahead, diverting the force of Qin Zhao's right fist. But the balance left to left, right to right is broken. Qin Zhao's left flowing water rock-shattering fist slammed into Bangu's abdomen. HRK. Bangu flew backward like a shell from a cannon. His heels carved two deep ruts across the ground, yet the grooves were smooth. This was no simple knockback. A pale blue glow coiled round his feet, gentle strength neutralizing the inner shock, until, tens of meters later, he stopped. A grandmaster of martial arts, he had refined flowing water rock-shattering fist to perfection. How could he limit it to his hands alone? Though the art's logic did not suit the legs, veteran skill let him coax a few tenths of its power. Agony throbbed where the blow had landed. Bangu's face darkened, his gaze turning grave as he resumed the flowing water rock-shattering fist stance. Before the fight, he had marveled at Qin Zhao's monstrous comprehension, grasping in an instant the art whose heir he could never find, yet subconsciously, he still believed. However strong Qin Zhao might be, he had only just learned flowing water rock-shattering fist. In its usage, he should still lag behind a veteran grandmaster. Now Bangu knew he had been wrong. Qin Zhao wielded flowing water rock-shattering fist with strength equal to his own. Good grief, it brought back his youth, blood seething as it had decades ago. Shreds of memory flickered, fragments drifting down the river of time, replaying the old grandmaster's vivid first half-life. Young Bangu had been an outright scoundrel, committing unspeakable acts for selfish whim. He challenged others not to improve, but because he disliked them, maiming them under the guise of sparring. He lived for pleasure, proud of a scrap of talent, deeming himself unique, answerable to none. Only after his elder brother Bangpu beat him senseless did young Bangu recognize his folly. From then on he buried the heart-exploding liberation fist of his youth and forged the soft over hard flowing water rock-shattering fist. Mr. King, your insight is formidable. You instantly grasped the flowing water rock-shattering fist I created, but in understanding its spirit, I shall not lose. In a daze, Bangu rediscovered the passion of his youth, the self that sought stronger foes, the self that hungered for growth. Sensing the shift in Bangu's aura, Qin Zhao blinked, a faint curve touching his lips. So the S-Class Rank 3 Silver Fong had finally gotten serious. Their true strengths were worlds apart. If Qin Zhao wished victory, one punch would suffice. But he chose otherwise, wanted to taste the pinnacle of martial arts and to honor the old master. After all, he had asked to experience flowing water rock-shattering fist. Flooring the elder with brute force would be a disgrace. With mind unclouded, Bangu stepped out, turning into a blur that rushed Qin Zhao, fists shimmering with pale blue flowing force. Qin Zhao's expression stayed calm. That majestic, domineering face remained daunting. To the thunderous roar of the Emperor engine, he likewise assumed the flowing water rock-shattering fist stance. The next second they clashed again, the gentle forces within their fists grinding, reversing each other. Veteran cunning won out. Bangu found an opening and buried a fist in Qin Zhao's abdomen, followed by 5 more strikes in a blistering flurry inside 1 second. Under the barrage, Qin Zhao merely half-stepped back, narrowed his eyes, and lashed out with a fist of regal might in an odd angle. That blow used the same force Bangu had, plus the accumulated power of the 5 strikes he had just received. Facing the heavy return, Bangu retreated a step, then sprang, hands circling to redirect every ounce of that fist's power. The ground burst anew, an invisible shockwave fanned outward, raising clouds of dust. Using the borrowed force, Bangu launched a flowing water rock-shattering fist far swifter than any before. Qin Shao answered in kind, neutralizing the blow and sending back an even fiercer impact. Back and forth they went, each recycling the other's force, every exchange doubling the power until a single punch could shatter the earth. I send my strength to you, you turn it aside, add your own, and fling double back at me. I absorb that rebound, stack on mine, and hurl it back again in endless loop. P.S. No schedule for me today or support works. Hee hee baba baba yeah. Chapter 63. The old wave dies on the beach. The battle was fierce, with smoke and dust flying. A few hundred meters away, Saitama was unhurriedly preparing ingredients. For water spinach, you have to pull off the fibrous line at the root to make it tender. Enoki mushroom need to be slightly separated, otherwise, they'll clump together if put in as a whole. I'll wash the greens again when we get back, and why are all these meatballs so misshapen? Old man Bangu really can't pick them. Saitama observed each ingredient while incessantly muttering, unable to help but complain about the poor taste of the elderly. Aside from the Wagyu beef, the rest of the hot pot ingredients were all purchased by Bangu himself, and their quality varied. In front of an experienced hot pot connoisseur like Saitama, they clearly weren't up to par. Huh! Bangu roared, smashing his right hand onto the surface of the fist Qin Shao threw, his wrist twisting to neutralize its force, then circulating it within his body and unleashing it from his left hand. Qin Shao did the same, using one hand to neutralize Bangu's left-hand attack, then counterattacking with flowing water rock-shattering fist through his other hand. Although the two seemed to be in a repetitive cycle, Bangu's face grew increasingly grim, and his hands had begun to tremble slightly. His physical strength was too poor. The combined power of both sides had reached the limit his body could endure. If it continued to stack, Bangu would likely lose directly. He had to find a way to end the stacking state. Bangu raised his hand again to neutralize Qin Zhao's attack, while pondering a countermeasure and simultaneously using his whole body to unleash the essence of flowing water, rapidly retreating. Noticing that the old man actually wanted to run, Qin Shao naturally didn't agree and quickly gave chase. Flowing water rock-shattering fists clashed in the air, stirring up a violent surge of qi, turning the surrounding 100 meters into a clear zone as the smoke and dust were blown far away by the qi wave. The two moved back and forth, continuously exchanging blows with flowing water rock-shattering fist, and the powerful attack force continued to stack. Actually, resolving this stacking state was simple. Just guide this increasingly powerful force into the ground and stop counterattacking, which would successfully end it. But Bangu could no longer do that. The power had stacked into an overly formidable state, and his dojo wasn't far from here. If he caused an earthquake in this area, wouldn't the environment where his dojo was located turn into a mess? The two fought and retreated, and unknowingly, the battle line had stretched for several kilometers. Qin Shao took a step, and the light blue glow of flowing water rock-shattering fist streaked across the void realm, a swift straight punch aimed directly at Bangu's face. As expected, the power of this punch was once again transferred and neutralized, but unlike before, Bangu this time chose not to use this power for a counterattack, but instead deflected it to one side. The next second, this violent force surged into the towering mountain behind him. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire mountain was covered with dense cracks, and countless shattered rocks continuously fell at that moment, causing the earth to shake violently. Bangu didn't hesitate to turn and run. He didn't want to be buried under the rubble. And it was in the next instant that the force, which had been stacked dozens or even hundreds of times by the two, completely destroyed the entire mountain, collapsing it thoroughly from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, the once towering mountain was completely reduced to a pile of rubble, still forming the shape of a small hill. Bangu, who had run several miles, turned his head but didn't see Chen Shao and was instantly baffled. "Where is Mr. King? He wasn't buried under the mountain, was he?" And it was at this moment that a fervent, violent qi, like a great sun, shot straight into the sky, and an invisible qi wave swept in all directions, immediately dispersing the sky-high smoke and dust stirred up by the mountain's collapse. Huge pieces of rubble flew into the air, creating a path for the person within the rubble to pass through freely. Chen Shao walked out from it, completely unharmed, with not even a speck of dust on him. Seeing this, Bangu was about to resume the stance of flowing water rock-shattering fist when he suddenly felt a metallic sweetness rise in his throat. This experienced martial arts grandmaster immediately understood what this metallic sweetness was, stopped preparing to strike the flowing water rock-shattering fist stance again, and shook his head helplessly. "I lost. These young people are truly ushering in a new era. It's time for an old man like me to step down." Yes, Bangu lost to Chen Shao in this contest of flowing water rock-shattering fist. His hands were too weak to continue neutralizing the opponent's attacks, and his body gradually suffered internal injuries from repeated neutralizations and counterattacks. In contrast, Chen Shao maintained a relaxed attitude from beginning to end, and his extremely powerful physique allowed him to neutralize and counterattack without limit, unleashing even more of flowing water rock-shattering fist's power. Although flowing water rock-shattering fist is a boxing technique that uses softness to overcome hardness and a small force to overcome a large one, if one possesses a sufficiently strong physique, this martial art can be brought to a higher realm. While Bangu was the founder of this boxing technique, his physique ultimately remained within the human scope and wasn't overly exaggerated. Although his physical fitness was terrifyingly superhuman compared to ordinary humans, it still couldn't compare to those of the physical faction. He primarily relied on his martial arts skills, using his formidable martial Dao abilities to suppress monsters. However, in Chen Zhao's hands, flowing water rock-shattering fist and a powerful physique complemented each other, creating a wondrous reaction. Thinking of this, Bangu felt relieved and waved with a smile at Chen Shao, who was not far away. "No more fighting. This battle I, the old man, have lost. Young people are indeed the main force of the era, hee." Hearing this, Chen Shao returned a smile, retracting his profound and vast qi, and his aura returned to normal. He patted away non-existent dust from his body, his tone filled with genuine praise. "Old man Bangu, your flowing water rock-shattering fist is truly exquisite. If not for physical limitations, your strength could probably reach an even higher level." Bangu, however, waved his hand, with no hint of dejection in his eyes, only infinite hope for the successful legacy of flowing water rock-shattering fist. "King, you don't need to praise this old man so much. I am already very happy that there are successors to the legacy of flowing water rock-shattering fist. As the saying goes, the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. But to see the new waves even more vigorous than oneself, even if the old waves die on the beach, they will feel it was worth it." Chapter 64. Where the heart is, the Tao is. The sparring session was over. Bangu twisted his shoulders, making a cracking sound as his joints popped, and sighed. "It's been a long time since this old man has had such vigorous exercise. Today, I truly stretched my muscles and bones. My shoulders aren't sore anymore." While stretching his limbs, he walked towards Saitama. Chen Shao, who stood behind him, did not move. In his mind, the images of the two of them executing the flowing water rock-shattering fist replayed over and over again. He always felt that something could be improved. Chen Shao, who could control all of his own strength, gradually felt a sense of incongruity after performing the flowing water rock-shattering fist multiple times. It wasn't that the flowing water rock-shattering fist itself needed improvement, but rather that he vaguely felt this technique could be combined with his own strengths to form an entirely new fist technique. At this moment, Chen Shao truly understood how insidious the passive skill precise control was. In other words, any martial arts technique displayed by an opponent could be learned and perfectly replicated just by watching it once. Following his inner feelings, Qin Shao gradually lowered his center of gravity and began swinging his arms. Bangu, who hadn't walked 2 steps yet, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Feeling a special power flowing in the air, he quickly turned his head to look. He saw Qin Shao standing exactly where he had stopped, his eyes tightly closed, but his hands were performing movements that were incredibly familiar to Bangu. His 2 fists were tightly clenched, tracing stream-like patterns in the air, appearing to contain the profound mysteries of the martial Tao. As his fists flowed, Qin Shao's footwork also moved along, complementing the trajectory of his fists. This is the flowing water rock-shattering fist. Bangu was puzzled, wondering why Qin Shao suddenly started performing it again. Was he practicing to consolidate it? The next second, it was as if he realized something. His pupils involuntarily contracted, and an astonishing thought arose in his mind. Could it be that King is improving the flowing water rock-shattering fist? In Bangu's eyes, although Qin Shao appeared to be performing the flowing water rock-shattering fist, it was subtly different from the original version, and the degree of difference was gradually increasing. As his hands swung, Qin Shao gradually began adding his own elements. Hot vitality and blood surged into his fists like a tsunami, and the pale blue traces of the flowing water rock-shattering fist turned deep red. Bangu, standing on the side, was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was immense, and his eyes held not just astonishment, but also deep complexity and anticipation. Truly worthy of being king, the strongest on the surface. This level of talent is something even this old man cannot reach. He was almost certain that Qin Shao had never encountered the flowing water rock-shattering fist before today. Yet he was able to successfully learn it and use it in combat within such a short time, and now he could even improve upon the flowing water rock-shattering fist. What peerless natural talent! Qin Shao did not notice Bangu's various emotions. He was currently immersed in his own world with his eyes closed. The force of flowing water and the domineering vitality and blood merged within his fists. Pale blue and deep red converged, and softness and rigidity fused at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the skill Emperor Fist. Emperor Fist, a special fist technique that simultaneously fuses the force of flowing water and the power of vitality and blood. It can be rapidly activated multiple times in a short period, possessing immense power. When met with resistance, it can trigger double damage through the force of flowing water. Each use will bring a certain degree of burden to the muscles. Exclusive to the host. Huh? I comprehended a new skill. Qin Shao had just finished his epiphany when he was suddenly startled by the abrupt system notification sound, causing him to open his eyes. Only then did he notice that the fist technique he was currently executing was no longer the flowing water rock-shattering fist, but an entirely new technique. The fists, shimmering with pale golden light, swayed in the air. While the trajectory showed traces of the flowing water rock-shattering fist, it was fundamentally different. Qin Shao quickly scanned the skill evaluation provided by the system. Emperor Fist. Although it sounds a bit Chinibu, it's surprisingly fitting. Qin Shao was quite satisfied that a sudden epiphany could directly grant him a new skill. In that case, let's test the power of this move. Qin Shao flashed, arriving in front of a small mountain several hundred meters away. Just as he was about to throw a punch, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Could Emperor Fist and Evening Elephant be combined simultaneously to execute a long-range strike? If so, this would be a bold innovation for Qin Shao and another increase in his combat power. Thinking this, Qin Shao fixed his gaze on a small mountain 3 kilometers away and slowly raised his fist. The surface of his fist shimmered with pale golden light, and then he slammed it forward fiercely. As the golden light flashed and vanished in the void realm, the distant small mountain let out a violent roar at that moment, as a ferocious air cannon heavily struck the mountain's surface. And in the very next instant, the power of the Emperor Fist appeared almost simultaneously with the air cannon, launching a secondary attack that surged into the mountain's interior. Boom! 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 Immense power erupted from within the mountain. The entire peak instantly exploded into scattered rubble, causing the ground to shake. All that remained of the original small mountain was a huge pile of shattered stones. Qin Shao felt the power of this strike and couldn't help but be shocked. It still had such tremendous power from nearly 5 kilometers away. What if someone took this strike at close range? Undoubtedly, the comprehension and combination of the Emperor Fist elevated the already fierce power of the Evening Elephant to the next level. Qin Shao let out a long breath and his posture returned to normal. He noticed a slight stinging pain coming from his right hand, which had just unleashed the Emperor Fist. Clearly, the muscles were slightly torn due to the intense attack. However, the next second, super speed healing activated, and the minor side effects vanished without a trace. Seeing the movements conclude, Bangu walked over and patted Qin Shao's shoulder with satisfaction. As expected, heroes emerge from the youth. Mr. King, your attainments in martial arts are far superior to mine. The fact that I once intended to take you as a disciple now seems rather amusing. Hearing Bangu's words, Qin Shao shook his head, then pointed to the location of his heart. My martial Dao attainments are not profound. I merely rely on the guidance of my heart to perceive. For a martial artist, the most important thing is the heart. Where the heart is, the Dao is. After speaking, he turned and headed towards Saitama's location. Bangu stood frozen on the spot. Only after a long while did he move, his hands clasped behind his back, looking exactly like an old man, but his eyes were bright and spirited. Is the heart truly the most important thing for a martial artist? Where the heart is, the Dao is. What a profound truth, King.